This program contains commentary and opinions for education and entertainment. Guest views are their own. Viewer discretion is advised.
They watch, they hate, then they copy.
Sister, hold the mirror, tell the truth in love. Straighten up her crown, but don't cover what was done. Accountability with mercy in our hands. Correction and encouragement help a woman stand. We don't tear her down, we call her higher. Wisdom is the flame, and love must tend the fire. The cold surge, this is the sister code, unmasking every lie along the road. Self-awareness, reflection, and truth. We teach the women, and we guide the youth. Let cold surge, let the truth be told. Correction given gently, but courageously bold.
Hey everybody, welcome to Realistic Vibes, where the vibe is always positive. Welcome to the Sister Code Ladies Only panel, finally. Shouts out to everybody that's tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that like button on all sides, wherever you're watching this from. Hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel. We have a panel of lovely ladies here on today, and I'm going to introduce them. Starting with my dear friend, Smell the Roses. Hi, Roses. And we have Rogue C from Lover Girls Confessions. And we have the untouchable Tala in the building. Rizzy Cammy is in the house. And we have a guest, and we're going to be using one of her clips today. Kiana. I call her the divine feminine lady. Also, Bella, you in the black, Bella. Bella is in the black. Okay. Bella, you got to refresh, Bella. And also, we have Slim J is in the house. Hey, Slim. And we have Athena is in the house. Hi, Athena. And we have another special guest. We have the Riddler's mom, Candy, is in the house. Hey, everybody. All right. Let's get started. Okay, hold on, y'all.
Continuing route to 1211.
Someone is trying to enter. Don't know who is trying to enter. Maybe that's Bella's trying to come back. Anyway, let's get started. So how are all the ladies doing? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I'm sorry.
You forgot somebody.
I'm sorry. Shout out to my sis, Miss. She said the shame lady is in the building. She's the most important person. Lord have mercy. But anyway, ladies, how y'all doing on this wonderful Sunday? How y'all doing?
Hello.
Y'all come off mute. Everybody come off mute.
Well,
Feeling good?
thank you.
Good.
Good to see all
That's
the
good.
ladies.
Okay, you good, Bella. So,
Hey, Bella.
And I know you were the Riz mama. You and your daughter are so beautiful. Cammy, you look just like your mom. Oh my god! You guys smile. I'm like, now that I know, I'm like, oh my god, yes. You both are so beautiful. I mean, I love that your parents are just so encouraging and just always here for you. It's such a beautiful sight to see. So shout out to you, Mrs. Riz. We appreciate you as well.
Thank you.
All right, so today we're going to show the men that we ladies know how to carry on a show without them. Okay, we can carry a show without the men. Okay, we don't need no interruptions. So, ladies, are you ready? Because if you don't know my content, I'm always seeing something, child. I'm always seeing something. So we are going to start with our first icebreaker. And I got a question. I just want to know, are the women doing too much on Donald Trump's internet? Are the women doing too much on Donald Trump's internet? Here we go.
This nigga,
Oh my
can get
God.
this pussy at whatever angle or FPS. He can get at 60 frames per second.
He don't see this shit. He swear he don't watch the podcast, but I don't believe shit a nigga say. So,
His answer better be the same.
fart?
Yeah, Lil Jon say.
Did you just smell yourself?
What was that? Is
He
it
smelled
good or
himself.
bad?
That ain't godly. Is it Sunday, right?
That shit fucked up.
The Lord was not with me.
Damn, dude. And so your nigga gonna watch this shit after you
It
just
stinks
said
so bad. It stink so bad.
you podcasting?
Hell no.
That shit got a fucking stench.
It do?
Stop fucking acting like as a woman your shit don't stink sometimes. Yeah, it's some, and I ain't talking about like from the inside. I'm talking about like it smell like sweat and shit.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it's musky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't make that seem like that.
I'm not making it seem like nothing, but
Shit, that motherfucker got a little punch to it. It just smacked you right in the kisser, you know?
boy, I can't wait for him to watch these episodes.
No comment.
So, ladies, are we doing too much on Donald Trump's internet?
Ooh. The word I want to say is decorum.
Yes. Is yes. You want to say yes first.
Red, you didn't warn me. You didn't give me a trigger warning or anything. That just triggered me
I know
because
I'm always seeing something,
Because there are certain things that I don't believe you need to bring up into anybody's attention. That sounds like that needs to be between you and your gynecologist, and I'm not happy about that at all, because at first I want to be like, no, women saying what they need to say and women having a platform the same way that men can have a platform. Baby, you don't need to let nobody know that your kitty cat is stinking like that. You need to go flush out something in your system. You need to go take a bath, because you going around people smelling like that, and then you want to bust it wide open like that. Like, I can't do that. Where is the decorum nowadays for people to just be like, maybe I am doing too much? Where are your friends? Whereas, like, sis, you shouldn't be doing all this. Like, girl, come on. We going, like, those women did not like her to let her do all that. I'm sorry. Roses, go ahead. I'm stressed out right now.
I absolutely think that, yes, they are doing way too much on Donald Trump's internet. First of all, that was disgusting. I don't even think you should talk to your gynecologist about your vagina that way. Just out of pocket. Not to say that, like, I would definitely not go to get a wax after the gym, right? Because I know I need to go home and take a shower. And it's just certain things as a woman, decorum. Yes, I like that, Lover Girl Rosie. Like, you just don't. First of all, why do you stink? And then why do you think that it's cool for you to say that you're stinking on a podcast next to two other women? Like, I would have got up and walked away, because that is going to rub off on me. Now I'm the podcast host that was on live where the girl was saying her coochie stinks. I just, to me, that's not the company I want to keep. So that's just nasty to me, all out of pocket. And I'm not even going to talk about the other one because I've already done so. So the other video, we're going to leave that alone. That was just a hot mess. She could have kept that. She could have kept that.
Athena and Slim, are we doing too much on Donald Trump's internet? As women, like the attention whoring is gotten out of control. What do you guys think?
I think that
I definitely think so.
some people shouldn't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Slim.
You got it. I come right behind you. No problem.
Go ahead, Athena.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that some people shouldn't have a platform to speak, and I think it started with the whole what is it? Those drama shows that were reality kind of stuff, and people getting into that, and then started normalizing really bad behavior, and now it's now like the cool thing. Even the show or the movie, sorry, Bad Moms, is it funny? Yeah, but the things that they're doing, they're like glorifying bad behavior, like Bad Girls Club and all that kind of stuff. And the thing is that's entertainment, and I think that people who aren't mature enough to realize, and it's trashy entertainment, but people who aren't mature enough to realize or intelligent to realize that that's just entertainment, that's not how you act in real life, are now acting like that. I think that's what happens when maybe like the TV raised a child instead of a parent, because that was wild. I if someone did that in front of me, I don't even know how I would react. Honestly, I think I would be extremely uncomfortable and probably just walk away, like Smell the Roses said. I would just be like, and I'm going to go now. Have a nice day. Yeah, that's all I got.
Slim, go ahead.
I definitely think they're doing too much. I mean, they want attention just like Donald Trump, you know. He be on social media all the time, more than any president that I ever seen in my life. And you know, now they coming on here to entertain him, to say that their coochie is smelling. I mean, you're making yourself look bad. Let's go see a doctor about that situation and not spread the smell with other people. I mean, how rude are you? That's all I got.
All right. Riz Mom and Cammy, what do you guys think? Are we doing too much on Donald Trump's internet?
I'll go first. Yeah, I think the ladies said it perfectly. Like I said, I just think that not all attention is good attention. To be honest, he probably was drunk whatsoever. And like, I don't know if Roses or Rosie said, like the woman, if I was one a woman, I would tell her to calm her behind down. You know what I mean? Like, don't make yourself a fool out of yourself. And then, you know, later you're going to probably regret it. It's like, dang, I did that and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The internet is forever. You know what I mean? So I think that's just wild and everything. And I think that, you know, a lot of people need to do self-care. You know what I mean? I would use an organ. It's not going to smell like flowers. But at the same time, you shouldn't have, you know, a certain kind of smell. You know what I mean? You should, you know, learn how to take care of yourself, you know, all that kind of hygiene. A lot of people, you know, they just don't know how to do it. So like I said, you know, the attention and all that kind of stuff is wild. You know what I mean? I just think that you said a certain decorum. You know what I mean? Woman and man, especially as a woman, you know what I mean? Having your legs spread up like that and everything, it's just wild.
Ego.
So yeah, my bad.
So I agree with
wait a minute. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, go ahead, Mom.
So I agree with everything that is being said. What I will add is that I feel like that people want to trend so bad that sometimes you can already be in a spotlight, but you still need extra attention. And you'll do it in any kind of way. Even if you're going to be trending infamous, you'll do it. And that's what I feel like she probably is doing. And honestly, I'm a clown a little bit here. If I did do something like that and you stinking, you supposed to be, why would you announce it? You supposed to just, you supposed to smell it and be like, oh shit. and act normal. Wait for somebody else to call you out. Like, why would you call your own self out? That's crazy. So that already tell you that she a little bit throw because you called your own self out.
Bella and Sis, what do you guys think? Are we doing too much on Donald Trump's internet? Stop with that. Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely. Most people have no shame. They'll do anything to be viral and seek attention. That was just disgusting. If I was in a room with that young lady and she did that, as soon as she started to pull her legs up on my, on anybody else's furniture, it would have been, what the fuck is you doing? Like, put your legs down. Excuse me. What are you doing? Put your damn legs down. Like, it's inappropriate. And I think that's why the behavior is continuing, because we're not checking each other. We actually champion the nigga shit because nobody said anything to her. It's like, are you really? It was just really passive instead of, no nonsense. And we're not going to do that here. And, that second video was just crazy. It's attention seeking. I see a lot of attention seeking, and, you're going to do it any way possible. Shaming your family, making yourself look bad, look like an idiot and a fool. Shame is a painful feeling of humiliation and distress, and it's caused by your consciousness of wrong and foolish behavior. And that's something that you should have learned in your childhood. So becoming an adult and still behaving this way is shameful. And if you don't take care of your body as a woman, all right, there's times when there's some odors because of circumstance, but that's just disgusting. You look like you got yourself together to come to this show and you still stink. Yeah, that's crazy work. Okay.
So first I'm gonna say, first she should trend and wash her ass and take a spiritual bath and wash all that hell off of her.
Ooh.
And then try it all over again. But yes, some women are becoming too much on the internet because it's more of attention seeking. They want to be seen, they want to be known, and they're going to extra levels just to get there, but not knowing that with them doing that, you're putting a bad look on yourself. And you disrespecting yourself. But see, then those kind of women, they disrespect themselves, and then they get mad when others start saying things about them. But you put that out there. You did that. You the one started it. You set yourself up for it. And that's the consequences. So yes, some women are doing crazy things just to be noticed, just to be seen, just to be, I want to be on top. I want to be the it girl and looking like the shit girl. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay. So I have a little bit of pushback. So what would you guys say to when women say, well, it's just content? I'm just creating content for my channel, for my page, and I'm just trying to be transparent. Should there be some type of guideline, some type of like boundary, like for us as women that we should put in place? Like some things are left, shouldn't be on the internet, and some things should. So what would you say to a woman when she says, well, I'm just creating content? It's really not, what I feel or what I do. Because, you do have a lot of women that's grifters, right? Mm-hmm. You do have a lot of women that they just follow whatever the trend is. That's what they will start doing because that's the trendy thing to do. So what would be your rebuttal to that? Let's start with Bella.
Okay. One thing I don't like is excuses. And people like to make excuses for whatever they do because they want it to be excused. Now, everybody up here makes content, right? Mm-hmm. All of us up here make content, but none of us are going to that extent for that content. So before you post a video, if you don't have common sense, then I'm just sorry about that part. But common sense would say, you know what? I shouldn't do this because if I do this, what are the consequences going to be? What am I sacrificing? What am am I sacrificing my self dignity? What am I sacrificing? Because you're going to sacrifice something. Because once you hit load, it's up there. No matter how quick you try to take it down, somebody saw it. Somebody done screenshot it. Somebody done screen record. Somebody saw it. So once you put that out there, you know what you're doing. As an adult, you know exactly what you set up for. So we all create content, but we all, I'm sure everybody up here got morals and values and know that I'm not going to make myself look like a fool because of something that's trendy. Be your own trend. Set your own trend. Be your own trend setter.
Slim? You on mute. Unmute this. There you go.
Ooh.
You good. Go ahead. No, you just muted yourself again. Go. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry.
That's okay.
There we go.
Do it.
You good?
Okay. Sorry about that. Her.
You muted yourself again.
You're on mute.
Hit the unmute button. You muted yourself again. There you go.
Yeah, this machine has its own mind right now. Okay. I agree with Bella. I agree with Bella because a lot of females that's out there that's trying to, be seen. They want to be seen. They want your attention, and they want all this in the wrong direction. If it's something you want to do, get yourself out there with knowledge, education, and just be a young lady. You don't have to advertise everything or get attention in different ways that they be going about. It's kind of like beneath yourself. You know what I'm saying? Have some respect for yourself and what you do, because as Bella said, once you put the upload, it's over. That's for life. And a lot of people they live for that kind of stuff. So you don't want to do that and then have the consequences behind it. Not later on. That's not a good look for you.
Rosie?
You want to go first, sis?
I listen, don't put it up there. Just don't. Because they're going to put the jacket on all of us. They're going to say we're all walking around here with stinking cooches. And just as a lady, there's just things you just don't talk about. Like you don't talk about money. There's just a standard protocol. There's etiquette. That's why etiquette exists. Like a lady is supposed to always, present cleanly and cleanliness and properness. And when you put your legs up in the air, and first of all, you just put your legs up in the air and then you caught a bad whiff of yourself, how embarrassing is that? Once you notice that as a lady, I just want to let you ladies know, if you can smell yourself, other people can smell you. So as soon as you smell yourself, that's where you take your butt wherever you need to go and wash your behind. Are you kidding me? First of all, you should be getting ahead of smelling badly. But if you, for whatever reason, have been out, maybe you're a soldier in the desert all day. I understand. You just you can't take a bath every 24 hours. I get it. But if you smell it, we can smell it. And it's not something that needs to be discussed. It needs to be addressed. So that's my 2 cents on it.
So my issue with it overall is the fact that as women, you all were saying, they're going to go ahead and put that jacket on all of us, right? And that's already problematic because it is really hard to be a woman in this generation and trying to seem like you're defending all women. And it is really hard because it shouldn't be in a place where you feel like you have to separate yourself from your own being, right? But it gets really ridiculous because now, like you all were saying, attention is a hell of a drug. We know this. Clout, all that. the just for the namesake, just to be that girl. That's why I think it was you, Cammie, who brought up, we have Zeus Network, Bad Girls Club, all that. And it's entertaining until it's not. The Maury Povich shows, all the Jerry Springer antics, what you see on like these court shows, it is a bad look, and it makes me really wonder, who is your mother? Who is your grandmother? You didn't have any aunties? Because I see too many, I used to work for the school system, right? And I see too many young girls who are now idolizing this behavior, who are thinking that this is the behavior that's going to get them everything they want, because who is teaching you that this really isn't it? Who is teaching you that, no, sweetheart, you shouldn't? It reminds me of the Febreze commercials. You remember the little nose blind Febreze commercials, like where the people are just sitting in junky rooms and stuff like that? Like, you can't think that this is really going to be my fame, my claim to fame, my moment, by saying that my coochie stinks. Because you talking about busting it open for your man, and now I have to look at who is your man where he thinks this is cool for you to be doing all this, and then who is your man where he actually is going to dip in and dabble in that. Because why is he also not telling you, no, baby, this ain't it. Girl, go get your butt in the shower. And again, I have to keep asking, who is this woman's mother, friends? Do you have anyone in your life that actually gives a dang about you? Because this is embarrassing beyond any other words that anyone I can see in this group can fathom. And then how the heck are we supposed to defend this? Like, Red, that's why I told you, you triggered me. I was ready for something like, yeah, I can defend this. Yeah, women empowerment. Heck no. Go take your little stinking butt. What was the girls from Sinners who was talking about, I just walked all day and I stank down there. And Preacher Boy was like, I'll still eat it. Why? Why? I'm done.
A little bit of season, I guess.
Don't do it, Cammie. Don't do it.
Athena musty, by the way. Musty. It was musty.
Yeah, she said musty. Yeah, she did. She did. Athena, what is your thoughts?
Well, I think it just shows that there's like a lack of accountability in society. So just saying, oh, well, I'm just doing it for content. Well, everything that you put out there is influencing the youth. And this is why I say content creators need to be careful, the message that they're putting out there. And us, even as if we're consuming content, we need to not give all of the attention to those types of people. I try not to comment too much under. I might comment something like meaningful, like an actual like argument or stance on something, but sometimes people will just for fun, and I get no, I do that too sometimes. Sometimes I'll troll, and I know that's probably really not good, and it's adding like fuel to the flame, but I really should not, and no one should. We shouldn't be giving these people the attention that they want by reposting their stuff, all of that. And I get discussions like this because there's like a clear, like what's wrong and right. But I think that both consumers and creators need to take some level of accountability of what it is that they're glorifying and what they're consuming, because their algorithm is going up. There was that saying, sex sells, right? So sex, it gets more ratings. We have to also be cognizant of what we're consuming and who we're putting up on a pedestal, because what was that girl? Oh, shoot. She was terrible at rapping. Absolutely horrible, but people liked her stuff until she got really big. Oh God, I wish I remember what it was. Anyways, the point is,
Sexy Red.
Period. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know that. Oh
yeah. How did that become so big? I don't get it.
Like Vicky and all of them. And you Catch Me Outside girl. No.
Yes. Oh my God. And now they're like really wealthy because people were laughing at it. I'm like, I don't think those people are responsible enough for that type of platform. So I think we need to be very cognizant of what it is that we're putting out there and what we're consuming.
And it's interesting that you when you brought up that point, because I was going to ask you ladies that, because it's the women that's supporting this type of content. It's not the men. It's women that's in the comments. Yeah, girl, go girl, ooh girl, I see you, girl, ooh. So what's the problem here? It's us. It's and you know even and let's go a little bit deeper. You know when we talk about the little issues with the alphabet community, but it's us women that support the alphabet community more than any other demographic. So what, child?
So the issue
How
with
how can we rein it in if or make corrections or get have them to have some type of accountability and change their ways if we are the biggest consumers, we're the most ones that's commenting, we're the ones that's pushing it, we're reposting it, redirecting it. How can what so are we the consumers or the watchers or the ones that's hitting the like button or comment? Are we the problem? Because we are the ones that's giving them the attention that they're seeking.
it's a specific group, and that's why I was saying it's hard to defend it. That's why I'm even like, we have to find a way to. I hate to have to regurgitate certain talking points, but there has to be a way for us to separate ourselves because we are standing too close. And I hate the fact that that is something that we as women actually have to narrow down, because certain times we can say it's an exaggeration. These are just talking points. But it is getting ridiculous to this point where, like I said, I can't even defend that behavior for a woman. And I can talk about how toxic I am all day, every day. Baby girl is not that toxic. You are not going to come around smelling me and be like, ooh, rogue. You're not going to come around seeing rogue seed spread wide eagle, like wide eagle for anyone besides my gynecologist and my man. Like that is no one else's business. And I don't see how we can actually keep applauding this. Hercules, you go, girl. And then still look at it. Well, I'm different. Can't you tell I'm different? How can they tell? So how do we actually, and I hate to answer your question with a question, Red, but how can we kind of just divide ourselves and be like, nah, I'm not that one. No, that's not me. Do we have to start wearing scarlet letters again? What can we do?
I'm gonna let sis. You want to chime in? You want to answer a question and give your opinion?
I have no one specific answer for that as a whole. Again, a lot of the training comes from home, your environment. So if you have no class, no decorum, no self-control, no self-awareness, I mean, this is what you do to get viral. Like it's what's happening now. This is the way of the world. You do one little thing and it can get you to some fame. But idiots are allowed to go forward for a reason. We have more idiots and people who lack comprehension in this nation than we do the intelligent. It's only the 5%. And if you're not a part of that group, then I feel sorry for you. Like the women are bringing an extreme amount of shame to our society, and our society will not thrive any higher than the morality of our women. So it's on us. You check you check the chicks around you. You check your mama if need be, your daughters, the little girls around you. You mentor, you get out there. Like, and that's the only way you do it in real life. All this talk is, really limited on progress.
Can I ask?
I got 3 daughters, and some shit we just not allowing. I'll snatch you by your neck. So, like I said, the first time I walked into this space, we're a lot of suckers, because I'll say PUSSYs walking around. Nobody's really that tough, in my opinion, because we wouldn't have our society of young people running around the way they are right now. It's our fault, ladies. We need to sit in that shit. If we are 70% of the population raising these people, look at what we got. I'm almost 50 years old. Like, and grown seniors are out here acting a fool. So it's generations. We're talking at least 3, almost 4 generations of this chaos and dysfunction, and we made it normal. It's going to be kind of hard to switch that around without rebuilding the village, and it's going to take a lot of sacrifice. And that means a lot of stop this, stop that, don't do this, don't do that, and stand on it. Stay away from that.
Something that makes me ask a question, Miss. She said, do you think women understand that we actually do have a responsibility? Because the more and more I'm starting to see it, I don't think women actually realize that there is a responsibility with womanhood.
No, they scream equality, but lack accountability and responsibility. So they absolutely don't. And whose fault is that? The women who taught them. Like a few of the ladies said on this panel. It's taught. And if you're being raised by the television, by couch potato parents, you're being raised by the internet, this is what's going to happen. You'll be a whore online, get fame and success and call it okay. And think it's okay. Our little girls are screaming hoardism, being a scammer, and thinking it's okay for chaos and dysfunction. That's our fault. That's our fault. That's not men's fault. That's our fault. And that's something that we need to sit in. And the only way to change it is change it in your circle, in your village, in your community, in your schools. It has to be local. We can't do it on a grand scale because we're all not on the same page.
So what is a woman's responsibility? Because I think if we actually could, almost like a Bill of Rights, right? Or a Constitution of womanhood. If we could really just sit down and write this all out, what is a woman's responsibility? It's funny because when I think of things in metaphors or similes, but I'm being serious. Like if we were like the panel of women that we have today, if we were the founding mothers of the Constitution for womanhood, what would you put on that Bill of Rights? Or what would you put on that Constitution?
At the top of the list, respect for all, decency, humility, grace, kindness to others, because that's when true character shines through. And we don't move in that. Women lack nurture completely. Femininity is out the window, and they scream that they have it, and they're lying. You can say all these things, but your behavior is going to show. And when I see it, I'm going to call it like it is. You're not going to tell me you're a freaking apple and I see you're an orange. And I think that's what's missing. My perspective. I have the right to absolutely judge you, critique you. I don't have the right to condemn you or shame you, but I absolutely have the right to bring it to your freaking attention, whether you like it or not. And hopefully there's some changed behavior behind it. But the respect is lacking. We don't respect our elders. Most people don't respect their parents. They show no grace to the sacrifice that they made to get them to where they are. So it's a lot. And it's going to take a lot of sacrifice to get back to where we were. And it might come to some blows. Some of y'all need your ass whooped.
I was going to say, because you were saying that I think there does have to be some form of punishment. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but when you are going against the Constitution,
why would it be ridiculous? Why would it be ridiculous?
No,
because I know at home.
I know you say you didn't want to come off, shit, like coming off in a kind of way that is super judgmental or shaming. But I think that is the issue that we have nowadays, because my parents would shame me in a heartbeat. My parents would take a belt.
Instead of your parents being proactive and correcting you when need be the right way, you felt that shame. And you're one of them people who don't like it, and you feel it off top when somebody tells you the truth or something may not mesh with what your way of thinking is, and you consider it to be shame. Shame is on you.
I don't think shame is a bad thing, though. I think shame is.
I don't look at it as a bad thing either. It keeps me in check.
Exactly.
It stops me from doing a lot of things that I know is going to show some disgrace to my people out in the street, my husband, my children, my mom, my God. So I'm in check because of the shame that I'm aware of. This is why I say shame is a painful feeling of humiliation and distress. And that shit is caused by your consciousness of wrong and foolish behavior. So people can sit up here and talk a good game, but if you know you ain't doing the things you should do, think about it. What is a man trying to tell you? Sometimes flowers mean maybe we should just be friends. Do you get my drift? Hang if you can hang, no pain, no gain. Like a lot of these songs had a lot of message to it, and we weren't listening. And if I look at the elders before us, they wasn't taking those music, a lot of these things, and creating lessons to show young women that you got to go out into the world a certain kind of way. Quick story, last night we went out and I hear the women, scream all this narrative. We're not safe in this world. You're so unprotected. Yeah, you're a lie. You're a damn lie because y'all outside naked. So where you not safe? Y'all naked. I'm talking from 60 something years old all the way down to 18. Y'all naked outside. So you're lying. Again, it takes self-correction, self-awareness, for this to go right. And if our ladies are out here irrational and out of control, this is what it's going to be. A lot of them getting clank, clank. Your ass is getting locked up. Your kids is getting taken away. You're being forced to pay child support. Things are changing slowly, but they are. You know, and it takes us ladies to correct each other. And if we don't, we're failing. We can either build up a society or we can destroy it. And right now we're destroying the shit. That's why my platform has not blown up, because it's all about shame. And people don't want to see the shit that they do. They want to point out what everybody else does, but you don't want to sit in the shit that you did.
Have you put that as your tagline? That might help.
It's my
That might
shit.
help
I
you.
am the shame lady.
There we go.
Shame Sunday. Every Sunday, 3-4 years. I put up enough content that I don't even want to put up no more, because I done said it all. I done been here. I done did that. And I'm raising 3 daughters, and I wish they would. And that's where we need to be with our kids. We pacify, we coddle, we pander, we do too much. Oh, you so beautiful, huh? Use a lie. You know she ain't. Stop lying. This is what we do all the time. And we're going to continue to do it because we don't want to hurt people's. And that's where it's at. We don't want to hurt each other's feelings. Fuck your feelings. The truth is the truth. Sorry, sis. I'll send you a couple of cash apps for my potty mouth.
Go ahead, Bella.
Yes, love. You know, one thing, and this is my opinion. One thing we can't do, we can't make nobody change. We can't tell no grown ass person what to do. We can give advice. We can make suggestions, but are they gonna listen? No. They still gonna do what they want to do. They still gonna sit and want to be looking like a fool. They still gonna make themselves look how they want to look. They're still gonna dress how they want to dress. They're still gonna carry themselves the way that they want to carry themselves. So realistically, how are we gonna now? I do speak to women. I do have a panel where I do speak to women. I have my women's hour every Tuesday. And the women that want to listen sits there and they listen. And we all talk and we all, come to an agreement. They all learn some things about themselves. But it's that group of women. So when you have women that say to themselves, you know what, I want to be better. I want to do better. That's the women I'm going for. But see, I have to ask God and tell God to give me the discernment of the spirit. I don't mean to change it like that, but you have to have the discernment and the spiritual insight to know when you're among somebody that wants to see you do better. So we could sit here, we could talk, and we could say everything, but who's really listening? Who's really taking heed to what's being said? And it be the ones that come back and say, I appreciate you and I'm glad that you let me see myself for who I am. And I want to be a better person. I want to do better. And it's sad that some women are in that state of mind because they didn't have somebody to talk to them, to show them the right way. But when you get older, sweetheart, it's on you. It ain't on mama. It ain't on daddy. It ain't on the people around you. It's on you now. And you have to take accountability of what you are doing at your grown age. And that's my opinion.
Facts.
Anybody else on this clip?
I'll say something as far as your original question when you said about your pushback. So when you had said about that you think that it was a lot of women who were supporting it, the thing that came to my mind too is a lot of times you have a lot of women out here who's frenemies. And it might look like one thing, but that ain't what it really is. Sometimes women actually want you to look crazy.
Right. Yeah.
They actually want you to look stupid. And you think it's support. But you have I remember this one time. It was these two other friends of mine. And she had to learn the hard way that the girl was a real frenemy to her. So basically, the party that they were going to, people were going to be dressed like more conservative. She hyped her up to look a certain way. Told her they was going to be matching. Got there and looked real stupid. And then the girl was like, "Oh, I forgot to tell you the dress code switch."
Wow.
So
it's all out of jealousy.
That just goes to show you that sometimes it look like a lot of women be hyping stuff up, and it's not really about support. You got to really know the type of people that you got around you.
Is that the problem with the sisterhood? Because
I think
with the we're supposed to be checking for each other, holding each other. Because when I talk to the sisterhood ladies, they were like, "No, we hold each other accountable." Like, child, holding each other accountable and all this, but you can see them clearly lying to each other.
It's jealousy. It's misery loves company. It's the women don't know how to do competition well. That is the one thing that I even talked to, my man about was men actually know sportsmanship. Yeah, men can play dirty, but in the most case scenario, because of how they were raised as boys playing games and stuff like that, they kind of know how to still go around, even if they have to take an L, they'll still dap each other up. Good game, good game. Women don't know how to do that. We don't have enough of in our girlhood to know, okay, if you have an L, you just got to take it, shake it off, and be better on the next go round. What we want to do is self-sabotage and sabotage other women. We want to be a misery loves company. We want a trauma bond. We don't know how to overcome things in the way that we should collectively, where we can just be like, okay, I'm a good sport about that. And that is where I see a lot of issues with the sisterhood in that capacity.
And you're right. It's more jealousy and envious, and that's the sad part too, because we're women. We're all women. We were born that way. Even if you go to the doctor to change it, your ass still can't change it. But we're all women, and it's sad that it's less uplifting and more downing. It's more, I don't want to see you shine because I want to shine. I don't want to see you succeed because I want to succeed. I don't want to see you look like somebody because I don't look like somebody. And you have a lot of that going on. And when we all should really just be together and just nurture and just love on one another. And that is not enough of what's going on. So, some people just gonna be hard-headed, be stubborn, and they're gonna do what they want to do. As I got older and I learned through life that you can't tell nobody what to do. You can't make nobody do what you want them to do. You can't change nobody. It's a self. It's self-aware. And a lot of people say self-aware and they don't really know what self-aware means. They just like to say it because it sounds good. But self-aware means to reflect on yourself and to acknowledge who you are, the better person that you want to become. Change the ways that you see that are not suitable, not just for nobody else, but for you. So it starts here. It's a deeper thing. And a lot of women, no, I don't want to say a lot. Some women have an insecurity that when they try to say, you know what, I want to do this more because I'm insecure. So if I do this more, I'll feel better. But then at the end of the day, they still don't feel better and they still staying insecure. They're still
you
being
also know what
insecure.
else it is? A lot of women are stuck in a survival mode, and it's damned if I do, damned if I don't. I'm not going to let someone else get it before I can get it.
Right.
So that's where the competition in a negative way comes from, because I'm going to push you down so I can build myself back up.
Right.
I'm not going to try to straighten your crown, because then if I bend over to straighten your crown, I feel like you're going to take mine.
Right. You're going to knock mine off.
Or like each other.
Right. And it is sad, y'all. It's really sad.
Somebody put a question in the chat. What is the survival mode? I've been trying to figure that out, because I've been getting survival mode here, survival mode there, survival. I need to know in this scenario, what is the survival mode?
It's the scratching and surviving. It's the not knowing what you're going to eat, not knowing where you're going to sleep, not knowing, anything. It's poverty. It's driven from poverty. And if you grew up in that, it's
as
the
a friend. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
got a delay or something, guys. Y'all bear
Go ahead,
with me.
sis.
In this instance, about the friend and holding each other accountable in sisterhood. And Roxy, you said because some of us is in survival mode. What does the survival mode is that it? Because sis was saying I need to find food, clothing, shelter. That's survival mode. But in this instance, what is that survival mode that these ladies are in that they need to backstab, be jealous, be envious, talk about, and all the other foolishness that they do? What is that survival mode?
So when it comes down to like the survival mode of friendships, a lot of women, and I've been guilty of this, especially when I was younger and I had no real awareness of this. A lot of women are only friends because we're trauma bonding. So when you are constantly in a traumatic state and now you're finding a bunch of women that you are going to connect and bond with in that traumatic or that trauma with, you guys aren't on a healing journey. You guys aren't trying to be better women. You guys are just pretty much licking your wounds while still digging into that same wound. You're licking that wound and then throwing dirt into it. So nothing can get clean. Because the moment one woman actually starts saying, oh, I want to heal and I want to be better. No, girl, you remember when Devontae cheated on you? And you remember when, Eric took your car and he crashed? Those are the kind of friendships that these women are staying in. So when I'm saying survival mode in that aspect, it's a matter of I'm going to stay in my sickness and say I'm trying to heal in it because I don't want to get left out. That whole FOMO thing, fear of missing out. Because a lot of women are afraid once they elevate and they leave what they were comfortable in, that they're going to miss out on something or it's not going to be as comfortable anymore. We're afraid of not being comfortable. And that is still a survival mode mindset because you will rather stay trapped than actually see what's on the other side of things.
Candy?
I would say what the girl did inside the video could be survival, because her fear of not being trending, not being relevant, doing whatever I need to do so that I can still get the attention that I crave, so I don't feel like nobody.
That's true.
Okay. I saw something, y'all.
Let me add to that, sis. I think now today.
I think Bella wants to say something too. Go ahead. Y'all.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's an excuse. I think we make any excuse to coddle our actions because I don't think we really focus on the cause and effect. If I do this, this is going to happen. We don't play it out. So again, it's the lack of being proactive with your life. That's something I stress to my daughters. You're getting a view of the world and all these different women from the time you were born and came out of me, from school, from any woman you have come across. You're picking inferences from them. You should get the most from me, but you're going to choose the type of woman that you're going to be. So I think these people are choosing who they are. I mean, like Bella said, I'm not trying to change you, chick. You got to want to change to come on over here because you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it and you're going to want to because this is what's going to make you better. If you keep doing this, you're going to keep getting the same results. Are they making you better? Are your circumstances getting better? How do you feel less stress and less this and less trauma? And how long we living in our trauma? Like that shit, it irritates me because guess what? We all been through. When you say women and girls, yeah, boys been through trauma too. How about that? I have to go there because it's always girls, trauma, boys. Men were boys before they were men. And it's scary when we have women who have sons and they don't even consider crazy work where we at today. So that's just my opinion. Like we make excuses for anything for women, but for men, they don't get that. They don't get that grace. Sorry.
And I agree with you on that too, because what I was going to say was, if your ass still living in survival mode, you haven't grown up.
Right.
Because by now you should be out of survival mode and into your adulthood. That's all I wanted to say.
Auntie has a very good question. No, that's my auntie. I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. Player one. I'm sorry, player. I'm sorry. I saw the official and I just thought it was auntie. Okay, I'm sorry, player. Forgive me. How do women separate themselves from the degenerate women when in 2026 society can't even agree on what a woman is? How do we separate ourselves, guys? That is a very good question.
I don't think it's on us. It's on them. They are the men are the ones who have to decide and choose. So that's kind of on you. I don't hang out with them. Got a husband and my family. These are the chicks I hang out with. I'm very selective about the company I keep from when I was a young girl. So it didn't change as a grown woman. So I'll meet many. But once you show me who you are, if we don't mesh, if we're not on the same page, if you're not about bettering yourself and your environment and whatever the case may be, then I'm not gonna fuck with you. And no shade, no hate towards you, none of that. I want the best for you, but you don't need to be around me.
So are you saying it's the men that are choosing to push the ratchetness? Because they're the ones. Because
you said how to separate, right?
Yeah, how do women separate? How do women supposed to separate themselves? And are you saying that we choose who we choose to be around?
We are choosing who we are. So I mean, I'm going to separate myself from the women that don't favor my purpose. You understand? But I'm talking about the men. The men are going to they have the harder job of separating because womanhood is a costume,
right?
Like you don't know, you can't tell. Like they say, a girl can be half naked, but you don't need to be considering her a whore. But I'm just saying. And just because you got on a turtleneck don't mean you're not a whore. So now we really can't do it by judge you by, what you're wearing. And this is how the ladies want to assume it. But when I was growing up, if you walk like a duck, you talk like a duck, you got feathers, you a duck.
Right. Yeah.
And that's simple. And it was harsh when we was growing up. Red nail polish wasn't allowed. My grannies wasn't trying to hear that. Red lipstick, not allowed. Makeup, hell no. A wig? Yeah. Only the old people wore wigs. Yeah. So, we're in a different time right now. Mm-hmm. And the men are really going to have the struggle because we choose who we want to be around. And if you're hanging around a whole bunch of whores, you're hanging around a whole bunch of scammers, that's on you.
Is that where the saying would say the good women are standing too close to the bad women?
If you're a good woman, you're not standing close to the bitches.
Yeah, they tend to. And that's where when I hear that saying, I kind of disagree with it because most time if you are a real good woman and you actually live in that life as separate from what they are, together. They don't tend to be around you. Like them hoes don't like to be around me. I'm sorry. They will like, hey,
listen.
They will stop being friends with me quick. They be like, look, my spirit will activate their demons quick.
Yes, they don't like to be around you because you bring accountability.
We standing too close to me because they don't like to be close to me. So what is it about you that they like to stand close to?
Right.
Question. What y'all think?
Right. My spirit don't align with your spirit. So
that's because your spirit brings accountability into the room. And when they start doing that whole shit, they can't do it comfortably because you're like, what is going on here? Why are we doing this again? But I think, to what Mrs. She said, I agree with what she said. I think that it's on the men, but I think the women have to set better standards at home for their children because what Mrs. She said keeps going back to is how she sets a standard of life and living in her home. So she has 3 daughters that would never, ever get online and think that they could be lifting their legs up in the air, doing that whole bit that one lady was just doing on that podcast, because they understand that there is a certain expectation and level of which they would never demean or, go below, and I think that women today, because when Sexy Red put out those lip glosses that were You know, women were eating that stuff up. And to me, I would
they got
never
'em.
be caught
They
dead.
got the STDs.
Exactly.
Right?
And when
Proud.
you said that your grandmothers and back in the day the color red was frowned upon, that's what I thought about. Those lip glosses. Like I would never be caught dead or want my mom to pick up my purse and go through my purse and see that my lip gloss is called gonorrhea. Like what? Like is that appropriate? Like nothing. You should never have any, you should never willingly go and pay for something called gonorrhea. Like what are we doing here? But that starts at home. Like it's because my mother, my grandma instilled a certain level of this is what a lady is supposed to be. I think that women have gotten away from setting those standards for their daughters.
I do have a little pushback though. That's why I was saying about the whole womanhood constitution, because my pushback is I do hear a lot of women saying that, oh, it's because of the wigs, the weave, the makeup. I came from the true, I'm from Louisiana, whole like pageantry, Southern Belle type of stuff. You were supposed to doll yourself up. Being a woman was the fun thing of, being a girl and having the little fake bandy set, having the little Barbie doll head that you could kind of smack around when she was moving too much. Cause girl, you know I'm trying to get them edges right. Why you moving? I'm trying to braid you up.
That came along with you. That came along with you. That is not just what your personality is based off.
Right.
Like that
just don't think it's fair to
pageantry. There's a place for pageantry, but a lady is always a lady is whether you're in a pageant or not. Like it's not performative. It's what you are. And then you add on the dresses and the crowns and all of that. But underneath all of that, there's a lady. Like that.
No, and I agree with that. Because like you said earlier, that was part of the pageantry, right? The etiquette classes. You learning how to set the table. You learning how to sit with your legs crossed. I remember sitting down and they would always get mad at us when we would try to cross our legs on top of each other. And I had to learn, no, you cross your legs at your ankle. So there are certain things that, came with girlhood. I just think when we start saying the wigs or the makeup as a cosmetologist, I don't think that's fair. Because I know a lot of women who don't even know how to do makeup right because they're learning makeup, for lack of a better term, from drag queens. And they look like the drag queens that they're imitating because for some reason, like you all were saying, that is now what womanhood looks like. As a lady, you were supposed to wear rouge. You were supposed to go ahead and have your nails manicured. Even if you didn't like the certain shape and design, there were things about being a girl that was fun. When you got to be 16 and your mom let you go ahead and, go get your first real foundation, or when you were 16 and your mom let you dye your hair, stuff like that. So I do think that we have to stop blaming that kind of stuff.
That's not a every girl's situation. You're kind of projecting your personal stuff, seems like to me. So with that baby doll, you were to learn to manage and maintain your own hair because your own hair does have the ability to do that, to do all of those things. We just don't have the patience. We don't have the time. You know what I mean? And that's the real part of it. It has nothing to do with shaming somebody because they choose to wear a wig or wear makeup. Being in pageants, I did none of that shit. I was actually a tomboy till I was 40. Because I grew up with nothing but boys. But I did paint nails. I did do hair. You know what I mean? And that was always my hustle. Doing hair, natural hair. Braiding, had a lot of men clients, kids who scream and holler. They didn't do it in my chair. You know what I mean? So I absolutely understand it. Again, we're not teaching and training these things to empower our young girls to do it themselves. It's one thing I told my husband, you will never have to spend money on a salon. You will never have to spend money on no nail salon because guess what? We're going to have beauty day here. We're going to do our nails. We're going to do our toes. And those are the things that me and my friends did. When we spent the night at each other's house, we got our hair done. We did hair on Friday. Somebody was getting their hair braided to somebody else. Like that's what we was doing. But now you're spending $200 to go do it. And you can't even manage your money. So it's a lot of things that we are running around doing, trying to make it womanhood, and it's not. Because I'm still a woman and I don't do any of those things. And when young girls are growing up thinking that this is what it takes, I'm in Baltimore. We got middle schoolers dressing up like this. It's not okay. And the parents are okay with it, obviously, because they're getting nails, they're getting these braids that's going down to their butt. Like they're walking around like little miniature whores. And I say it all the time. Y'all don't like it. But this is what we're creating. And we have to stop it. And it's so bad that these companies are putting out these clothes that we think is okay. Everything is poo-poo shorts. All our little girls have no, this is why I geared towards boy stuff. Sent our kids, you shorts, you're going to have on leggings with whatever little skirt thing, because they all short. So it's pretty much a shirt. And our kids they tall. So all legs, and they play rough. We in the park. So, all that girly, everybody didn't live that.
No, and I wasn't saying that. I was
everybody.
saying,
So we can't make that a part of going from girl to womanhood. Dress up.
No, and I wasn't saying that. I'm saying for the ones that do want to do that.
Lessons to learn that's going to take you into womanhood, and maintaining your own stuff is of most importance. Not passing it off to somebody else. So you can, you know what I mean? And it's not to shame you. It's just a fact. And sometimes that truth hurts. It may sound like beating down on you, but it was nothing to you directly. This is the majority.
No, I didn't take it directly. I was just saying, because I do believe, like you were saying,
wanted to push back that specifically, so it projected. We're just gonna. That's what I'm getting from it. That you pinpointed that one thing because that's what you do. You wear the wig.
I was talking in the argument style.
Don't feel bad about it. You look beautiful.
I don't. Thank you.
But it's some chicks that look crazy, and they are walking around looking like transvestites, and they look horrible. Like you don't need a spider on your damn eyelashes. When I pull up to the car, and you turn around and look at me, and your shit is like, and mad at me because I don't have it. Because I feel it. Like you said, some things is just innate. I feel it. You mad because I don't have to have it, and you got to be like this, clank, clank, clank. It is what it is, man. This is what we see. So when I'm out in the world, I have a perception, I have a perspective, I see it, and I gotta spit it out there, because only the elders did a lot of those things, because they did have hair problems. And when you do go through perimenopause and menopause, people do start losing hair, and a lot of these things. And people had chemical relaxers that messed them up as little girls. Like, I absolutely understand that. Whose fault is it? Mama. Still goes back home. Starts there. It's affirming your girlhood, affirming your hair, affirming your breast being one too big, too small, the stretch marks, and you ain't even have no kids. All these things come from home. And if we're not affirming them, then they're confused as hell. They even want to be boys. And that's a shame. It's our fault.
Right.
We have a lot to do with that. And if it's because of media, again, sits in our plate still.
But it is also, we do have
house.
to actually acknowledge certain things are just fun. The fact that being a girl can just be fun. Whether you are a tomboy, whether you were a girly girl, you could just have fun being a girl. And that is where I have an issue, because we do not sit here and put enough pride in that. If young girls are wanting to experiment with makeup, teach them how to do it properly. The big deal for me when I was first learning to do makeup, and then when I actually learned how to do it,
mess up their skin. They shouldn't. We shouldn't.
Hold on, I got you.
They doing
I got you.
They doing this makeup.
The whole thing is,
they have no idea of
stuff like
the pharmaceutical things that's in these products that's messing up your hormone fluctuation.
Hold on. Let's do it one at a time, because everybody's kind of overlapping. So, Rosie, finish your point, then Sis, you can come in. Go ahead, Rosie.
No, I just want to make sure, because it was borging a little bit when Mrs. She said was speaking. Am I borging or?
Okay, go ahead, sis.
Okay. Am I borging?
No, you good.
Okay. So what I was just saying real quick was, because of the fact that we do know that not every girl is a monolith, there should be pride in just being a girl. So whatever you like, whether you are the girly girl, whether you like the wigs, the weave, the makeup, it's okay. I'm not going to have a 3-year-old with a full lace frontal bust down. That's ridiculous. But if she does want the little braids and she does want a little extension, I don't have any issue with that. Once she gets of age, certain things kind of come with getting older, because it's just fun. Certain things you can't do when you are a girl and you're swimming all the time, you're active all the time. Braids are cool. Braids are fun. Doing things to show how black hair, especially, it's just fun. It's just how we can go ahead and express ourselves. But there is age appropriate ways of doing it, is all I'm saying. Because beauty regimens, that is part of girlhood. Taking care of yourself, pampering yourself, because your makeup should not be the thing that makes you feel your most confident. Makeup is to enhance the things that you want it to enhance. Like Mrs. G said, taking care of your hair under the wig is the most important thing. And I preach that as somebody who is in the industry. It's $1 trillion industry for a reason, though. And to deny that fact and to deny the fact that women and girls actually like it is not cool. Show them how to do it properly, where you don't look like a clown, is all I'm saying.
Go ahead, sis.
But have you seen
No, I
these
wasn't
young
saying they were
girls'
wrong for
clothes
liking
now?
it. So if that's what you
Have
took,
you really
that
paid
I was
attention to
saying
their
they were
clothes?
wrong. Sorry, go ahead, Slim.
No,
Go ahead, Slim.
I didn't take
Go
that.
ahead. Go ahead, Slim.
Can she hear us?
Slim, it's
No,
on you.
I said, have you actually seen these little kids' clothes now? The kids' clothes is crazy. The kids like they going to work for somebody on the corner. I mean, you can't much go buy a toddler something decent. And then as far as the makeup, they putting so much makeup on their face until it's sad. I mean, you actually look like a clown. You wearing these eyelashes that look like fans on your face. You know.
Long
Now, if you want to
nails.
make them look natural, that's fine. But again, it's like they're doing too much. You know, make things look natural. Now that's what people appreciate. Now that's your prerogative. If that's something you want to do, then do it. Rock it for you. Because I mean, I rather look at somebody that, you know, like, okay, you trying to look natural, you could just doing a little enhance on your face, the makeup or whatever, you know, and then some people live into this makeup world. I can't get up every day and put on makeup. I work outside. Okay.
Right.
So I'm not gonna put no eyelashes on and all that. I'm not gonna go get my nails done with a comb. And as far as the kids, it starts from home. I grew up with my great grandmother and my grandmother, great grandmother and great great grandmother. So them old ladies wasn't playing. They wasn't having no shorts, but no, over your knee. They wasn't having no shirt that fits so far up in your chest. You had to dress appropriate to them. And that was to make men decide is a guest thing. Okay. It wasn't all this, I'm advertising everything I got on my body. We had to dress appropriate. And that's where it started from. These women that want to be mothers is being friends instead of being a mother. That's what happened. And then instead of you babysitting your child or taking up time with your child and your young lady, your young man, you letting the internet raise your child while you out there doing something and tend to something that you don't need to be worried about right now. If it's your job, I understand. Okay, we all have things and responsibility that we need to take care of. But you need to take our time with your kids so your kids can see, hey, hanging out on that corner with them little fast tail girls, that's not what you need to do. Come in here, read your book. Let me show you how I was raised. Let me show you the old school way where you don't have to get on social media and try to get everything fast. You know, let's get some old school up in those kids' head so they'll understand what's going on. They don't understand nothing. They go straight to their phone. Oh, let me YouTube, let me Google, let me see. No, we didn't have that. We didn't have no YouTube, no Google. We even had no cell phones. Okay. So they don't have that knowledge. It's good, but then it's bad in a way. Because they getting too much exposure to what's going on out there in the world. It's okay to have it, but to get exposed to it too fast, it hurts them. Now, if we have someone, your parent, you know, say, look, this is what can go down in life. All right. But this is how you handle that situation. Okay. We don't have that structure with our kids no more. We give them an iPhone or stuff, all kinds of stuff. Go on by your business. Okay. Then when your child do something different or your child is dressing different, your child is sneaking out, they come dressed one way when they leave the house. But when they out there, they're a different dress. Come on, you know, it's a bunch of us women. We done did a bunch of stuff, you know, we know we shouldn't have done.
I've
but
done
then
it.
we knew what was going to happen after it went down.
So,
you
it
know,
was
that's
interesting that we segued into this, right? Because now my next clip that I was going to show y'all has something to do with it. So I might as well just show y'all what I saw. Lord have mercy. Here we go.
At this point, we all know this is a 13-year-old.
Oh, this clip.
That's a 13.
Just so y'all know. That is a 13-year-old girl.
I don't believe that. I think that's rage bait.
See,
no,
there are girls that are built.
She is 13. Yes.
Her face.
She took the pictures where her classmates were smaller built than her. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we know that. But I see some women, and I mean some women, reaching back to their goddamn childhood, echoing the sentiment that their parents didn't allow them to express themselves when it came to wearing nails and weave and tighter clothes like their peers. Let me tell you something. Good parents don't give a damn what a 13-year-old feels about expression if that expression isn't conducive to your goddamn growth. Weave don't make you. Tighter clothes don't make you. Nails don't shape you. And at 13, you don't pay for none of that shit. I just seen a teacher say they 7th grade little girls, black little girls, walking around with lace fronts, eyelashes, eyeliner, asking they 7th grade peers, do they have lace glue, but don't got no motherfucking pencil. Now, this is not a representation of all young black girls, but I think the percentage is too high. But you can tell the state of a nation by the state of their women. I'm gonna choose black every lifetime. I'm gonna choose a black woman every lifetime. But within these algorithms, we need to up the decorum of our women. It most definitely exists. It just don't get the representation that it needs because all the other bullshit. So when we do that, then the younger girls have something to look forward to and look up to that is a higher standard. Now this is what we call black on black love. I see now a lot of you women are pedophiles. The only type of people don't see nothing wrong with this 13-year-old girl dressed like this are goddamn pedophiles. Telling me you don't see nothing wrong with a minor having almost an inch on her nails, the lace front, which I call it the beat makeup, the full face of makeup, the lipstick, the posing, plus the attire. You telling me you see absolutely nothing wrong with this. It's because you are, in fact, a motherfucking pedophile. We don't talk about this enough. There's women trying to be all on these women empowerment shit, getting to the young women, pushing the whole culture on our children.
Because guess what? I'm somebody's children, and these are my children. So when you speak on them, you speak on me. And when you speak on fuck with her. I don't know why no bitch over 30 with braces and gap between every tooth looking like a piranha saying anything about my kids. Bitch, you said my kids was cussing up a storm, but she said one cuss word. And she said what she said. She said, you got that ugly ass Stuart little looking ass bitch with them big ass clothes on. My kids' clothes fit. You get what I'm saying? Ponytail's this fucking big, bitch. You worry about the wrong motherfucking thing, bitch. Go put some motherfucking castor oil on your baby. Her, bitch. Mad at your parents for not getting you proper mouth training when you was a teenager. Cause there's no way in hell a bitch 30 years old in a car with braces is speaking about my child. Girl, talking about she was cut.
And you're racist. Calling my mama black.
You can make. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Y'all so pretty. Who y'all mama? Walk. Attitude.
Shouts out to Skipper for this clip.
Ooh, walk out. Ooh, attitude.
I don't know this woman, so I'm going to speak on that. I know women are like her, and don't get it confused. They're not in my circle because I wouldn't allow their wretched asses to be. I say this all the time. There's a difference between black folks. These, I can't stand. Have a deep disdain for them. Wish I could sterilize them so they wouldn't procreate. Y'all got children out here, you need to be taking speech therapy. Cussing, fussing, and sticking up their middle finger. I feel sorry for educators that have to deal with these type of degenerates. Some of y'all on this internet, y'all real good with the detective work. Somebody tag her daddy.
If your man not giving you a chain like this, he don't love you. He don't love you.
And why is he recording this? Paris, I don't want to love me, but he didn't give me a chain like that.
He don't love you. He don't love you.
Paris.
He don't love you. He don't love you. He don't love you.
I said it before and I'll say it again. As a parent, I've definitely recognized you do not only have to protect your child from the kidnappers and child molesters and murderers, you have to protect them from other children too, because big whores raise little whores.
Are the big whores raising little whores? Are the big whores raising little whores?
Bella, you want to go first?
That's wild.
They get all the suppliers.
The apple don't fall too far
All
from
the
the
supplies
tree.
they need. Yes, they are. They
Right?
train.
The apple does not fall too far from the tree,
They
right?
are trained with the
So yeah, the big hoe is training the baby how to become a big hoe. This is I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna speak on me for a second. My daughter, my baby didn't want to start wearing makeup until she was 16 years old. She said, Mama, I want to go to Sephora. Can we go in Sephora and I can pick me up some makeup? I looked at my baby. I said, you sure can. And when we went in Sephora, she didn't even want to pick up nothing too much to where she looks like she's wearing too much makeup. She wanted it to be natural. She still want to be in her teenage years. And my daughter just turned 18 years old. Y'all, and y'all know what my baby said she wanted to go for her 18th birthday? She said, Mom, I want to go to Disney World and I want to go to the Princess and Tiana. And you better believe I took her right there.
Yeah.
So where it come from, right? It comes from who's raising them. And I get sick and tired of seeing stuff like that where it's us, this color. And like it's okay for them to be doing that, to be parading around like that. They are little girls. Let them be little girls. They already think that you're making them think they're grown. You're making them think they're adults. You're making them think that, oh, it's okay to cuss. My children look at me crazy. My children don't even want to cuss. So it comes from home. So then they get mad and then they be all up here. So I really can't stand the fact that everybody can make a damn account on social media. I know it's free will. I know it's a free thing for us to do. But I wish they had a damn button where you put and they say background check. If your ass don't have common sense or you don't know this or you gonna act like this, I wish it had a button like that on there. But unfortunately it doesn't. So it starts from home. And then they get mad when other people got something to say about how they're acting, how they're carrying on with themselves. But you let them do it and you put it there. That's why I tell my babies, and you're right, you have to keep your children away from other people's children. And it's sad because schools, they're supposed to be able to go to school. Man, back in the day, school used to be fun. We used to be ready to go to school because we wanted to see our classmates and have fun on the playground. It's not fun no more. And it's the parents' fault.
Mhm. Unfortunately, we have a lot of mothers who are trying to relive their good old days through their daughters. We have a lot of mothers who are trying to overcorrect because a lot of traumatizing things happen to them and they're trying to go ahead and push it forward because that's what the whole sexualization is when it comes down to women in general. Because usually when you do see a very overly sexual person and you are projecting it now on a more innocent being, it is because you're now trying to either act like you're going to go ahead and step ahead of the situation because yes, these children are most definitely baiting the PDF group at this point, and it's ridiculous because as a mother, your forefront and your actual position is to make sure that your children are safe by all means necessary. When you are now letting them be a lure to this type of predatory behavior, it is sick in the head. I'm not going to say that these mothers are the PDFs, but I do think they're not understanding that you're not protecting your children the way that you should. If you as a mother should have the instinct to jump in front of a moving car, if it means protecting your baby, you should not be dressing your baby like this. And they're living their little lifestyles. These are their little Barbie dolls. Like you were saying, they're friends with their kids. This is not motherhood. This is your homegirl at 6 years old. And that's ridiculous. It's not fair to her because now she doesn't even get a chance to be a child. She doesn't even get a chance to realize what it is to actually be a girl before going straight into womanhood. And it angers me.
Right. Yeah, the lady said it all, you know what I mean? I definitely think it's unfortunate and everything. You know what I mean? Like you said, as a mom, as a parent, it's your job to protect your children, try to preserve their innocence and everything. And then you see these clips of that little girl was twerking or something like that. Like I don't understand or comprehend it. You know what I mean? Like why that kind of, behavior is cool. You know what I mean? Like half dressed and stuff. And even like the mom cursing in the car, like using that foul language around, because children are sponges, they soak stuff up. So like when you're talking like that and acting like that, they can mimic that behavior. And you can't really blame the child, you know what I mean? Because they're kids. They're just doing what they see, they're at their atmosphere, their environment. The adults are doing it. So it's cool to them. You know what I mean? They don't know any better. So like I said, it's like, what are the parents doing? You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm part of Gen Z, but like, even like when I was younger, like kids, like two kids had barrettes and stuff like that. They had tutus, dresses, you know what I mean? They had like, kid related clothes. Like me, when I was a kid, I had kid related clothes. So like now you see like these young girls with weave, like sometimes when I go like past schools, I see kids like with weave and all these extensions and full face of makeup. It's like, what's going on here? It's like they're kids, you know what I mean? And so you're not keeping in mind that when you put all that weave and stuff in their hair, you can damage it because they're still developing. and putting all that makeup on their faces, you know, the acne and stuff like that. It's like let them enjoy their childhood, let them have fun being ugly, playing in the dirt and stuff like that. Because when they get older, they're gonna become, you know, aware with the hormones and stuff. They're gonna be aware and they want to start liking it someday. You know what I mean? Just let them enjoy it. You know, so I think that's very, very important. I just think adults this day and age are ratchet. It's like babies raising babies. They're adults, but they still have a childish mindset. And then when you have adults with childish mindsets raising kids, this is your outcome. They see them as little accessories, little, look at this, I think it's cute. And when you try to call it out, you're the problem and making you the bad guy. It's like I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? And these poor little kids, you know. And then they want to become adults, and then you want to have that same cycle over and over again. So I just think that it's just an unfortunate, you know, cycle, and you have to protect your kids from other kids. You know, my sister, she's 14, she's still innocent and stuff like that. And then when I go outside, see other kids cursing up a storm and stuff. It's like, geez, I want her to have fun and play, but you had those kids talking like that. I don't want them to, you know, try to, you know, put their behavior on her. So it's unfortunate you got to even think that kind of way, because you assume adults should know better and protect their kids. But that's my opinion.
I feel like that. I'm actually curious if y'all would think that this could also be like one of those when we was talking about survival behaviors, because I'm thinking about it like when I was a kid. I'm not gonna lie, I was one of those teenage girls who was, you know, I would say maybe around like 15. I was definitely one of those teenagers that would want to wear shorter outfits, this, that, and the third. So hindsight is everything. So as a parent, now I can be like, okay, now I know why mom was tripping. Now I understand why I, you know, wasn't supposed to dress this way, or the attention you attract. So unfortunately, you have other women who don't get the hindsight lesson. They'll sit there and then they'll sit there and be like, well, this is what I wanted to do when I was a kid, so I'm gonna let my kid do it. To be friends, because you transport yourself back into, well, when I was in high school or when I was in middle school, I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that. That might be true, like I said, in my case. But as the adult now, you're supposed to learn the lesson, not sit there and try to be on the, you know, the friend list and try to be buddies. So I think a lot of it comes to that. I think some of it is also trying to, like I said, with the survival mode, prove a point to their parents that they feel like, oh, you told me I couldn't do this, but look, I'm letting my daughter do it, and look how she turning out. Or, you know, just stuff that don't make sense.
Shouts out to Bella. Bella has to leave, so I want to give her a chance to give her final thoughts.
First, I want to say I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm glad to meet some of you new ladies. And I'm going to say this, you know, because I'm very spiritual. I'm very close with God. You know, that's my everything. And without him, you're not going to get where you need to be without having him as your guide. And a lot of people are lacking that. A lot of people are not having that, to have guidance to know exactly where they need to be in life. You know, we have to it's up to us on how we raise and bring up our children. And when they get older and when they become an adult, it's sad to say it, but it's on them. Then it's on them, because now they got to make that decision for themselves to say, you know what? I want to be a better person. I want to be a better me. And for those that are out there still trying to find who you are, take it to God, because that's the only way you're going to find who you are. Thank you, ladies. God bless y'all.
Bye, Bella. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure, Bella.
All right.
Ooh.
Did
Come
you
on,
want
Rose.
to ask?
What you got for us?
Go ahead, Rosie. I'm sorry. I keep muting myself. I'm sorry.
I would, you know, my mom, if she was listening to this, she would say that there is nothing fun or there's nothing fun about womanhood. And so I think that if you set the expectation to your daughters that life is all about being happy and fun, then that's where we start going into this direction, right? Like where the daughters are, 13 looking 25. I mean, that was when I saw that, I didn't even look at the comment section because I didn't even want to see the little girl get dragged for filth, because that's not protection. It's one thing to let your daughter dress like that, and then it's another thing to post it online. Like the bad behavior from the mothers are getting more and more and more egregious. That's why the daughters are getting more and more and more out of control. So again, it's like, being a woman comes with a lot of responsibilities. I was the young lady that was also like Cammie's mom. My dad set an expectation that skirts had to be a certain length. And, my mom was like, how you leave the house is how you come back to the house. So if your hair was pressed, it better be pressed when you come back. Like, don't be sweating your hair out or doing too much at the skating ring. Like you just like, there's no decorum. There's no shame anymore. Like it's sad. Like I fear for, like my son is 15. He's going to turn 16. It's like, where are all the good women going to be when it's his turn to pick one to marry? Like, what am I going to be dealing with? Who's going to be raising my grandchildren? That worries me. And like when you see behavior as a woman that's bad and you're around it, like I was just with family in Orlando last month, and while we were all, chilling around the pool, the songs come on the radio, and that scamming song came on, and the first thing one of my little nieces wanted to do was start belting the song out, like really loud, really proud. And, some of the other kids wanted to take their phones out and record. And I'm like, put that shit up. Sorry, Red, but don't record her singing that. And I had to tell her, don't sing that around me. If your mama lets you sing that song in the car with her, that's fine. But you don't sing that when auntie's babysitting you. You don't sing that song. We don't buy into, no, absolutely not. So even with our family members, and now this little girl doesn't want to be up under me. Her mama kind of giving me the side eye every time she around me, because I provide correction, because I'm not going to be around little kids acting inappropriate, because around me, I set a certain expectation. Like my mother set a certain expectation. I'm going to be sitting straight, legs crossed. I would never have my legs wide open on a podcast like that. You do that at the hospital when you need to. You know what I mean? Like time and place. So with this 13-year-old, too grown, too fast, inappropriate, and again, the mom is the one putting it out there. How did it get out there? If she's 13, she should have just been getting an Instagram account. Maybe she posted the picture. I don't know. But to me, it should have never been out there if she was going to dress like that. And I want to say one thing too, Red. When I was 26, I threw a Halloween party. And I invited my parents to come over to my house. It was like my first year married. And I dressed up as a geisha. Okay. My mom comes into the party and she's like, oh, we dressing like hoes now? For the entire party, I felt insecure about, even though I had them, I went to the MAC store, they did the makeup. You guys, I was mortified the entire time walking around that party. And even when my mom left, I wanted to just take off my costume, but I didn't, because I still had guests in their costume. But I was 26 years old and I felt mortified when she said that to me. And it instantly made sense. Like, oh, a geisha is, like, well, nah. Well, that's not what I'm trying to exude. So yeah. So now it's like, even picking out a costume can't be fun because what are you representing? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's, as a lady, you're always cautious of what you're representing and putting out there of yourself. So when they say that we're standing too close to the hoes, it's because we're not doing enough of letting them know this is hoish, this is wrong. I'm not going to be kicking it with you on this podcast anymore, with you lifting your legs talking about how bad your coochie smells. You would be fired.
Yeah, that is wild. That is wild. That's most definitely wild to do.
Athena. So this is kind of why I homeschooled my son for so long. And I recently put him in school. I had no other choice. I had multiple clients move away and then some other clients who lost their jobs. And so a lot of the new clients were like, no, I'm not okay with you bringing your son. And so I was like, well, I have to put him in school. I have literally no choice now. Mind you, this year he was supposed to start first grade. We're moving him up to second grade because he did first grade with me already. Mm-hmm. But my biggest fear is the exposure that he gets to other children because these parents are raising them differently. And even now he came home from school and he says, I'm not going to say her name, but I'm friends with this little girl, but she doesn't listen to the teacher. I told her she needs to listen to the teacher and she needs to respect her. And the teacher said, that's not my job, but she doesn't listen to the teacher, but she's really nice to me. So I sat down with him and I need to have a conversation with the teacher because I told my son, okay, you don't correct her, the teacher corrects her, but you don't associate with her. If she's not going to respect the teacher, you can't even associate with her. Under my house, my parents were the same way. So now I got to have a conversation with the teacher saying, no, you can tell him he can't correct her, but if he doesn't want to play with her, I don't want her as an influence. And I think that's where it needs to be very proactive and keeping those people away from your children. The bad apple will corrupt the rest. And I want to give a little bit of pushback on the whole lady thing. And this might just be semantics, right? But ladies were traditionally like the upper class, right? I'm a working blue collar woman. I consider myself a good woman. Salute. I consider myself a good woman. I don't consider myself a lady. I'm a little bit of a redneck. I've always been a tomboy. I'm rough around the edges. And like I can act like a lady when I need to in certain circumstances. But I think the character is what we need to focus on. Not the makeup, not the hair. People make fun of me all the time. Athena, you're ugly, you're this, you're that, you're fat. Okay, but what can you say about my character? What can you say about that? Am I perfect? No. Do I take accountability for my mistakes? Yeah. And I might even laugh at myself and be like, dang, I really made out of myself. But it really comes down to the character and protecting the children because there are people out there they don't have a foundation in Christ or in the scripture. And so they just do whatever they want. It's just preference at that point. They don't have direction. And you have to protect your children. Everyone's like, oh, let your kids go out and experience. You let your kids go out and experience when they're adults. You experience with your children and you guard them and you teach them while they're under your care. And I'll give an example. The Federal Reserve, when they're teaching people to spot a fake dollar bill, they do not show them fake ones. They show them the real one. So much so that when they see a fake one, they're like, that's not real. So that's what we need to be doing. We need to say, nope, this is the truth. You guard and protect the children, preserve their innocence, put them in the word. And then when they go out into the world outside of your covering, they will be able to recognize what is not of God and what is of God.
So I do have a little pushback, Athena, and also to Roses. Pushback one is the fact that when it comes down to
you're ready to fight both of them at the same time.
Listen, your girl, I'm a little bit of a rebel. That's why my name is Rogue, right? All right, she can pull my hair on this side, Athena can pull it on that side. We good. No, I'm playing. But
No,
I
I'll
do
wait my
agree
turn.
with you with the idea of saying to any type of children, right? Girlhood is not fun. Boyhood is not fun. You're a kid. I do believe that you are supposed to have fun in the specific steps of your progression of life. Not everything has to be doom and gloom. Not everything has to be prepare for war type of situation. You can do both. And that's what I was also going to say with Athena's point when it came down to, because I was brought up in the more of a ladylike, like I said, pre-debutante type of stuff, like all that kind of stuff, finishing school kind of stuff. But it was also a matter of you also have to look the look and have the character because people, you're always your own self-advertisement, right? People are going to see you before they hear you. People are going to experience you before they really experience you. So it is a matter of not saying anyone has to do anything that they don't want to do, but there is a reason why certain things are kind of put into your mind. My thing was whenever you're going out and about, look put together. Even if I don't do the full face of makeup, right? Even if I'm wearing my natural hair, I'm not going out with my bonnet on. Because then at that point, that person is going to go ahead and judge and say, her character might not be the best. But if you do see me looking my best, putting my best foot forward first, then yes, people are going to automatically, and I know that sounds shallow, it sounds vain. My grandfather was always a big person about how we presented ourselves because he had 4 daughters, right? So his biggest thing was make sure your weight is in check, make sure you are educated and you do have your degree, but make sure you always look good. Make sure you always look put together because not only does that help your confidence, no man can tear you down, no matter what. And the men that are coming towards you, the people that are coming towards you now have to elevate to your level. Because the moment you are here, you are no longer asking people to from here to go down with you, or you're supposed to go down to them. You're now requiring everyone to be up here or higher. So that's kind of just why I do push for the looks aspects, the aesthetics aspects of things, but I also do push for let life be fun. Life already sucks. No matter who you are, white, black, it doesn't matter. Life sucks for a lot of people. So have a little fun, but just make it appropriate. Have a little fun. No, I'm not going to be cussing a storm in front of my children or my kid, right? But I am going to let you be a boy. I am going to let you get dirty. I am going to let you have fun, and then I can just put you back in the bath.
Athena, and then Roses can respond to Rosie.
Yeah, so the only pushback I have with that, like I definitely want my son to have fun, but it's our job as parents to prepare our children for the world, and the world is cruel. And if you don't prepare them for the harshness of the world, you're doing a disservice to them. Because I've seen this so many times. Parents are like, okay, let them be kids, this and that. And then as soon as they're an adult, they're like, I don't know what I'm doing. They're lost. They can't, like when I went to college, my 3 female roommates didn't know how to do laundry. They didn't know how to set up a doctor's appointment. They didn't know how to do dishes. They didn't know how to clean properly. And I was like, my mom's Latina, right? So like we started doing our own laundry when we were 7 years old. I was like, these girls are 18 and they don't know how to do their laundry. Like my son, he goes out and does farm chores with me. He's there whenever I slaughter the animals. He literally will jump on the sheep and ride them and just like hold on for dear life. And it is funny. Yes. Yeah. And if he falls off, I'm like, shake it off. You're good. Like we have to make our children tougher because good times create bad times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create bad times. So we need to always have strength, and not just in men, right? Women can be strong and still feminine. So my dad, he's like half Athenian, half Spartan. And the Spartan side, they start training boys at 8 years old. You start training for war. And they're like the women, Spartan women, they're tough. They're tough as nails. You can be tough and still have like femininity. Life isn't, some people have it easy, right? It depends on where you are. Some people don't, right? So if you have an easy life, if you want to risk your child and your grandchildren's not having a better life, then yeah, spoil them, whatever. But if you want to pass down generations of wealth, you need to be hard on them. They need to be strong because the world does not care about them like you do. So,
Samantha Roses, you want to rebuttal, Roxy?
I'm not saying that children shouldn't have fun, but we're not going out for pizza on the weekend until I see my son's grades for the week to make sure he's turned in his assignments, because we're just not having fun if your responsibilities, like when he's 4 and 6 and 8, yeah, life is about arts and crafts and having fun and da 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 da. But he's going to be driving soon. He's going to be going to college soon. So we're not putting a bunch of emphasis on having fun. We're putting we're setting priorities. When those priorities are handled, then we go out and have fun. So there's a balance. Right. Like there's a dance. Like when you play hard, when you work hard, you can play hard. That's the thing that I try to teach my son. Even with me, like, I'm not out celebrating every weekend because it's the weekend. I celebrate if I've met a goal, hit a milestone somewhere, got a bonus at work, or some kind of, special award, then we celebrate. I finished my master's program, then we celebrate. But for those 2 years while I'm in my master's program and I'm reading 3 books a month, there ain't no fucking playing around. There's no fun to be had, because I have to focus. I will have fun when I meet my goal and I can say that I finished this thing and I'm proud of it. That's what I'm saying, Rogue C. It's like, you can't put, for young boys and even for little girls, if you put too much emphasis on the good times, then all they're caring about is getting dolled up for pictures on Instagram, going to prom, but there's no character in what they're doing in the classroom. They're not going above and beyond for projects. They're late submitting their college applications because it was all about homecoming and having fun and going to prom. And, hell no. You go to prom when your grades are good. You go to homecoming when your grades are good. We're not going to homecoming and celebrating a family trip when you got an F in physics or you're failing in math. Absolutely not. Hell no. You can forget about fun. So that, I guess, and I don't want him having fun driving either, Rogue C. When you're in the car and you're just learning how to drive, you need to take that shit serious. Life is not about fun because it's dangerous out here. Kids are always winding up dead. Nolan Wells, the young man that was just getting found in the tree. Shit it ain't a game out here. So fun is in addition to, but it's not the priority.
No, and I agree. I just, like I said, I enjoy the fact that you ladies are agreeing that there's a balance. That's all I'm saying. Because again, it is so much that already adultifies children. And of course, with those women who do that to their daughters, the women who do, are the men, women who do things to their children to go ahead and adultify it, they're not making it any better. Point blank, period. But I do just see so much, especially when it comes down, and people can say that the new generation, they're weaker, they're this. These kids are just so up here. It's just not how it was supposed to be. And I do want to kind of just bring back that joy concept of life, along with preparing them, along with making sure that you understand that, no, everything is not going to be, you can't just sit down and smell the roses all the time, right? I'm sorry, the pun is right there. I'm sorry. But I do understand exactly what y'all are saying. So I appreciate y'all for that back and forth.
Do y'all think that it's the fact that they are teaching beauty and aesthetics and not teaching character?
Yeah, I do think that.
Some of these girls don't even know what beauty is. No.
It's more important to know how to do your lashes and your makeup and glue down your tracks than it is to be able to belt out soliloquies from, philosophers or whatever. Like they're not putting emphasis on education. Like all these kids want to do now is be influencers. They're not saying, oh, I want to go out and do chemical engineering or become a microbiologist. No, they're like, I want to be an influencer. I want to promote products, and like this is what they're doing. So yeah, I think the emphasis is too much on beauty and fun. I would say, Patty, like too much beauty, too much like girls just want to have fun and be cute. No, girls need to be smart, be cute. They need to be all of these things.
The beauty aspect, no, just because again, the fact that even with the way, because we hear a lot, especially for those who work in Sephora, who work in the beauty industry, the way that these little girls come in, these 7-year-olds asking for things that they have no business asking for. I don't want to blame it strictly on the fact that this is the beauty industry. I want to blame it on the fact that they really have nowhere else to go. I don't know why parents are bringing 7-year-olds, 12-year-olds to Sephora in the first place. Why aren't they not at a park? Even what Bella was saying, her 18-year-old actually wanting to go to Disney World is such a beautiful concept, and Disney's expensive. I get it, but it's a matter of, I don't even think that the beauty is the issue. I think the parents just don't know how to parent, because they're going to the places that the parents should be going to when the kids are at school, where the kids are with grandparents, where the kids are, when you're running your errands, your kids should not always just be up in there messing stuff up, saying, oh, I'm going to put a bunch of drunk elephant on my face. Baby, why do you need a retinol at 3 years old? What are we doing? So I think it's a matter of not blaming the beauty industry or blaming the fact that people have something to do. I don't think they know anything else to do with their children. That's the issue, I feel. Children don't go to the mall the same way that we did when we were teenagers. Children don't go to the movies. Children don't really do anything because there's not a safe place for children anymore. A lot of places here in the area that I live in, they actually started closing down areas that were just for children. So where are these kids and teenagers supposed to go?
Missy said, and Slim.
Am I responding to
respond
this?
to whatever you want?
Okay. Yeah. Everything begins at home. Fun begins at home. Happiness begins at home. If I hold your happiness in my hand and you're dependent on it, once I close it, you're gonna be messed up. So I agree with Rose's. It's absolutely a fact in this house. Work first, play later. And that was simple. I ain't gonna beat around the bush. You work first, and whatever that work entails. And guess what? They need to learn from me, from this house directly. So if character's not being taught, giving context to, pointed out, critiquing things and manners and other people's behavior, they're not gonna learn. If they're watching you and your character ain't up to par, yeah, their character's gonna be shitty as well. You can't tell them to be loyal and kind and honest and respectful, and you disrespectful. They watch you be a damn liar, right? Because they see what you do, and they watch you be on the phone lying to people. You in the bank lying. You at the rent-a-car place lying. You at the bank, you calling your landlord lying. So you absolutely showing them how to have a lack of character. They have no idea. Most people don't even know what character means. What does it mean? What we gonna put in there? Because they don't know, because they ain't showing it. Customer service is shit. I worked in customer service since I was 14. Again, I'm 49. What are y'all learning? The businesses don't even require that respect, the smile, the be kind, speak to every customer. It's crazy work. So if these are our nurturing women going out into society, it's shitty. It's poor. It's really not nice. We're not made of sugar and spice anymore, and our children are learning it from us directly. The reason I'm not a bitch and a whore is because I learned indirectly from watching my elders, from watching the people around me, from watching the environment, from watching the influence on television and movies. Oh, Pretty Woman. Yeah, we're walking on the street. We're going to find this rich man. He's going to change my life forever. It's a fucking lie. It's a lie. So I think, we have a society.
Great example.
Well, one of my favorite movies, when I met my husband at 20,
Mine too.
My favorite movie was I Said That. He was like, huh? Isn't that the movie about the girl who, yeah. But I wasn't influenced by it and sent me out on Skid Row to go get some. You understand what I'm saying? It was a movie. The narrative is not something I adapted as my life. And it seems like whatever narrative is pushed, we're allowing our children to process and pick up and adapt. The adults are processing it, picking up and adapting it. The old bitches are processing it, picking it up and adapting it. Don't call me grandma. I'm glam mom, this, that, and everything else. Like, we have no honor for the roles that are, for us. Like, it seems like you feel demeaned to be a wife. Wait a minute. I don't want to be in jail or whatever y'all be saying. I don't know. I have had 21 years of fruitful marriage, 29 years of being with a great, awesome man. I chose him. And guess what? My behavior absolutely considered him remaining a good man. If I in turn started to be a bitch, guess what? If I started neglecting and caring for him, guess what would have happened? But that's not something I'm even considering. Women, we today get married to get divorced. You're planning for the divorce. They have divorce parties. Men don't do that. So it's just it's a different narrative that's being pushed. And I think we're all absorbing it. We're so easily influenced. We don't have our own mind. You have women at 70 talking about, I'm just finding myself. You were lost. Where were you, ma'am? I've been watching you for 30 years. We're here now. Even Patti LaBelle went and got a nose job at 70 something. Her husband left her. Like, what are we doing? Beautiful Black woman all her life. And this is what we're doing. Now it's going to fall off. It's going to fall off like Pinocchio. They shamed Michael, but all our sisters are going out doing this. It's a large percentage. It's no more small amount. So we become very shallow and superficial, and we don't consider character, and they're not learning it because we're not showing them that. You're not good, you're not kind, you're a liar, you don't have no integrity. I mean, you sway, you're extremely fluid. We have to teach our children to stand on something. This is what you want to do. This is what we're shooting for. And we ain't going to keep wavering. It's okay to have interests and things like that, but nah, they need that. They need you to be on them. Because guess what? If we create this generational wealth and we give it to idiots, I mean, the house you bought, they're going to sell it. They're going to spend the money in a year. Like, it is what it is. This is what happens when you leave idiots with some legacy. So, we got a lot of generations of this. That little baby, his name is Parrot. Like, I've been watching those. Well, I haven't watched in years because I blocked her page after I reported her to CPS and had conversations with her through text. Of course, she didn't like that and blocked me right away. So, I did the thing, CPS, to just watch the page, but she's exploiting her children. Children today are cash dolls. This is what they are. And this is, this is a mindset because they start, some of them start their pages right out the womb. Boop, newborn baby. You're watching the baby grow up now. Paris is now what? Probably like 10. Yeah. How long ago I had them on my page?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it started with the little girls coming home from school talking about the drama of what happened in school. And Paris ain't no sucker. She was like me as a kid. That's right. I'm taking up for my brother and my sister. Say something.
Yeah.
And that's how that
was wild to see her like that.
They're recording every ounce of it. So she's enjoying it. She's enjoying the notoriety, and like, this is what they thrive off of. It's actually dopamine. So when they become adults and they can't get no more attention, they go on OnlyFans. Now I got to take off my clothes. Look at all our cute little Disney people. Miley Cyrus, she couldn't wait to become an adult and get on that ball and be naked. So we aspire to be whores is not okay. This is what we're living in. I've been watching the last 30 years and raising 3 girls. I said, hell no, not here. We won't be doing that. You're going to cover up. You're going to know what modesty means. You're going to know what humility means, and grace and decency, because that's more important than you having some dumbass friends out there that's going to teach you some bullshit. And you become 18, you don't know nothing about your vagina. And now you sit on a podcast, 26 years old, or however that girl was, putting her legs up, talking about how funky her coochie is.
Right. That's crazy.
You think that's decent? Who taught you? So it's just like you said, there's a time and a place for everything, You are not supposed to be just acting a fool anywhere, anytime, because you think you're free. It's crazy. So, and the little girl that's 13, that picture, like, we want to exploit our children. And I've been saying this for a long time. I think, ladies are becoming okay with grooming their children. We worried about predators and this person and that person. You're doing it. You're grooming your child. Because I don't care what they sell in that store. I can always throw some type of long skirt over, the little shorts you have to wear. The uniforms is all tight. And like, we can do other things. You can wear a nice scarf around it, but we don't. And when they want to start exploiting themselves, we call it empowerment. She's proud of her big breasts at 13. She's proud of her big old ass. And these girls is getting on the table today. And my daughter got a big old ass. Go ahead, baby, show that butt. Like, this is what we do. We champion nigga shit. And until we stop, it's going to continue. So again, society ain't going to thrive no higher than the morality of our women. And if we don't get it intact, we're going to be messed up. When I was growing up, there was a song called Self-Destruction. Wonderful.
You headed to self-destruction.
Tell us about it.
Yeah.
And said, this is where we are. We're in it. We don't have to worry about being, we're in it. Self-destruction. People out here harming themselves. For what? For what? Crazy work.
Slim?
That's what I was saying about the people. That's what I was saying about the ladies, their best cheerleaders to their kids, because their kids have, like big breasts, big butt, and some people like kind of down dress it a little bit. But then you have some of these mothers, they're like, oh, now, girl, don't get those pants. No pants too loose. Like, it seems like they want their child to advertise their body parts, They just kind of like, upgrade. I have this friend, her daughter started school. She's 10 years old. She got nails done, her toes done, went got braids. Baby, what we doing? Why we need all this for 10 years old? We don't need to go through all this. Right. You need to get your school supplies. And that was crazy because she couldn't really get the school supplies, And I'm like, wait a minute, you getting up, you oh girl, I gotta go get this and I gotta go get that. And I'm
They're gonna come to my book bag drive and
get enough money to go get the school supplies. Yeah. And the crazy part is we told her, it was like, hey, they got school, school drives, they got everything going on. Oh, now because my daughter, she gonna get you spend $90 on what? You spend $90 on that. Baby, you could have set up there and got school supplies. Okay.
Yeah.
From the pantry. And then, other things you can work on later. But no, I'm not going to get your hair done, your nails done, your toes done. Who is looking at your toes? Why is you going to buy some name brand bra and panties? Who is looking at this?
Name
so
brand?
That's what I forgot. One lady said that, that the mother be trying to live through their child. And that's what I feel that my friend does. And, like one day I just got so tired of it. I was like, you know what? You're living above your meaning. No, the hell I'm not, because I want my child to have this. That's the thing. You introducing your child to everything you want them to have when that child don't really know it, don't even much care, really. They want to look nice, but just because you everybody else have like a name brand backpack that's costing $90, your toes and your nails and stuff. No. When I was 10, I couldn't much wear no color fingernail polish. But clear. Okay. My toes, clear. So we're doing too much for these kids. We like cheerleading what they are doing. You letting them on the internet. They're seeing they on the internet like half a day. They don't want to go to sleep to go to school because they so entertained by different social media. And they sitting out here and they say, oh, now they want to get the nose pierced, the navel pierced. They want to go and interact everything. How's your grades? How are your grades going? We're not doing that. Okay, girl, you're gonna look cute with that. Put that on. Put the eyelashes on. You said nothing. You're not letting your child be a child. I'm like, what is this? The other lady. Tell him, boy, I don't, care about all that. It is a place to do it and a time to do it, but I don't have to sit up and do all that every time. So we letting them do too much. They got the bodies, and we going to buy them stuff anything that don't need to be on them. Let's get, a lot of these schools are doing uniforms, which I love. I wish they had uniforms when I was in school. That would have been less on me to have to pick out my units to go to school and everything. But is there so much that's going on where we letting our kids do so much and get entertained by what's in front of them? And half of them can't much read or write because they so entertained by what Gorilla said or what some rapper said. They know all them songs. They can recite those songs like the back of their hand. But ask them to read a paragraph from the encyclopedia. Some of them, they don't have that knowledge. They don't have it. And it starts from home. It all starts from home. If you don't start it from home, then when they get out there in that real world, they're going to get shot down with lack of knowledge.
So before we move on to the next question, I got an additional question. So because you said something, Slim.
I'm sorry.
Do we think the mothers that are sexualizing their daughters are actually envious and jealous of their daughters, so they're trying to sabotage their lives because they want their daughters to become just like them, whores raising whores?
It's a mix of both, right?
Some females are like that.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I think, yeah, it's some of them just like that because, some parents, their daughter have the shape, they have the body, you know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, yeah, I like R. Kelly thing. A lot of those women put their kids out there, 13-year-old that look like they was 19 and 20, right? At that age, they probably didn't have that body. So sometimes I feel that they kind of like boost their child up to be in position they don't need to be in because they wasn't there and the jealousy. But you have some parents that are, tell them about not to show too much or advertise too much or not to grow so fast. You're gonna have time to get there. You're gonna have time to get an adult and try to lead a child the right way. But of course you have a lot of haters out there, and sometimes it be the mother that hate on their own child. Set them up for failure.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a mix of both. There are going to be mothers no different than the mothers who are technically abusive. I remember this episode of Maury, right? Where Maury was showing the fat babies and they had the mothers and grandmothers that were just feeding the babies. Because look at how cute and chunky that baby is. I do think there is a jealousy aspect that a lot of women do have when it comes down to their daughters. But I do think there's a lot of women, and we said this earlier, because they don't have friends, they see their daughters as their friend. They don't have a peer group that they can actually relate to. And I say this about a lot of the men, but I will stand on this with a lot of the women. You have a lot of people who are also suffer from arrested development. So they see themselves in that child. What Cammie was saying earlier, a lot of people don't want their children to go through the awkward phase that they might have went through, where they had to get the braces, where they had to get all that. But I do think there are just a lot of parents that are like, okay, my parents were so strict. My parents were so this and this and that. And I rebelled anyways. So I'm going to try to stop the rebellious stage at the foot of it. And I'm just going to go ahead and let you do it. Let you find out for yourself. Or I'm going to try to guide you. And a lot of these people lack guidance for themselves. So we have an issue of parents not really even knowing how to be parents because of jealousy, of lack of knowledge, of lack of awareness of their own self and how their life turned out. And they're just repeating cycles. So that is an issue that we're seeing a lot because the parents that are cool with just being a parent, they don't want to be liked by their kids. They either still have it too strict and their kids rebel, or they find the balance. And that's why I keep liking that we kind of keep segueing back to the fact that there is a balance that has to present itself at all times. Because you hold on too tight,
getting raised by a child.
That too. That's why I said there's a whole plethora of issues. Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Candy.
So ladies need to close it up. It sounds like we need to close it up because we out here screwing and ain't ready for the duty and responsibility of what it entails. Close it up. Wrap it up. You screwing, there's a possibility you can get pregnant. And it's not okay to be popping Plan Bs. It's not okay to sit up on no table and keep having abortion. None of that stuff is okay. Protect your body. Protect yourself is the first rule of law. And I don't think we've been doing that. because there's too many excuses of why people are just creating, again, like you said, these cycles. That's crazy. We saw the dysfunction. You should know not to do that. So we're projecting our own childhoods and making more trauma for the kids. You know, I wasn't allowed to do this, so I'm going to allow mine to do that. Oh, I wasn't allowed to go fuck at 15 because I really wanted to, and my parents denied me. So I'm going to let my daughter have some freedom. Not only that, I'm going to allow the boyfriend to come and chill up in the crib at 15. So these are the cycles that we're breaking. It's crazy. And it's not going to be a betterment for our children. It's not. It's not. They need structure, discipline, and they need it consistently. And if we're not giving them that, it's going to be off. They're all going to rebel. You can give them everything. They're going to rebel. This is just something biologically that's going to happen. Their body is confusing. You know, the environment is confusing. You're confusing. School's confusing. Everything's confusing. And guess what? They're too afraid to say anything to anybody. And all of us went through it, even if it was a short period of time. You know, and that's the logic that we have to take on when we're raising these kids. They're going to go through it. And if you don't know, you should start learning, because biology is going to dictate a lot, and you should be prepared. We need to be more proactive instead of reactive. And that's what we are, a society of mothers being reactive, and we're creating the same cycles anyway. It's crazy, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Candy.
So there are some women who are just living vicariously through their children. And I can't remember the movie I was watching, but it was one where this lady, she didn't find herself attractive. She was like very insecure, but she felt like she just had this pretty daughter. And so she was like, basically felt like, well, since I can't get the attention, I can get the look, but this is an extension of myself. And so she put a lot of inappropriate attention on her daughter. And I think even like we were saying earlier with the social media and stuff, maybe a mom who's trying to launch her page or do certain things and she ain't getting the following that she wants, but her daughter do. Okay, well, let me get on that. Now you're going to live vicariously through her. So I think that play a lot, you know, have a lot to do with it too. They're going to get it how they can get it.
I had an aunt that was like that. She wasn't married, and anytime she had like a boyfriend over to the house or something, she would always like find a way to like point out my shape or certain things about me. And you know, I would always feel really uncomfortable when she would do that. And I would wonder like, why is she doing that? But maybe that was like her way. You know, it was just weird. It was like, why would you want to point out my shape to your boyfriend? I'm 16, you're 42. You know, that's so weird, you know? So like, yeah, again, it's the women, because a man has never pointed out my shape to another man. You know, not my uncle, not my cousins, not my dad. They've never been like, you know, they've never done that. And it's because they're always in that little protective state. But I get maybe women don't know that when they're doing that, they're putting their nieces, their daughters in danger. But that has happened to me. Like,
they know
from another woman. Like,
yeah, they know. I think they know. They know exactly what they're doing. Shouts out to almost 200 people watching from all platforms. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe to all the channels, all the platforms that are here, which will be linked in the description if I don't have them already. Let's segue from the mothers real quick. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you on women's, because Dunquisha, Queen Queasy, said something last week. And I got a question for y'all. So let's listen to what she had to say. Shouts out to Team Fatty Ali for the Awesome Ladies First show. Let's see what she said.
So smart and so free, why don't you know how to be a wife before you get to me?
It's the problem. Don't nobody want to be your wife. That's
it.
why let me just say it. You've been talking like somebody want to really be y'all wives. The most we want is companionship and maternity. Time to do. We got jobs. We got education. We have everything we need. You need me. I don't need you. So, and then we're more intelligent. We can talk better than you. Our vocabulary is more expansive than yours.
You just fucked up that word. You said vocabularious.
How about that? You a squirrel in the woman's world. Don't nobody give a damn about being your wife.
I think we should avoid female entitlement.
Love you. We will be a companion, but it's not like we need you anymore. That's why it's a black man, it's a men lonely epidemic, and y'all killing and y'all offing yourselves because we don't need you anymore. We just want you. And we don't have no high expectations for you in terms of protecting. I got a Glock and then providing. I got a master's degree. Ain't nobody pressed to be your damn wife. Bounce pass on that.
Bounce pass on that.
Bounce pass. Bounce.
Well, damn.
I got a question.
Oh,
I got a question for the mama and daughter duo. Is there a difference between I want a man and I don't need a man? Is that because I've been trying to figure it out, y'all. Do y'all feel that you want a desire a man is good enough and you don't need a man? Candy? Go ahead.
Oh, let me go first. I think that like okay, not even on the feminist part. I guess I can their perspective, but like there's the woman that say they don't need a man because it just it's like what's the point of them and everything. I think that like from some women perspectives, because like I think that we in this day and age, I mean, we're all adults. You can basically survive. I guess if you talk about relationships, we can kind of survive without each other. But I think that we do need each other too, in a sense, because like in the end of the day, we're still humans. We need companionship. You know what I mean? Yes, we can have money and stuff like that and protection and stuff. But I think that if you have a person that is right and that you love and they actually are compatible with you, I think that it's a very beautiful thing, because one day we're all going to get older. We all going to, we can go to a nursing home. I mean, if you have kids, they're going to get older and live their life. But at the end of the day, that husband or that wife, they're going to always be there with you. You know what I mean? And even when it comes to like, yeah, I can have a gun, but it would be nice to have a man there by your side that that's going to be there for you, protect you, and even like the little things like taking out the trash. I mean, a woman want to take out the trash. You would rather have a guy take out the trash. Just the little things that's there that is very important. And like I said, they like the need, I guess, because like I said, we're adults, we can take care of ourselves, but like those little things that's very important. That can make, just make life easier. And like I said, a companionship, having somebody there that you can love, you know what I mean? That you want to hold hands with here and there. That, not just laying in bed by yourself, having that, a heartbeat, just that warmth there. You know what I mean? That it's very important. So I think that in a sense I think that we definitely need each other. You know what I mean? May not die without them, but it's definitely important to have that element of companionship, especially with a person that you actually love and care for. So I definitely think that it's a need and a want element to it. So yes.
Candy?
So I have a two-part answer. Mm-hmm. To answer what you said specifically, I think the difference is that most women probably want a man. And I think that when you say the difference as far as needing a man, for me, I would say the difference is it will show up with like what you might tolerate. You might feel like, I want a man, but I don't need a man. I'm not going to like go through certain things just because I need this man by my side. So even though sometimes it's easier said than done for certain people to a certain extent, they may have a lot of different reasons why they stay longer than they really should. But I think that for me is what I, decipher from somebody that's like, I want a man, if things are in the healthier and, the way how a relationship you would aspire it to be. Mm-hmm. And it's more like you're staying in situations that you really shouldn't, where someone would probably say, Do you feel like you need this? Because you obviously should have been out a long time ago. But I will also go to say, for me, I know we specifically talking about men, but I feel like the quality of a relationship in general will determine my need. So like even when it comes to like I have a stepmom who like I love, been in my life since I was a I think about like 4 or 5. And I would have said that I needed that relationship because she was a nurturer for me. But the relationship has just gotten to a point where it's like, has some toxic type of stuff, to the point where it's like, again, going into that need. It's not a need where it wants to start messing with your, mental health, and you're feeling like, yeah, this is too much. So for me, the quality of the relationship will determine if I feel like, do I need this in my life? So it wouldn't be based around that you're a man.
So I have a question. So you said that sometimes the need is, do I need to deal with like the BS? Is that where that come from? That statement, I want a man, but I don't need a man because I don't need.
Right. Do the pros outweigh the cons? Because if I'm staying in the cons are outweighing the pros, I don't think that's a want. I think then that must feel like that's a need, because you're now staying when the cons are outweighing the pros.
Okay. Slim, I want a man, but I don't need a man. I want a boo thing, but
yes,
okay.
Want a man? I want a man. We on that level, we going in that same way. Need a man? No, because we pretty much do everything for ourselves. Now, want a man? Yes, we want a man to protect us, to someone to hang out with, to go to movies with, just to do fun things, couple things with. But if wanting a man is toxic and too much drama, then I just stay over here to this. I won't, but I don't need it. Just stay in my lane. There's too much drama, so no.
So the need,
we have to know what a line is.
Right. I see where y'all going with this. It has to do with, do I want to deal with the man is the need. The need, you don't want to need a man so much that you would accept anything. I'm gonna put you on mute, Kiana, because you got stuff.
We all want somebody.
Oh no, that's not even you. That's Candy.
We want that
sorry,
love, that comfort, and everything. But if that wanting that bring too much, then we can't do it like that. Too much.
Gotcha. Okay, Athena. I want a man, but I don't need a man. I don't need him.
I think that comes from a trauma response, because the women don't want to deal with bullshit, right? Excuse my language. And here's the thing, any relationship is going to be difficult. Even if you have roommates, right? You're not in a loving relationship. There's going to be difficulties living with another person, dealing with another person. Even at work, people have issues at work. Anytime you're dealing with someone else, you're going to have tension somewhere in there. I think both men and women absolutely need each other, but we have benefited off of men creating a society that runs so smoothly that women no longer need a man in the house immediately, right? Because we can call the police, because we can call a plumber to fix things, because we can do all of these things. So we don't have that need that makes it urgent for protection and provision, because a lot of women can provide for themselves now. And I think that I understand not wanting to deal with bullshit, right? But you're going to have some bullshit no matter who it is, right? And y'all got to work through that. And that's the hard part. And that comes down to character. Are you going to work through it? Is it all about happiness? Is it all about fun? Or do you have a sense of duty? Do you, like, if before I had kids, right, I didn't have a need for a man in the house. if I'm having children, even though I have a kid right now, right? Especially now that he's in school, I technically wouldn't need a man in the house.
That's weird.
But if I want more children, absolutely, I need a man. I need him. The parents need both, or sorry, the children need both parents. And this, I think the whole "I don't need you" is a way of like women trying to protect themselves because they've been through some sort of trauma, and they're like, "Oh, I don't need you." We all need each other to keep the human race going. We all need each other, and I think it comes from a pride or a protection, and people just don't want to rely on each other, and that comes from the breakdown of, like y'all were saying, the village. I talk about community all the time. We need a community. It takes a village to raise a child. So we really do need each other when there are kids involved. But I think a lot of people are just deciding not to have kids because it's more comfortable to just go out and party, to not have that responsibility because they just want to have fun. So I think it's a trauma response and it's a pride thing. So I think we all do absolutely need each other. And I'll say one more thing. I guess this is more anecdotal. I had multiple men who tried to pursue me, but for me, my faith is number one. And I personally think if I can't get on a man's page, then I can't be with him because women, in my opinion, women are, serving the man who is worth serving. So if I'm going to follow a man's lead, it has to be a man who has the foundation in scripture, or at least follows the elders in the church and direction, so that I can rest assured that being with him, he's not going to abuse his power as a man. But yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to trauma response. It comes down to the fact that we rely on ourselves more. We're like, oh, we can just hire a plumber or electrician or this or that, call the police. We're not worried about a lion coming and attacking us. So we have this sense of security now. We live in like the safest time ever. So women are like, yeah, if you don't suit my needs, I'm just not going to deal with it. I just want to have fun. There's no sense of duty, if that makes sense.
So when we say you want a man but you don't need a man, but one of the biggest components for men is feeling needed.
Yeah.
So then you will have a kind of like a imbalance in your relationship if you don't make him feel like he's needed. So if you say I want you but I don't need you, that defeats the purpose for him because they need to feel needed.
I agree. Yeah.
I like the because I like the aspect of when you get to mature as a woman, when you get to see the world for more than just what you can see in front of your face. Because Roxy, pre actually having a man who could actually uphold the actual manhood status, right? Or the status quo of a manhood, I didn't need my ex-husband because my ex-husband technically did not put forth where I could actually see what he was supposed to bring to manhood. Now, of course, you can always go with what did you do, Roxy? What did he do, Roxy? It can always travel that, but I do think a lot of people get into these marriages, get into these situations where you have babies, you have enough of a sexual chemistry, but you don't actually have the expectations of what real adulthood is supposed to be. So we go through these situations where we feel like, no, I don't need a man because I can do all this for myself. I don't want to do that as a woman. I'm not made to do that. My shoulders are not broad enough to carry the weight of the world. My hips are supposed to carry your legacy, right? That is how I am built. So now that I am older, now that I'm wiser, now that I have actually been in experience with a man that actually shows up as a man, I now know I need you. Yes, I can desire you. I can desire you until, the cows come home. But now knowing what an actual man that wasn't just someone biologically related to me, because I'm always going to say we need men. I needed my big brothers. I needed my father. But when it comes down to now my actual man in my life, I did have to come to the realization that I do need you, because there is a guidance that you give me that I cannot guide myself in. There is things that as a woman that I realize I'm not meant to carry that load. But the fact that I can watch you do that and I can provide what I need to provide for you to keep you going, like Red said, the fact that he knows he's needed and the fact that he's willing to go ahead and hit the charge of being needed is what makes a man to me. And it is now my job to make sure that I can fulfill whatever you need so you can keep going. So I think once women actually stop just sleeping with every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and you actually start finding the man that you are supposed to be aligned with and you are supposed to be under his covering with, you will realize I need this man. And I feel like a lot of these women have not done that because you're going with any Jason, any Derek, any other kind of guy who's not really going to step up for you in that capacity. And that's why these women are hurt. When I hear a woman say, I don't need a man, because when I said it, I can be loud and proud. I was hurt when I said I don't need a man. Now that I have where I'm supposed to be, I need him. Need, want, whatever you want to call it. I need all that. Give it to me because I'm here. I'm ready to receive it. And we're going to make this thing work.
Do y'all think that the whole feminism, womanism thing started this whole thing? I don't need a man.
No, it was women just getting hurt. Because you heard grandmothers who were saying that, you know, granddaddy had a whole second family. You don't need that in your life. It was hurt people. Hurt people are the people that say, I don't need people. Hurt people are the ones saying that I don't need this, I don't need that, when you most definitely do. Get out your hurt, go get to where you need to get to, and you're going to realize, okay, yeah, I was tripping. My bad. I'm good now. I'm ready. They're just hurt people.
Say one thing though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, what about all the men in the world that you aren't sleeping with? Do you need them?
I mean, of course, when you want to talk about infrastructure, the doctors, you want to talk about, but at that point, yes, you can need people. But if we're talking just from a relationship, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I even brought up my brothers and all that. But if we're talking strictly for relationship aspects, because that's what that saying is about. We're not saying we don't need plumbers. We're not saying we don't need doctors.
But do you see that how it sounds a little disingenuous for the men that y'all can say y'all don't need them, but we only need them when they're literally just being a utility to us, when they're coming over to be our plumbers, when they're coming over to fix our roofs, or when you're driving down the highway and they're fixing the potholes. Like, that is the problem right there. Like, society needs women just like women need men in society, right? So when you say things like I don't need a man and you're like only specifically in relationships, no, like you saying that branches out in every other aspect of your life, because now you're saying I don't need men, and you're not being respectful to the men that are on the side of the highway putting lines in the street. You're not being respectful to the men that are coming to collect your trash when they're in the Quick Trip, you know, going to get their hot dog. You aren't, you know, holding the door open for them because you don't need no man, you know, like it's like saying it is so negative that it poisons everything else. So when anytime a woman is saying I don't need a man, she's slapping every other man in the face that she encounters in society. She's slapping them in the face because every man that you encounter could hurt you. Every single one that you encounter could hurt you, and none of them do. For the most part, you're walking around, you're able to be in society happy, healthy, and free because men provide that for you. They provide you that protection. So it's like we need to get out of condoning women saying they don't need men, even if it's just for the relationship part of it, because that's selfish. That's a character flaw.
So that's why I said it earlier. Most of the people that are saying that saying are hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. I don't think if we were to actually put that in the microscopic lens of you're actually acknowledging it, that you're saying it to all men, because most people aren't saying it to all men. Most people aren't going to go to the trash can, the trash collector, the roofer, and be like, I don't need you. That's why I said we have to put it back in the actual focus of the lens of that only comes from hurt relationships. So I get what you're saying, because respect is due to any and everybody, especially because we do need people to function. We are in a society for a reason. But I do have an issue with the fact that we can't acknowledge that these women who are saying this, they're just hurt. The same way where I hear men say, oh, you're just an incubator. You're a hurt man. The moment I hear that from a man, I'm like, okay, you're hurt. Because the moment you actually have a woman you really love and you find out that she's carrying your child, you're not going to see her as no incubator. That's ridiculous. So I need us to actually kind of just come out of that lens. Because no, Roses, you're not wrong. I don't want you thinking when I'm saying this, I'm disagreeing with you. We need to appreciate each other, because we, like you keep saying, it starts at home. Everyone keeps saying that. The moment you're with this man that you're lying down with and you don't appreciate him, he's going to become the asshole that you're complaining about. The moment you're complaining about this woman over and over again, she's going to be this B word that you're complaining about. But when it comes down to the men in these relationships that are hearing it, we do have to acknowledge that you're probably with a hurt chick the moment she says, I don't need no man, because it comes with that whole attitude, right? I don't care if you want to put in a caricature of Akeisha, because a Becky can say it too. I don't need no man. I'm good. She'll do all that too. So we just need to acknowledge that we're getting with bad partners so we can actually stop the situation from happening to begin with.
So you said you're getting with bad partners that are hurting you. So then now you don't need a man. Who fault is that?
Because it's your life, we of course are going to say it's going to be your fault. But we do also have to acknowledge that people do get tripped up with the representative. Right. People get tripped up with the fact that, okay, he hits this box because he has money. So now I don't have to. That's where also the need comes from. Because a lot of these people, when you are needing something, you're probably the homosexual needs that woman, right? Because he has nowhere to go. The broke woman has nowhere to go. She has to have that guy with the money. But then now you're looking at this guy with money, but you're not looking at his character. You're not looking at this guy who might just slap you upside your head, but he looked good. So that's why, again, we have to acknowledge that you can be fooled by the representative, but you also have to be aligned of what you're actually trying to get to life. That's why things work out with me and my man. He was able to actually show me how to get aligned with where I need to go in life. And that's how I realized, okay, I actually need you. Not just because of what you provide for me, not because of what you can do. I need you because you actually made my life make sense. And a lot of people don't want to do that because that's a hard job to do. That's a lot of work to try to really find somebody that makes your life make sense.
Sis?
Ooh, the sisterhood ain't gonna like you said that.
Oh,
the man makes your life make sense. Wait a minute.
I never said that was part of the sisterhood, by the way. No, I'm kidding. No,
Yeah,
no I love that because yes, that's what it's supposed to be. I hope he might be in the chat later, baby. I hope I make your life make sense too. We make each other make sense. I appreciate you.
Ooh, all right, so that phrase, I don't need a man. Again, we're easily influenced because when I was growing up, Patti LaBelle sang it she sang it best. I love and need and want you, baby. That's what I grew up around. So I don't even know this mindset of I don't want, I don't need. I may have said that I didn't need my father, but I was wrong about that too, as a young girl. So it's never something I would acknowledge. I think people say it as a badge of honor today. They use it as a badge of honor, but I think they're lying. Most people still desire love, partnership, protection, companionship, sex, support, all of what comes with that need. Okay. So, depending on someone isn't a weakness. Becoming completely detached from everyone isn't a strength. Like, just because you say you don't need a man, it doesn't make me think that you're stronger. Yeah, that's not the impression that I'm getting because someone makes that statement. Again, I don't believe it. For one, too many women have been taught to celebrate self-sufficiency while quietly grieving loneliness. And we can't deny that. You know, i.e. the rose is extremely popular. Many of you women have that thing. It's like, you know, asking your kids to charge the shit up for you is wild and crazy, but we absolutely showed stuff like that,
That's
you
so
know.
deviant.
Being capable of taking care of yourself is not a badge of honor. You should never, you know,
Thank you.
mean becoming unwilling to build a healthy partnership, because that's what it sounds like. You know, I don't need someone. You're unwilling to create a healthy partnership. This is what I hear, because that's what it's supposed to be. It needs to be that. So when you have this mindset going in, it's going to cause conflict, because anything happens, it's I don't need you. And you're saying that because you want to control them, right? You can't get them to do what you want them to do. But again, when you bring two people together, you have a playlist and the other person has a playlist. And if y'all's playlists don't match, it's going to be some conflict, let alone being a man and a woman. It's going to be conflict. You know, I never look at it as a problem, but it's going to be conflict. Now, how you de-escalate or, you know, process any of those issues, now that's individual. That's individual. And if your person shows you that they can manage that well, then it, you know, it can be fruitful. But if not, it's not just one person, but one person can screw it all up. You know, a relationship should be a choice, not a dependency, right? Because, you know, pretending you don't need people at all is simply denying human nature. And I'm never going to do that. I think we just kind of, and what's crazy to me is I see this is women's motto now. Because if we lack nurture as well as motherhood, we're denying nature. We're really fighting it, and our children are suffering for it. Because whether you need him or not, when you start creating lives, those children need that person. So you have to have a lot of discernment before you start giving access to people, right? Because you're going to create a life. This is what's going to happen. I don't care who you humping on. That's what happens, and that's the reality and the realistic context that we have to give young girls going into womanhood. Like, you need to know this. One entry, he ain't even got to finish all the way. You ain't got a climax, none of that. You could have just been off your period. People try to do it like a science. Oh, I know.
The pinnacle,
you know,
as they say in Bridgerton, the pinnacle.
It happens, and that, I think that's the biggest thing that we need to understand, that realistic part of it. Because our girls are really simple, naive, and gullible. They open their legs, they pop in these pills to get rid of these fetuses. Like, it's bad, and we need to acknowledge that. So teaching discernment, it's not just giving context. They have to see you do it. If you've seen your mama or your dad with all these people and you conflict, like, it's something that you're gonna think is normal.
Right.
So about that apple, right, spoiling everything, you can pick it up and throw it away, but you got to see it. You got to see it starting to rot a little bit, move it away from the group. And, you know, that's on us. We can't keep passing everything off to men are the problem. It seems like any man you get with, he's just bad. That's what it's sounding like to me. Like, they're going to just be bad. If I can't control them the way I want, if I can't get them to do what I want them to do, then I don't need them no more. But if they want to exist in this relationship the way they want, it's a problem, and that's not fair. It's not fair, realistically. So, you know, pay attention. You can get the man, but y'all know how to maintain them. So if you're trying to maintain this man, you might want to come over to Miss. She said, I'm just saying, that's a little plug.
You gotta maintain.
But you know, the biggest
over here with one man, and insult, and he can please you 1,000,000 times instead of pleasing 1,000,000 women. So I have a man that has that kind of desire, but you have to also be realistic about your role of duty and responsibility. Because that's what it's about. It's not about your happiness. Nobody cares about that. And your feelings, nobody cares about that all the time. Y'all want all this empathy and sympathy, but I don't see y'all give that to men. There's no consideration of how they were raised and what they didn't get. And let me give him a little bit more nurture because he needs that. Y'all don't do that. Y'all beat him up for it. So if we change this dynamic and get back to nurturing, that's where the femininity lies. Humility and grace and kindness. Those things are really important, more than I'm a bad bitch. I'm a bad bitch. I can take care of myself, pay all my bills till you can't.
Right, exactly.
You can't. My husband works in default management, and all y'all, the women that call is amazing. Amazing. So, you know, let's be realistic.
Shout out to Kiki in the house. Let's get Kiana in because she just came in. What do you think about? I want a man, but I don't need them. I don't need that nibble.
Oh,
yeah.
obviously are. Can you guys hear me on this mic, by the way?
Mm-hmm. We can hear you.
Good. Okay. Yeah. We obviously
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, we obviously need men. Like that is the way the universe was created. With a dual, with a balance, right? Everything is balanced, like up, down, outside, inside, like all the opposites, right? So just like nature, men and women need each other. It's like the divine masculine and the divine feminine, divine counterparts. We balance each other out. Divine masculine has different traits and different characteristics and different roles. So that's the same for divine feminine. And so we balance each other out. And that's the point. I do think men do need to be better. I don't want to be like, the one who's like, men are the problem, but kind of just because I think men do need to be better. Like they need to honor the woman so that we can be nurturing. I think that is the issue. And once that happens, I do think women would be more willing to be more accepting of meeting a man and being more healed, having a more healed approach to this conversation. So just start
Shout
there.
out to okay. Shout out because I got questions for you because you just said something I'm gonna get into. But shout out to Athena coming in. She has to leave, so I want to give her chance to give her final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on something that Nikki said. And I don't know how to quantify this because it's really a give and take and having realistic expectations. So every time a woman says, I don't need a man, every man who is a plumber, is an electrician, is all of those things, what he hears is, he's thinking, I need a woman. And so when he hears a woman say, I don't need a man, he's like, well, dang, I do all this stuff. And you're saying you don't need a man and I need a woman. And it can be really triggering for men. And I want to piggyback on something Nikki said. And I don't know how to quantify this, but you were talking about how some men didn't get what they needed. So I don't want to get too into detail about my personal life, but my partner, his father passed away when he was younger. And so there are certain things that maybe he could learn. And he's actually been in close conversation with my father. And my father kind of mentors him. And so I understand that he might be lacking in some things that a lot of women would be like, oh, nope, next. But he has a teachable spirit. He's kind to me. Even when he was sick, today I was like helping him out. He had a cold. I made soup for him and everything. And then I was doing my stuff, prepping for the week. And he was, my son was having some issues with his specific farm chores. And he's like, I'm going to go and help him. And like, he is willing to just be a help. Like he gives worth. Does that make sense? Like, even though he's lacking in other things, he brings so many other things. And his love for and kindness for people, his love for God, all of that. So for me, those were more important than a man who, he is very tall, but I'm not like, oh, he needs to be 6'5", he needs to earn 6 figures, he needs to have a 6-pack. Those are all superficial. I want a man who will step in and even where he lacks, if he's willing to learn, that was what was important. And I think so many women aren't willing to cave on those things because they're like, oh, don't marry potential. Well, yeah, to a degree, but if he's working and you can see, you know them by the fruits. And I don't know how to quantify it, but there's a give and a take. We all have issues.
Yeah.
I have my own issues. I
absolutely understand. So with the reverse, women don't think they have that same responsibility. Step up your game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's the same. I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah. Your kindness is a motivating, inspirational force It's gonna, like you said, that teachable spirit. Yeah, my husband was a teachable man. I'm a teachable woman. I had to earn him while I learned him. I'm learning him while I earned him. It wasn't just something that happened overnight. You know, the status that we're in at 29 years was not the same at 15. At 15, it was duty and responsibility, husband, wife, raising these kids. We got consistent work, school, bang, bang. It was like on click. So I don't think people know how to sit still and get through that and love each other through it, because it's going to be those hard times. Like you said, when you're down, I'm up. When I'm down, you up. But we can't be clear. We don't know how to articulate ourselves. We live in projecting our trauma, and that shit surfaces, and you throw that at them, and you reliving the past. He did this, you forgave. Like it's unnecessary drama. So we carry a lot of unwarranted expectations, and that's a problem. But the other person can't do that for you. You have to be teachable. Ladies, you need to be teachable. If you're unteachable, you will lose your man. I'm sorry if you think you just know it all and you can't learn nothing. No, you ain't sucking it right. He's going to let you know how to work that out. They're not the same. Your food is not up to par. Like, I need more vegetables. It's something else you need to do. You know, you're tired, you're achy, you're cranky. He may tell you, you may need to stop eating this. You might need to do a little bit more exercise, but y'all take that as shade. You take it as shame. You're not supporting me. No, I am supporting you. I'm giving you solutions. Don't come to me with a problem when the answer is in the problem. You already know what you need to do and you're not doing it. But when he has to tell you, now you feel some type of way. Now the relationship is over. So that teachable spirit, you have to be. Sorry, you don't teach you think you're gonna teach that man without him needing to teach you? That don't even make sense. So it's a lot of relationships that's really one-sided, and you know.
Yeah.
But with teaching, he's to be demonstrating with you as well. He should
hold
be
on, Rosie, hold on. Athena has to leave.
I do have to go, but just like what you said, like I cook chicken noodle soup. I like my vegetables to have a little bit of give. I don't like them mushy. He likes them mushy. So I learned something today. He's like, hey, next time, do you think you can make them a little softer? So I was like, I will throw them in sooner, boil them a little longer. He likes them mushy. Okay. I can go either way. I'm very flexible. But yeah, you have a teachable spirit. You make concessions, and especially the small things. If they're doing things to make you happy, you should want to do things to make them happy.
That part.
Exactly. Yeah. Shouts out to Athena. Thank you, Athena, for coming through.
Hi.
God bless.
It was a pleasure.
Be well. Right by you. You're good to go. You can have the world.
All right. Who I wanted up here? Oh yeah, Rosie. There you go. Go ahead, Rosie.
No, because I loved everything that both ladies were saying. I do like to just, when it comes down to, especially with men who are natural leaders, they're not also just going to tell you, they are going to demonstrate with you. When it came down to having the solutions, the thing that I actually enjoyed about my man was the fact that he actually didn't just tell me, oh yeah, go do this. If you want to lose 20 pounds, go do this. No, he actually demonstrated with me. We actually did it together. And I think that's why a lot of women who can follow his lead can actually kind of follow the lead a lot better, because we're actually doing it together. We're spending that time, especially for women who love quality time. And I think a lot of men need to also understand, do it with her. The same way, if you want her, shout out to, Mrs. She said, if you want her to suck it better, you do it with her. Like, you, not saying that, fellas.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Hold up. That's why I said hold up. Let me get my words right.
You know you're in the whore.
But you show her what you're.
You may not say you're a whore, but you is one.
You're not
You're
right.
definitely not.
I'm saying, if you want her to be better in the bedroom, you experiment with her. You show her the things that you want to do. That's why I said, let me fix my words.
I get it. But I think, again, when you hear the men say we want to be treated like children, now I need you to hold my hand to do things. I need you to hold my hand to put the baby in the tub. Like, everything is too much for me by myself. That's good that he does that. But all men are not going to do that. And it doesn't make him not a good man because he's not going to hold your hand and do it. You know what I mean? Like, I think we try to.
It's not even about the hand holding, Miss She said. It's more so the fact that
that's what it is. That's what it is. You said he demonstrated it for me.
I don't call that
Demonstrate. It's
hand
holding
holding. I
your
think
hand.
it's more so the fact that we are doing this together. You're not
Yeah.
just criticizing me by saying,
That's
"Oh,
good.
Rosie, go
That's
do
good,
this."
but that's not going to always be the case. And how are you going to manage that? That's the thing, because it's not going to always be the case. I think we want our men to do all of the things that we can do on our own. Now, once you get the instruction and the direction, now it's on you to take it on and continue. It's not on him to do it with you every day because it feels good to you,
Like
because
I
it
said,
feels good
no
to you.
one's
I
saying
get
do
it.
that every day.
Yeah, so
But
I
again,
know, but
I'm saying
it sounds like that's the way it needs to be in order for you to get it done. And we have to stop doing that, because I'm responsible for me. You can show me,
Cammy,
you
get on
can
my
guide
chat.
me to some degree, but I'm
Right.
responsible for me.
Because
So
it's
I
not the
see all
best.
your pushback is the men. What about the men? And the men. That's what it seems like. And I'm never going to be for that, because we got the
There's
naivety and the
a pun right here.
responsibility falls on you.
Uh-huh.
Falls
Yeah,
on
it's a
us
pun right here,
ultimately.
sis.
You
But
can't put it on.
the one thing, one of the few things my dad did teach me is that the best leaders are the best followers. So I take that into context here is to the best the best leaders are the best doers. So I think that's all Rogue is trying to say. It's just if I'm like leading by example, not only will my woman follow me, but she'll be even more motivated to do it. I'm on mute. Oh shit, okay.
Nope,
Yeah.
I heard you. Yep. I get
Yeah,
it. I understood.
period.
I comprehend everything she said. I'm just one of them people who always push back when we always got to throw the men in our issues.
I guess it wasn't
When
more
it
so
kind of
the
like
men.
I think
the
society is
finger
only as
always
great
kind of
as the
goes
man,
back to
though.
them for us to be accountable for ourselves or responsible for ourselves in times of distress or whatever the case may be, because we all have
Absolutely.
issues.
There's a lot
So
of
that's
times
all what
where
it is. We got to
women
be
can be
accountable for
accountable.
ourselves. I'm gonna
Yeah,
stand on that always firmly.
of course, a lot of women can be accountable for things for sure. I do think ultimately as well, like society is led by their males, right? Like
Society is
society
led
is only as
by what?
great as their men, right? So if the society is in disarray, who are we blaming? If the
Society is a
relationship goes,
matriarchy right now. It's ran by women. Just because they run the higher ups, homes are ran by women right now. So it's not the same.
The same women that are saying they don't need a man. So that's what I'm happy to
Right.
say.
The men are not in the home.
I bet to differ. Yeah,
I was
I
saying,
do.
I'm happy to say that I need my
what I'm
man.
saying.
It's not even. You know what? Y'all aren't even gonna shame me for this. Yes, I love that I need my man to hold my hand. Y'all not gonna shame me.
Ain't
Hold my
nobody's
hand.
shaming you.
Hold
I'm not
on.
shaming
Hold
you. You
on,
feel a
lover
lot of
girl.
shame, Rogue. Your shame is yours to own.
Y'all,
Don't put that on nobody else.
But wait a
I need
second.
my husband, and I love when he hold my
playing.
hand through things that I need to be held through.
I'm
You
playing.
know what I mean? So
Because I like, okay, so because I know I'm still kind of newer. Shout out to everyone here. I know my candor and my humor is a little newer. When people throw things at me, I just like to throw it back just for the fact of, I like wordplay, right? So
it
when
might
you're
get
saying,
thrown back at your ass. That's all. It might be
I'm
thrown
cool
back
with it.
at
Listen,
your
I'm
ass.
not
That's all.
listen. Mama ain't raised no little sensitive girly. I ain't getting
But
a lot of hugs.
Ro, what you're
Neither. Raised by
saying,
boys.
what you're saying is dangerous because if you have hypertension and your husband doesn't have hypertension, does your husband have to cut out all of the foods that he enjoys to eat just because you have hypertension?
No, but it is also a matter of if he's already on a healthier lifestyle anyway, he's not going to be eating all the foods like that. But again, the crazy thing is, even though I talk about, and I never have anything bad to say about my ex-husband. My ex-husband was a diabetic. To this day now, I love sugar-free sodas. To this day now, I do prefer to get the sugar-free option because my lifestyle got.
But if you didn't love them, is it fair to only have sugar-free sodas in the house?
Yeah, it's healthier. Yeah, if that's what you like to drink, right? But
It's
hold
actually
on.
not.
Okay,
No.
one, give me the
If you
chemicals.
have
Y'all
a
give me the
drug
calories. Give me the
addiction,
chemicals.
if you have a drug addiction, it's not for your man to go with you to AA. It's for you to go to AA. He can be supportive and say, hey,
Right.
lover girl, you really need to make sure you go to your meetings this week. But the gumption and the motivation needs to come from you. Everything we're not in partnership. We're in partnership. We're one, but there are things that I struggle with that are individually mine. They're not my husband's to walk with me in.
But
It's
hold
for
on.
me
So
to
if your
walk
husband,
myself through.
but this is the thing, because the things that we're saying, and you know, I don't have an issue with taking things to the extreme, but the things that I do have issues with, if your husband's already somebody that works out with you or works out, y'all can work out together. I hear too many
But
women now
Rogue,
who
if
are
you're the
hold on.
one obese and overweight, why does he have to go with you to make you
Because he's
not be
going
obese?
Because
anyways,
that's your
Rosie.
man. Because
He's
that's your
going
man.
anyways. Because
Right,
most
He
men,
loves
He'll
okay,
be
you.
the
so
trainer.
hold on, real quick. So let's also give this example. Would my man rather me go with a trainer, another man trainer, another stranger, or anything else like that? Or would he rather be the one training me?
No,
Because
I
in
said
most cases,
your own motivation. I'm not talking about a trainer.
Rosie,
Don't add
hold
a
on,
trainer into
hold
it, because
on.
that
Yeah,
still
this ain't
negates.
this is not Fatty and Ali's podcast. We don't do them interrupting. Try not to. She was still finishing. Go ahead, Rogue.
Like I said, my only thing is
Wait a
when it
minute, what
comes
happened?
down to these situations, my man loves to the fact that we can work out together. That is also a bonding thing. So that's why I'm saying it's not me. I'm being funny when I'm saying hold my hand. You don't have to be there 24/7. My motivation is the fact that I'm getting up and doing it. But it is also just a nice cherry on top that my man also likes doing it too. And this is how we bond. We don't bond just in the bedroom. We have other things that we like to do together. The same way that at times when he wants to be by himself,
Should
he'll
have
be
been
by himself.
bonding in the kitchen.
Exactly. There are
You
people that
should have
cook
been
together.
bonding in the kitchen before
do
you put
both.
on 100 pounds or
No,
kept
because
on
being
weight
in a
from a
healthy
baby
lifestyle
or
is still
whatever
a
the
big
case may
deal.
be. We make a lot of
Being in a healthy
excuses.
lifestyle is still
It's a
important.
beautiful thing, though. It's a beautiful thing to have somebody, be with you. But there's a lot of people who don't have that kind of support. The man is at work. He's not a trainer. He doesn't go to the gym because he doesn't need to be. He's built off muscle. It affects him differently, regardless of what y'all eat. You know what I mean? So everybody's not going to have that. That's all. I just don't want to push the narrative that women think my man is only a good man if he helps me like that, in that
No, of
manner.
course not.
Because
But
some
the
women
best
will
men, the
definitely
men who
X a
have the
man
best
off. That's a red flag. I
relationships.
don't want him no more because he won't do that.
Yeah, the men, and not that totally, but the men who have the best relationships do support their women. Hey, babe, let's go to the gym. Hey, babe, what are we doing today? Like, what's on your agenda? How can I help? Like, those are the best marriages. Those are the long lasting marriages. The marriages with actually,
How do
where the
you
women just
know? How do
actually
you
have
know
a
what
Right.
a
Are
long
you
lasting
married?
marriage is? Are
Are
you
you
married?
married?
I'm not
No.
married.
So how do
Right.
you know?
So don't even
Sure.
talk about a
Sister's excited to
marriage.
say that. But
No, I'm not
no, I
excited to
grew up
say
in a
it. I
two
mean,
parent.
it's
No,
it's
not you.
it's
I was
it's
talking
a
about
it's a
Smell the Roses. She
quantifier.
was happy. She was excited to say that I wasn't married.
Keep
But
it, keep it, keep
that's
it
not
Just
the
like you were
respectful.
goal.
Keep
excited
it.
to tell me this is not Fatty
Oh
and
no, I was
Ali's
just saying it's
show.
no issue. I'm just calling it like
Right?
I
You
see
weren't
it. No
excited?
issue.
You weren't excited to do that 5 minutes ago?
Baby, can
Excited
you
to do
just
what?
give me one my
Oh, fucking hate me.
Keep
Yeah,
it
it's like
respectful.
excited to do what exactly?
Kiana, hello, I'm talking. I'm talking.
Oh,
Me.
I could not hear.
Okay. Keep it respectful, ladies, okay? And we can't hear everybody talking at one time. If there's a delay, make sure y'all go out and come back if you can't hear, okay?
For sure. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
go ahead.
Absolutely respectful. So I'm gonna I speak my mind, I speak my truth, but being disrespectful is not necessary ever, you know.
Don't let's
Um,
try not to overtalk each other, okay, guys? Okay, go ahead,
yeah,
finish your point.
that's
I'm Kiana.
I kind of lost my train of thought because it was, I was being kind of interrupted by Miss Rose's, but what was I saying? The best relationships. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not married. I'm not
Mhm.
married. I did grow up watching a marriage, the patriarchal marriage, I like to call it, where she's kind of an imbalance in the dynamic of the relationship, where the woman overpours, overgives, and the man kind of does his part, but like just enough, versus two people healthily over giving and over loving to where it sets a beautiful example for the children, and gives both of the people in the relationship the most fulfillment. I didn't grow up watching that. I mean, I grew up watching that type of dynamic. So me as myself, I know that I want more. I'm not married, right? I'm not married yet on purpose. I've been offered marriage multiple times, sis. So it's just I'm not gonna settle for something that isn't fully aligned with me. I just can't. And so, maybe you have. So maybe Smell the Roses has, but not me.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
not a
we have
maybe.
to
It's for
define.
sure. It's for sure. We both been in marriages over 20 years. I've actually been with mine 29, and it's no shade or anything like that.
Can't be
But
honest.
I think it's on the mothers to give context to marriage. Are they still together? The marriage that you saw cultivating?
Of course. Of course.
Oh, so it's on the mothers to give context, not in a way of blaming the father. A little more context to the importance of said father and husband throughout the upbringing, right? Because my daughters would think that I did a lot, cooking, cleaning. It's a lot of things my husband don't do. It's pretty traditional, but I'm a modern woman. I'm a tomboy. I'm a go-getter. I'm an entrepreneur. All that stuff. But they did see the duty and responsibility of the husband and wife. And when the daughters started getting older, would question things, would bring me questions, like, when y'all go out on a date night, or do I wonder about daddy doing this or that? So always giving them, affirmations of who their father is to me, what he does for me, making him very important and special in their eyes. So they don't think that I'm getting something less because of what I do in the house for them, for him, and now we're homeschooling our youngest child, who's 12. Everybody else is adults. And I do a lot more. There's a lot on my plate, and I don't take any of it for granted. I actually honor it. I don't find it, troublesome, or I'm carrying too much weight as a mom and a wife, as a woman in my society, my village. So I just think it's the context that's given to our young girls, because regardless of what I saw my mom go through, she needed those men. She needed my father and my stepfather. You know what I mean? It made her a better woman. It made her strive to be better. And now she's in a position in her life to take care of herself. And if she's good with being by herself, it's all good. You know what I mean? But I think just we give a distorted context to our young girls about our relationships. And in turn, now you're holding off on marriage because of the fear or the fact that you need to control the dynamic of that said marriage. It absolutely has to be one life coming together with another life. And you have to consider the character of each person. And if this person's going to have the ability to make me better, I'm for it. And it may not look the way you think all the time. And that's the thing. You can't turn that man into a bad man now because you can't control him. And I've seen that a lot. I've seen a lot of people be in good relationships. And when it comes to a point where you can't control that person, or you feel that person is trying to control you by trying to make you think rationally, or maybe stop you from doing some things, or being around certain people. We don't want that kind of control. But when we want to control our man, they have to abide by it. I don't think we see that now. We kind of throw this back in the 50s, like we were slaves and stuff, but it's a narrative that's been pushed in this society, and it's not true. And we still keep trying to push it, and it's a shame. So I think it's a beautiful thing that you got to see a marriage, because it's work. And I don't think the elders give context to that work. And that work is going to look like that sometimes. One person is doing 60, the other person's doing 40. Sometimes it's 70-30. Sometimes it's 100 and the other person's doing 0. That's what it is. Now, how you manage through that is the crucial part of a successful marriage, to get to the point where you guys are friends, hanging out, like this is the only person you want to be with. I don't even feel right when we're not around each other. So it's hard to get there because nobody knows how to be still.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wouldn't say holding off on marriage. Period. I wouldn't say I'm like holding off on marriage.
You're ready to
Just,
learn from somebody.
Definitely, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I feel like all of our women, we should definitely have that go-getter spirit, like a receptive energy with everything in life, by the way, not just men. Like I love learning. That's what I do. Like every minute of every day, I just, taking in data and, learning, right? I feel like women should have that, in their relationships and in everything in life. I wouldn't say I'm holding off on marriage, though, more so just waiting for that aligned partner to come and, show their worth, show their value. I've been taught that I should be this and be that to a certain extent. Yes. Are you okay? That's why you got to sit down somewhere. Excuse me, y'all.
So fine. Baby! Shouts out to Patty.
Boy, about to be 5. No, yeah, just like kind of wait. That's what it is. Just waiting for my aligned partner to come in. And as far as what she was saying, as long as the man is doing his part, as long as like the man is actually leading the woman to heaven, like leading the woman to a place of that makes her feel good, that makes her learn, that helps accelerate her life, then yes, of course, then that's when it makes sense. That's when marriage will make sense. I'm sorry about that, y'all.
Now I want smoke real quick. I want some smoke real
So,
quick.
Oh
Because
Lord,
we were
okay.
just talking about needing a man, right? And I'm going to be completely honest. I'm at the point where I need my man so much, I am dependent. I want my hand held. Hold my hand, boo. Now,
you're a lucky
I
girl.
get I get what you ladies are saying, right? Because when we have relationships that are codependent, it does become problematic. It does become extremely problematic. Then the day when it's mad day, now you're controlling. So I get what you ladies are saying, but I just find it funny and ironic where we're talking about the whole need versus want. And I'm to the point now where I'm like, yeah, I need my man. I'm going to be dependent on my man because my man is dependable. So
Oh,
that is
that
where
part.
I like to stand. But the same breath, he's going to be able to depend on me. But again, we know men and women are not equal. So the way he depends on me is not going to be the same way I depend on him. The way my children depend on me is not going to be the way I depend on them, right? So I find it very much, I can be appreciative of my man, but I'm going to keep saying this. Hold my hand, baby. I know you watching. So when you get caught up on this part of the stream, keep holding my hand, baby. I appreciate you. Thank you so much because you are a dependable man and I am happy to be depended or depending on you. But no, I'm playing. I don't want smoke like that
Love
for
to
real.
see
Because
it.
roses, I don't want you, baby, when you full strength, after you get a little more
Rose
vitamin
face.
C in you. I love you, Roses. I do.
All right.
Yeah.
Because some of our babies got to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
First day of school, Rosie's face. So I want to get into something. So I did a series on the lost art of nurturing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Super dope series, by the way. Really good.
thank you. I did a series on lost art of nurturing, what happened to motherhood. And I got some questions. I mean, because Kiana, you said something that a few minutes ago earlier about the man out, and I mean I say it right, so make sure you correct me if I'm wrong. That the man that's in your life has to uh, help you bring out the nurturing in you, or create a safe space so that you be able to nurture. What was that statement you
There we
said
go.
about nurturing?
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely essential for a man to, he has to create an environment for a woman to be safe enough to be her highest self. A divine
Mm.
feminine natural state is nurturing. We come like that naturally. But if we're in survival mode, I heard y'all talking about that earlier, survival mode,
Mhm.
we can't do that. So we can't be the most nurturing that we are. Right. And so I've been through that specifically myself. My experience with my first son, beautiful. I was able to be nurturing. Um, with my second son, with my ex, he was off the charts. He was off the chain. He was a little more abusive, on the abusive side. So I was not able to be as nurturing and loving to my second son, his first year, as I was my first son. I'm not blaming myself for that. I'm blaming the man who created the family and didn't also create the abundant and loving space for me to be the best mother that I could be. Yes.
And that's
Any,
understandable.
everybody agree what she's saying?
I mean, I don't, but I don't want to dig into her personal
No, go
story.
ahead. I don't see
Um,
this to disagree with, but go
because
ahead.
it happened the first time, and you said it was a good relationship. I would consider why it ended for you to end up with the second person. And was there no signs of this type of behavior or character before you got pregnant? Was it a quick relationship?
I think so. There probably were signs that I missed and signs that I like ignored. Like the red flags, everybody talks about ignoring red flags or not seeing the red flags. I definitely think that that played into that.
So the
the end
first
result
relationship
be.
wasn't abusive.
No,
So
no,
why you
actually,
left?
because he, I would say more toxic. The person's more like toxic. My first child's father.
I don't
Do
know
you
what
have
that means.
two?
You would have to explain
Do you
that
have
to me.
two? Okay, yeah. Do you have two
Right. Like, did
different
he
fathers
talk
for my
mean?
children?
Did he, say, yell at the child? Like, what's toxic?
Not good. Basically, anything that's not good, anything that's not safe, normal. Conversations shouldn't be hoorah, interrupting each other, yelling. Conversations should be for grown adults. It should just be back and forth, respectful. You talk, I talk, simple. So that's for an example of what toxicity
Okay.
is.
So
Right,
y'all
stuff
just
like
couldn't
that. I
communicate.
couldn't.
It's a
Right.
breakdown of communication.
I could communicate, but right, I can communicate, but not everybody's
Are
like
you
that. A
sure
lot of our
you
absolutely.
were capable of communicating with him the way he needed you to communicate? Because sometimes it's about the audience you're speaking to too, and now you're addressing man.
I mean, it's not my job to, handle everybody's triggers. If you're grown adults, you need to speak and conduct yourself
I mean, grown
like an
adults
adult.
yell. I'm not saying
Everybody's
it's right,
responsible
but
for
we
that.
yell. Grown adults yell.
Control yourself, especially if you're a man talking to your woman who just had your child.
That's a fact.
Control yourself.
I agree.
Right.
That's
So,
attractive. I could be yelling out
absolutely.
off the wazoo and he more controlled. That's attractive as hell. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm
So
sorry
yeah.
you had to deal
So
with an abusive relationship. Nobody
yeah,
should
that
ever
second one
have to
is
deal
like,
with that.
and I noticed a lot of our women go straight to like, well, what did you do? That's kind of what you touched on a little bit. Now, you didn't say
So
what
I
would
kind
you
of went with
do.
why would you, because the first guy wasn't abusive. So then get with the second one and he's abusive. It's like, so what was wrong with the first one? Because some things to be worked through. Like nobody's perfect. But now that you say you had a breakdown in communication, I just needed to dive a little bit in there a little bit.
Right, to look for some fault in me. Like that's what I'm saying. A
Yeah,
lot of our
because it
women,
seems like it's
I
the
call them
men.
the
It's always the men.
pygmies,
It's
but
always the men. It's never like we can look at ourselves and say where a breakdown may possibly been on my part.
Yeah, I think that a lot of my faults were missing the men that I was choosing that weren't that great.
Okay.
But that still stands with the men. That still stands with the men being. That still stands with the men being faulted for it though. Like the behavior is what broke up the relationship. Because we got together, we were together anyway. It's the behavior, it's the disrespect, it's the toxicity, it's the abuse.
So it happened over
coming
time.
from men that make the breakup happen. You know,
It
what I'm
happened over
saying?
time. Because it
Pretty
had to be
much. I
good.
mean,
Y'all had a
enough-
baby. Like you had enough
I mean,
time
why
to
was the
have a
baby born?
baby.
Why
And
was
it's,
right?
I
Why
always
was the
want to
baby
know
born?
a
where
lot
was
of
the
men-
breakdown
a
because
lot
you
of
were
men
so good. I
actually-
gave you access to my womb, and we created a life. Like those things are really.
But ladies, let's also remember a lot of people do treat sex as recreational.
Well, we shouldn't.
Well,
That's
that
the thing.
and
though.
also men
That's the
change
thing.
up. A
So-
lot of men.
But we also
but it
we
seems
can't
like
live in a life
anything
we should.
happens, you got to make an excuse. You got to give pushback, and it's nonsense.
No,
It's
I'm not saying
nonsense.
we don't live in
We're
a world
not
of
going to
should.
do that. We're
We
not
don't live
going
in
to
a
do
world
that.
of should. People are just smashing.
We in a
and
world
babies
of young women who are given way too much access without
Agreed.
having discernment.
And common
And we don't want
denominators are
this to
just
happen.
common
We want to prevent it.
denominators.
I'm
Agreed.
not shaming her. We want to prevent this. Lack
I
of
know.
Which
discernment
also
is
leads to
going to
men.
cause
Which also leads
some
to men. Because
problems.
if our fathers teach us how to pick and
You
how
had
to
a
vet
father,
men
though.
better.
You had a father. You said you had a
Exactly. So if
father.
you let me finish and you stop interrupting me, sis, it's getting a little aggy. Okay.
Yeah, then be Aggie,
Um,
ma'am, because you telling your life and it's not
Aggie
adding up to
means
me.
aggy,
I'm gonna,
annoying, like
you
disrespectful,
can be
aggravating.
annoyed. You said you're grown. You can control yourself.
Which I'm doing. So I'm asking you to do the same. Can you stop
I'm gonna
interrupting
go
me,
ahead.
please?
You can go ahead and explain now.
I appreciate if you don't interrupt me, please.
Okay, go ahead, Kiana.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm saying it falls back to our men because it's like my father, had he helped me vet and learn how to correctly vet a man, I probably would have chosen better. Probably would have seen more
Mama,
red
so your mama
flags. I
wasn't supposed
probably
to
would
help
have.
you vet that man? Your
Mom
mama
Sis,
wasn't
let
supposed to.
let her finish.
I was just
Sis,
speaking, I
let
guess,
her
going
Your
back
daddy
to
didn't
the
tell you
men.
to keep your legs
let
closed
let
before
let
you
her
got
let her
married?
finish.
I think
Let
it's
let her
both.
finish. Let her finish, and then you guys can ask the question. Let her finish. Go ahead, Kiana.
Because I want to keep talking, you know what I'm saying? I don't, but I don't do that. I don't do the interrupting and
Go
arguing
ahead.
stuff. So
They're good. Go ahead.
yeah, that's what it was. Just
I'm the man. I hate to be, you know, the person that men need to do better, but it's just true, right? And so I think it goes back to that. Had, you know, we been taught better, had we been vetted, learned to vet our men better, I probably would have ended up in a better relationship. And even then, still, even if I had and I ended up in the worst relationship, right? It's still on the man. He still
Oh,
is the
hell
leader,
no.
right?
No, sorry, no.
It's on her dad. It's on
The
her
man
baby
is the leader.
daddies. It's on her granddad.
No.
It's on all the men in her family that she decided to be a 2-time baby mama. It's on
When
her
you do
dad.
that, you take away all the responsibility of woman. We're not doing that. Nope. I would need to hear his
Well,
side. Because now
what I'm
I
saying,
damn
what
sure
I'm
enough now I
saying can
don't
still
believe
be
you.
true.
It's all
What
on the
I'm
man.
saying can
That's
still be
crazy.
true. What I'm saying about the men can still be true,
It's gonna be true for you.
as well as also me taking accountability as well. I will never avoid accountability. So two truths can hold at the same time, is what I'm saying.
It don't
If y'all
sound like it.
understand that concept.
No, I absolutely understand, but it don't sound like it from what you're saying.
Okay,
It's
well
all
now you
their
know.
fault.
Well, now
That's
you
what you
know.
said. You said it, Kiana. You
No,
said it. Not
I did
only
not
the men
say
you
it was
were with,
all
your
their
father
fault.
too. That's crazy. Is your
I
father
did not
supposed to
say it
teach
was
you
all
about
their
sex
fault.
too?
I did
You
not say it
said
was
that.
all their fault. I just
Okay,
I
since you
did
got
not
another
say it was
question,
all
we
their
don't have
fault.
to.
I
That's
just
why I
brought
didn't
it
want to
up.
dive deep into your personal business.
Girl, I did not say it was
I'm a
all their
grown ass
fault.
woman. I'm not a girl. I'm a woman.
Well, you're acting like one because you're
I'm
interrupting every
not.
time I
You're
talk.
you're you're
You
acting
need
like a
to
little girl
watch
because you're not
it.
making
You should
sense.
watch
You're
it.
trying to make it make sense, but it's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
I
like
don't know
it's
you.
like when I
It's just
try
not
to
making
start
sense.
making it make sense, that's when y'all like to come in and
You're
like
not
keep
because you keep
talking and
blaming the men.
interrupting. That's what
When you
girls
end
do.
it ends with men are the problem or
I
the
still
fault. When
haven't been
that's
able to respond and say my thought because you're
you
still talking.
responded, yeah,
You know?
because you're
Okay,
not making no
ladies,
sense.
let her finish her complete
I'll
thought,
respect what Sis say. Let's.
and then you guys can, you know, ask her question. Let
Be
her
my
finish her
elder. I
complete
don't
thought.
know.
Kiana,
Yeah. See.
don't,
Thank you. I'd be
don't,
losing my
don't,
thought.
don't, Kiana, finish your thoughts. Don't throw the cheap shots now. Be nice.
But I would be nice, and then
Go ahead. Okay, Kiana,
people,
just, just go ahead.
So
Finish your thought, and then so we
control
we're going
yourself.
to do the clip. Go ahead.
Yes. So girl, somebody, what was I saying?
You were blaming your father for
Right.
not
Two
having you
truths.
be able to
Thank
choose
you.
men better.
Two
Yeah.
truths can
You're
hold
welcome.
at the same time. You know, please do not put words in my mouth on these panels and these platforms. I have said that I can hold them accountable for their responsibility of it. You know, had my elders led me better, I probably would have chosen better. That's true. But it is also true that I chose an abusive man. It is true also that I missed red flags / ignored red flags and ended up in a bad situation. Both of those truths can hold at the same time. So please don't put, the words in my mouth. Those two things are true together.
Can you finish your thought? Okay. Smell the roses. Rebuttal. Nikki, rebuttal, and then we're gonna go to the
I'm good. I don't
mother
need
of
to.
the trip. You
Right.
good? Rosie, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Rosie?
I mean, I think
Go ahead, Samjay.
I think that oh my God, I'm over here just whoo. Okay, I understand that us as women, we chose the wrong person. We kind of like shop in the same kind of BS when we looking for a man. We get out of one bad relationship and then we try to heal and then we end up in another bad relationship, which we think is good because like at the beginning, everything is good, it's peaches and cream. They showing us what we want, they showing us the love, the attention, everything is going good. And once we set our goals down or our pride, our guards down, then we end up getting hit with some BS, with some stuff that we wasn't ready for because what you showed me was good. What you knew that I went through, you not trying to do that. But see, when we go back and deal with a different man and we pour out our past to a man, then it sometimes come back and bite you in the ass because that man know what you went through. So he's not going to try to take you through that. He's going to try to show you something different, but then he backdoor and use that against you and bite you in your ass. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how we end up into different situations, and we thinking that it's good, and it's not. I mean, sometimes we have people that have numbers of kids through numbers of men, thinking that they done found all this love through all these different ass men. You know what I'm saying? But I understand where she's coming from. She's looking at the men that was in her life, as far as her father, as far as her brother, her cousins or whatever. Maybe see it all started from the top. The father, all the brothers and everything that was shifting down, they weren't showing no good role model for a woman anyways. And so what she saw, maybe allegedly, is she thought, well, maybe this is the kind of man I need. When all in reality, that's not the man she needed. And when she did see a red flag, she did not know how to accept it, because this is what she grew up on. She grew up on some BS. Is like, this is what a man's supposed to do for you. This is how a man's supposed to treat you. And that's really what it was supposed to be. But then she got lost because that's what she was thinking, like, hey, my first baby daddy, he was toxic, okay, we don't I don't got rid of that heartache. And then the second person came along in her life she thought was better than the first person. And she ended up with the same kind of BS, because see, when you go look for a man, if you keep going into that same area, that same kind of man, sometimes you got to change what you're looking for. You got to sit back, get your life together, who you are and what you want in life. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to accept. This is what I'm not going to accept. And maybe she didn't have or even took enough time to even think about that, because sometimes when you think that you having me time, then you end up having somebody come in your face or shooting game to you and talking to you and telling you the things that you want to hear, need to hear, and you vulnerable. You're like, oh, okay, okay, he know. And then there you go. You know what I'm saying? So we as women do fall up in BS. I'm trying to keep my words so I don't cuss. we kind of fall up into things that we don't want to. We don't really see the red flags. And again, when we do see the red flags, then we end up accepting it anyways, because for some reason, some women think that they can change the way a man feel, think, or do. And you can't. You're trying to be a better person and try to do better for that man, when you need to sit back and do better for yourself and see what you want and what you will not deal with. And it hurts sometimes, because you out there looking for love, like that song say, looking for love in all the wrong places. Some of us women's are lucky to get married, and be with a man and grow together, be able to communicate and be friends and love each other to death do them part. And some of the women's out here have got married and everything was going good, and then the marriage fell apart. So you can't bash anybody for what they went through or what they didn't see. This is what we were talking about earlier, how a sisterhood should help us. Okay, this is where you fail at, or we on where you fail at, what you did, what's the right, the wrong, and everything. Now what you trying to do is heal, and the most thing that you want is someone to help you heal, than to help you go down and think about the wrongs that you did. We don't need nobody to sit up and tell me what I could have done. It's over. That is the past. I need someone to help me go forward. Hey, little sister, you mess up. The only thing you can do now is find yourself. Be there for you and your kids. Freak a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit up here and like, oh, well, you should have. No, no, no. That's not what we do. Sister love and sisterhood is not about that. It's about being there for each other, not tearing each other down for what they downfalls or they mistakes that they made in life. If we do that, then we're gonna keep on having these youngsters dressing like they dressing. The grandmother, the mama, Everybody trying to be up in this trend, what's going on here in life, instead of trying to boost each other up to better yourself with you, your kids, and your relationship. It's not that hard. You know what you got a choice of? You have a choice to listen to what I say. DWI, deal it. Deal with it. Deal with the life. We don't got past that. The best thing is that you moving forward and you trying to do better. You don't really want to tear nobody down. I see what's going on. The woman is hurting. She's asking for help. But when she's trying to explain stuff, and I understand, Miss, she say, I
Oh,
go
I
with
was
a
lost for a
100%.
minute. And so you was directing this at me. You're taking up for her.
No, no, no,
That's what you're
no,
doing.
no,
I
no.
wasn't demeaning her. I
No,
wasn't doing any of that. I was getting
ma'am.
clarity and I was critiquing. Critiquing and
I
demeaning
say
are two
that I
different
agree
things, and
with
that's
you.
definitely not what I was doing.
I
Now, if
say
she
I
feels
agree
bad,
with you.
she's feeling bad for her decisions that she's made and some of the narrative that she's played here. That has nothing to do with me. Just pointing it out. But salute to you for
Yes,
hollering at me about it.
yes. I said I agree.
Yeah, that's
I
the
said I agree
sisterhood.
with
Take
you.
up for foolishness, lack of truth. We need some truth.
I
That's how we
said I
get better.
agree.
Without truth, we won't.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say I agree with you, because you was sitting up there telling her this is what's life, this is what's real. When we don't want to hear it, we still got to hear it, because this is what you're going to give her. This is the real stuff you give her. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was trying to say I agree with you. But I was just saying that this is what's going on. Them youngsters, they don't understand. They don't have nobody to tell them the real. They don't want to hear the real. And then when you break it down to them, then they kind of like, well, now because I'm blaming it on everybody but except myself. And she did say, I take accountability for what or who I chose in my life. She did say that.
So
So
I
let's
did.
get Rosie in, and then we can go on to the next. Go ahead, Rosie.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, because I don't want it to feel like anyone's getting singled out. So I just kind of wanted to real quick. I was hard headed. I'm just gonna put it on me. When I grew up with my daddy, I had a stepfather. I was always the type of little, PYT. I was that little kid. You told me the stove was hot. You told me that iron's hot. I don't. What you mean? What? Ooh, okay, I get it now. I was that kid. I was that teenager. I was that young 20-year-old, right? It's not about excuses. It's not about not taking accountability. I didn't know what responsibility, accountability, I didn't know. And it's not to just say, oh, Roxy, you're feigning ignorance. It's just a matter of until you know better, you do better. And that is why I do believe that grace should be given. But you also, the same way where we say you can apologize, but if you're apologizing without change behavior, your apology means nothing. Grace can be given when you are ready to accept the accountability that comes with it. I can't keep going out of this world with my blinders on. I know better now. As a woman who had a baby, got married, did the thing, and then found out, oh, this is what real adulthood is like. Okay, let me tighten up. So I think that is where we can give grace. You can't just keep giving grace willy-nilly to people who don't want to really accept it and really actually move beyond the stuff that they were going through. And I think that is where, to what Miss Slim J was saying, that is where the idea of sisterhood should be. I can hold you accountable the same way I'm giving you grace. I'm always going to bring it back to not even balance, but harmony, right? One of my coworkers I worked with a while ago, he always told me, I don't believe in work-life balance. I believe in work-life harmony. Because not everything's always going to be balanced. Some life is just different for people, and we have to be okay with that. But the moment you are ready to just be like, I'm a big girl now, and big girls don't cry, then you can really start seeing life for what it is, and you can make it better. But you have to want better to do better. And that's for anybody, because Roxy wanted better. I was tired after a while of burning my hand on the hot stove, so I finally said, all right, let me go ahead and wrap it up and bandage it up and not do it again, Roxy. And my life has been good since then.
All right, Smell Rose, the last thoughts on this, and then we're going to go to our final clip.
I just want to say that, I had a friend that got pregnant in high school. Okay. And at first, it wasn't a big deal, right? And amongst the peer group, all our friend group, it wasn't a big deal, right? We were like, oh my God, we are so sorry this happened to you. or that not this happened to you, that you guys are going through this, like, and then as her pregnancy grew and she had to go to school every day with her pregnant belly, the friend group broke up because the consequences of that one friend being pregnant in high school started affecting the entire group. Now the entire group is looking like we're all fast in the ass trying to get pregnant by guys that are trying to take us to the movie theater. You know, guys that aren't trying to marry us, that are just literally trying to get their rocks off in high school, right? So then later on, you know, we're graduating and all of us are going to college. You know, we didn't stop being friends all the way, but things changed. She couldn't go to football games. We really wasn't calling her to come hang out because we didn't want to have to be responsible for getting her back home on time because she had a super early curfew, because she had a baby waiting at home for her, right? But as we're all preparing to go to college, she is mad because her father is not trying to pay for her to go to school. And it was like, oh, my dad is so bad and he is so this and he is so that. But your dad was telling you that this baby that you wanted to have was going to affect you. And this is the consequence. Because you have this child now, we have to take care of the grandbaby. The grandbaby is a priority. Your college is not so much a priority. If you want to go to school, then you can sign up for a 2-year grant money at a community college, but dad is not going to pay for you to go with all your friends to UGA because you have a baby at home. You see, like, I get where when people say, oh, it's the dad or whatever, that's what you want to say. But really, truly, it was because it was what your fast ass wanted to do. You weren't married. You shouldn't have been having a baby. That's not up for your father or anyone to make that hit home for you inside of your mind. If a man hasn't committed his life to you, okay, then you shouldn't be committing your womb to him, because you're starting the child off in a deficit. And so it's not Slim. I get what you're saying. Like, it sounds harsh that me and Mrs. She Said are saying these things, but when people in Rogue, you said it, people get grace when they lead with humility. Okay. She was a woman that put herself in a bad position. And instead of leading with that, she leads with men are bad. Bad men. Men can't be trusted. Divine feminine. You won't be considered divine without a man, because it's what your body is doing with that man's seed that truly makes it divinely feminine. But there's also rules and standards that come along with that. And if you just don't get that, then you're always going to be the common denominator or the person with their ass out complaining that they're not getting what they want. It's because you lack humility. That's my 2 cents.
I just want to ask real quick, and this isn't to direct to anyone, I do want to ask, do we believe in second chances at life? Do we believe in time to actually, you're muted. Do we believe in time where things can actually catch up and you can kind of redo? Because with your homegirl, she was able to hopefully get back on track with her life.
Yes, and she did go to college.
Beautiful.
She did her little 2-year, and as her children got older, she understood where her dad was trying to make her understand. You took a different path because you wanted to be hard-headed. This is going to be harder for you now. We're not just going to do for you because you feel like that this is what you deserve. No, you did things out of order. So now you kind of have to figure it out in a different way than your friends who decided not to go hang out at the hotel room with their boyfriend after the movie date. You know, those friends made their boyfriends drop them off at home. Whatever could get popping at the movie theater while you were in the movie theater was all that was getting popping. You know, like, so I do believe in second chances, Roxy. I have had second, third, fourth chances, but I have never blamed anybody for the stuff that I was deliberately doing because I was being hard-headed. And while I was out there being a hard-headed little bitch, I didn't drag a child into it. I didn't drag my parents into it. You know, I didn't drag some unsuspecting man that just wanted to take me to the date on a date, make him be my baby daddy. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's out of line. You know, y'all do this shit
Act
because
like
y'all
a
be in
child,
y'all
think like a
feelings.
child. You acting like
I'm
you a
sorry.
child. You acting like a child. I mean, you're a child. You know, you're not really thinking of that. And it's, like I had a friend.
We were
It's the
watching
same way as you
Sister
had.
Act.
They got
My friend who got pregnant, we were watching movies like Sister Act. We knew about, we were watching MTV. We knew that getting pregnant in high school was taboo. Like, we knew that. She knew that. She knew that having sex without a condom was going to get her pregnant. We were 16 years old. So she knew, like, we went through sex education together. Like, she was just being hard-headed. If she was up here right now, she would say, I thought that this guy that I was dating in the 10th grade was going to be my husband for the rest of my life. Now that was really childish, but she knew all the other things. She knew to use a condom, and she knew she shouldn't have been going to the Motel 6. Like, I mean,
correct.
for
But
some
she
of the
got
things I get,
brainwashed.
you're
She
a
got
child.
brainwashed by this young man.
They were
She
both
got
immature.
brainwashed.
You playing, right, Slim?
They were both immature.
You playing, right?
They were both
She got
immature.
brainwashed.
They were
That's
young
all
and
that
dumb
I can say.
kids.
I mean,
It's not
you're
dumb. They
right, because
young,
like
and
I
nobody
was
is giving them context to what having sex is. They were, like y'all said, they know, and we think we're invincible. It's not going to be me. Not
Right.
going to happen to me. He's going to
Right.
pull
Special
out, and
snowflake.
if I get pregnant, he's going to be there for me. He's not going to just whatever. No, I tell my girls, you get caught
neither
up, ain't no
education.
guarantee whether you're married or not. Just be ready for the duty and responsibility of motherhood. Be
It's
ready
dumb
for
too,
it.
Miss She said. You know, when I was a
Mama's
teenager
baby
and my
mama.
mom used to have those conversations with me, you know what I told my mom all a baby needed? Well, Mom, all a baby needs is love. My
It's
mama
true.
looked at
And
me like I was
yes.
just the dumbest person in the
Not
room.
me. I say it's absolutely true. And you should love the man that you choose to give access to your womb. At least
Right.
try. We
But
want to not
But
repeat
Mr.
that.
C said, a baby don't need just love. No one say don't give
Of
the baby
course
love.
not. I said
But
that to
when
my
I'm
husband.
looking at
All I
her
need is love.
bright-eyed 16, mind you, I didn't have my first, my only child as of right now until I was 23. But at 16 years old, Mom, all a baby needs is love. That's dumb. I was a dumb 16
Yeah, that's
year
dumb.
old.
We shouldn't be this dumb. I absolutely knew it needed more than that. And we
But
can't be going
you
to get
had
on the website.
somebody there.
Oh my
You had
God.
somebody there that can teach you and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, even though we have our mother and our father in the household, if we do not get that communication or that talk on,
Yes.
what things can go and be like, then you be like, well, shit, I'm just gonna go out like she said. We can go out there and be like, okay, oh, it's not gonna happen to me. I'm not gonna get pregnant. You know what I'm saying? But if you do, like, I'm not gonna use that word. If you out there doing that, you got to take responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And most kids, they start their little sex thing at 16, 17 years old, and some people wait. You know
Younger
what I'm
than that.
saying? But the
Girls,
thing,
11 and 12. 11 and 12.
yes, nowadays it's
Younger.
worse. Okay, nowadays it's worse. I remember when I was in ninth grade, it was an 11-year-old girl got pregnant by an 18-year-old. Okay, her and the kid pretty much was going to school together. Now who was there to talk to her? Who was there to tell her what's going on? She was out there being fast because, one, she had the body of an older person. But I mean, come on, these guys are not stupid. If you talk to people, you talk to young ladies, if they mature enough and what they can and can't do. If they talking about some games and you talking about a hotel. Come on now. It's just, the thing is, the upgrade of the household do play a big thing in these kids nowadays. It does, and we can't go back on our mistakes. Only thing we can do is pray and get better at what we have, the choices that we have made. You know, a lot of us didn't have a choice to not to listen to people. You know, somebody get on their ass and tell them what to do or not to do. We just went on our instincts, or went on what we saw, or went on what was around us. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and I'm sorry, y'all gonna call me hypocrite or whatever, but I just don't believe in that. I got pregnant accidentally. I don't believe in that shit. I'm sorry, I don't. Because she, if you out there getting down, then you know what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. That's Slim J, just my opinion. But that's just how I rock. Because if you're gonna do it, make sure you have some protection. If you can't protect yourself and I can't protect myself, then this conversation will be over. I mean, I'm a walk and go about my business because it's too much ABCs and STDs and all that out there, you know, to be playing anyways. And that's just like Miss She say, baby, y'all know what y'all do. Y'all know what y'all doing. Y'all come on now. But
All right,
again,
ladies. We now to get to our second, our last clip. I really want to get through this, and then we're gonna go over to Nino Nation. Y'all ready? So we're gonna talk about the mothers, baby. Here we go.
Hate being a mom. I fucking hate being a parent. Like I fucking hate it. And I feel bad for saying that, but like I wish someone would have let people with BPD know that like we really shouldn't be moms. Like having a kid is too fucking complicated.
I consider myself someone that stands 10 toes down on the fact that I regret motherhood. It's like I don't like regret my daughter, I regret the role.
I think people are rubbed the wrong way about it because most moms feel that way.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to say it.
There is an anxiety that I have developed having a child that never lived in me before at all. The fear of even when she's not with me and I don't have to be selfless.
I have PTSD from motherhood. I don't think people really recognize or consider the mental well-being of moms.
Where are the resources?
There's no resources.
That's why modern motherhood isn't that enjoyable, because you have no time to yourself. Don't come for me. So, oh, you're a mother though? Like, don't do that. Don't come for me. The way motherhood's supposed to be ran is there's supposed to be a village. Okay? A whole entire village. Everybody pitches in to raise the kids. These days, mothers are stuck raising the kids by themselves.
All right. Shouts out to Kiana for that clip. So, Kiana, before the ladies respond to the clip, can you give some depth or insight to why you said that? What was happening there when you said, you know, there was supposed to be a village, and this is why a lot of the mothers are raising kids by themselves. They're tired out, they're burnt out. What was the motive behind that clip?
Yes, it got cut off at the part where it said these days the husbands aren't even helping. So just wanted to add that in there too, because the villages have kind of disappeared. You know, with compassion and understanding, I will say the villages have disappeared strategically. You know, the powers that be, you know, the people who run this country and the world have separated the family unit. And so, you know, that can definitely be acknowledged. I understand that everybody is running their lives. Everybody has work, everybody has things to do. I get it. You know, back in the 80s and before that, there were more, everybody was helped out to raise the children. These days, it's not like that. And it is due to the separation. You know, everybody needs to take care of themselves and etc. But with that being said, I think that the villages, people could try harder. I think we all need to try harder to pitch in for mothers. And the lack of that is why motherhood is such a struggle. I made another follow-up video to that because motherhood is itself is not miserable. Patriarchal motherhood is being in this system that we're in where men don't, you know, the patriarchy girlies will be offended by this. I get it. But where men don't have to help out with the children, Like that's like the stigma, that's the tradition, and it's the woman's job to do all of the parenting, all of the loving, the nurturing. That is what makes motherhood miserable, right? You know, let alone not having a big village. Then we definitely need the men to be here to help us with the mothering and the parenting, right? And so the lack of that, I think, is what is making motherhood miserable, and women aren't liking it. But motherhood itself, that is the highest frequency that you can feel. Like love is already the highest frequency that a person can feel on this planet. And
So
motherhood is a form of that. Motherhood is having a baby is like the highest form of love that you can feel. And I do recommend it to others. My bad. I do recommend it to all mothers to have love. But with the way this society is going, I don't know. There's no villages, so it might be hard. You know, don't do it. What I tell women, I'll end off with this. What I tell women is if you want to have a baby, make sure that it's with the right man who will help you out with parenting. It's a two-person job. And make sure you have a nanny, period. So you can still be a human.
Oh my God.
So a question before everybody go in. Are you saying that, because you mentioned the patriarchy and all that, so are you saying that because of the patriarchy, that's why the village dismantled, that we don't have a village now, is because of, in the way society, the patriarchy had kind of dismantled the village, or what is, can you like explain that a little bit more? Like what role did, because then you like to say the, you know, patriarchy on the men, right? What role did men play in the dismantling of the village when it comes to mothers?
I think it's like the patriarchy, the matrix, the powers that be, the government, everybody who rules, the people who rule the countries. They, like, that's what I mean by have separated people as a whole. They separate the Black communities. They separate the family units. Like they separated. They've done a good job of it too. That's why everybody's separated. And so that's what I mean there by like the patriarchy. But as far as like a man's role, traditionally, it is the woman's job to do everything else while the man just wins the bread. And that is an imbalance that is making motherhood miserable. Typically, the both parents are supposed to parent the children. It's supposed to be an even balance, and the lack of that is why mothers are suffering. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, Roxy.
So Kiana, I love you, girl. I do. I get triggered by videos like this. So y'all forgive me. I do have to be honest. Women nowadays are selfish and lazy when it comes down to motherhood. Women nowadays do not see how sacred of an honor it is to be a mother. And that is why, as much as I hate men who say this, a lot of men will try to say that women are incubators because we can house a baby in our wombs. But when it comes down to that baby actually being inside of our wombs, you still have women that will drink and smoke. You will still have women that will go to Chris Brown concerts and Lotto is twerking with a whole pregnant belly, not even sitting down and thinking about the fact that I still got a baby in here. You have enough money, Lotto. And I like Lotto's music, but baby girl, you had a baby in your stomach. You were supposed to make sure that that baby was good. Exercising with your baby is one thing, but just performing unsanctimonious duties while carrying a life that doesn't even really know what it's going to be, what it's supposed to do, and you're already embracing it into such a destructive mindset is crazy to me. So I do have an issue when it comes down to the lack of seeing motherhood as sacred, because at the end of the day, my mama told me straight up, Rogue, the moment you have that baby, that is your baby. No matter what happens, that beautiful gift that's grown inside your womb is yours. My responsibility above anyone and everyone else's. Now, thank God that my child's father, my ex-husband, is also a loving parent. But at the end of the day, if he wasn't, because I chose wrong, that was still going to be my baby and my responsibility. Not everyone has the gift or the ability to have a nanny. And then we also have to think about it. How many of these quote unquote nannies are either ill performing their job or also have children of their own to take care of? So again, we're still putting more of a burden on anything else besides ourselves. And not to say that a baby is a burden in a negative way, but a baby is a responsibility. And then when I will give you your credence on the fact that yes, the village is missing. But when it comes down to the idea of the village, that was supposed to be with the mothers, the mother-in-laws, the sisters. People get excited. That was the whole point of a baby shower, because that was supposed to be your village who came to your baby shower. That will also be your dependent that you will be able to call on. But when you are getting in situations where you are getting pregnant by a man and the mama don't even know you, to have your phone number in there and be like, hey girl, what's up, until the baby is born, that is problematic. We are doing things out of order when it comes down to these children, and the children are the ones suffering, because if a woman who was diagnosed with BPD is now just finding out that she shouldn't have had a baby based off of the clip you just showed, Red, there was something wrong, the steps a mile along the way in that conversation in the first place. So I can say for the women that, oh my God, postpartum happened and they're going to go get the help to make sure that they can perform as a mother. But for women who are knowing that they just wanted the accessory of a baby, I do have an issue with you. I do think you are a disgusting woman, because at the end of the day, your life is no longer yours. When I got pregnant, I was the healthiest I had ever been, because I had a life that I had to make sure had the best chance at all chances. Now I am still making sure that, because it is not about me anymore, my son wants to be a pilot. So be damned everything else Rogue C wants to do. Like Rosa said, it's not about me anymore. My parents made sure that I understood it is not about me anymore. Yes, they helped me where they could, but it came down to what that little boy needed, no matter what. And I had that mindset. So I had to put my girlish ways and my mindsets to the wayside when I did get pregnant with my son, because it's not my life anymore. And I feel like a lot of women nowadays are not ready to give that up. They're, like I said, I will jump in front of a moving car if it helps my kid. A lot of women don't want to do that sacrifice because it's still about me, 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 me. And baby girl, you got to stop. A lot of women won't even stop drinking long enough so they could breastfeed their child. I breastfed for 18 months, and I'm not saying anybody should do what I do and that you should have a timeline.
Krishan Rock. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a different situation. Why are you trying to trigger me right now? Since I'm already triggered. Okay. I'm gonna land right here. There is a lack of seeing motherhood as sacred that this generation of women are moving and maneuvering in. And I don't think that they are. I think we're at the point now, if you are thinking about having children, you might have to get a little license sticker or something on your ID that says you went to a class or a couple of classes, not just Lamaze classes. You need to go and be a parent, get a parenting class. And I'm not just taking the responsibility off the women, because yes, it takes two to tango, but baby girl, your body was made to do that. That is your baby. If you picked a bad dude, you just picked a bad dude, and you just keep it kicking and you keep it moving, because that baby did not ask to be here. Point blank, period. I'm done.
Again, as I say, it's no mistakes getting pregnant, okay? Because if you're getting down, you know what you got to do to protect yourself. And as for the village part, some of y'all have some badass children. Like these children just won't. And ain't nobody can. I'm not going to mess with that child. I'm not going to. I be trying to tell baby get down, and you still no.
That's bad parenting. There's no such thing as a bad child.
Okay, bad parenting, whatever. That's why I say it's spoiled child. Spoiled child. Let me make sure that's loud. Spoiled child. They have these spoiled children, and the child do not want to mind. They don't want to listen. They want to do all this stuff. The village is not going to help you raise this child that do not want to mind, that talk back to you, that cuss at you, throw things at you. Now I'm not going to do that, because see, I don't need to be in front of that judge trying to explain why your child got popped. Pop, because some people don't believe. I don't believe in whipping kids. I threat kids, okay? I threat the hell out of them. I don't believe in whipping. I just pop, okay? Another thing, when you sitting up here talking about the father is not there, we already know mama's baby, papa's maybe. So there's a chance that this man not gonna help you take care of this child, even if he stay in the house with you, lay down with you every day. Does not mean that he's gonna sit up there and do anything to interact with this child as far as taking time up with the child. He may support the child financially, but spending time with that child, he may not do that. He may say, I'm too tired to do that. I can't do it right now. I don't feel that right now. And the women that sit up there and have the kids, sometimes they have kids just so they can get the government assistance. They need a place to stay. They need a welfare. They need the Section 8, the EBT. They doing this. They think they having kids help them to have them somewhere to stay, to smoke, to deal with, and to do all this extra. And at the same time, this child is getting elected when you sitting up here getting your nails, your hair, and your toes, and your eyelashes done. This child don't much have nice shoes on their feet. Their hair not done. So yeah, that's the kind of society we growing up in. And again, it starts from the house. So
Right?
if
Can I respond real quick to something? I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted because I didn't want to type all this out. I had someone in my chat who said that Beyonce performed while pregnant. Beyonce stood for most of her performance while pregnant. She wasn't putting because Beyonce actually came out and said how because of all of the unfortunate situations that she had prior to getting pregnant to Blue Ivy. If you look at Beyonce, she was standing, just standing and performing. And we don't really even know. I think she was only in her second trimester when she was announcing her pregnancy and doing all her performances. A lot of times no one's saying that you can't do things because I wasn't going against Lotto. I'm saying the whole overall situation of what Lotto represented while doing what she was doing and how dangerous that was, because a lot of women know you're supposed to be active enough, but you cannot put that baby in any type of risk. Doing what Lotto was doing, she could have displaced her placenta, and that would have jacked the baby up. So I need people to understand that, yes, no one's saying that your life is supposed to make a complete stop, but you are supposed to be aware now of the changes that you have to do. Because Beyonce wasn't doing what she does when she's not pregnant. When, like, we know Beyonce can be dancing her tail off. She wasn't doing that when she was pregnant with Blue. So I need people to use common sense because what Lotto was doing was ridiculous. No matter how much you like Lotto, I like Lotto's music, but that was not cool what Lotto was doing. Because if she would have disrupted her placenta, that baby. I'm sorry, Miss. I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't like ignorance and I don't like disingenuous conversations because you cannot compare apples to oranges. Point blank period.
Go ahead
So
on, because I don't much know who the hell Lotto is. Okay, I mean I probably heard her music out to these stupid music that they have going on right now. They don't make sense. This music is the one that's getting these kids acting a monkey out here. They sit up here want to dress like these celebrities and do all the extra stuff. So baby, I don't much know who that is. Don't care. Like I said, I
Okay.
probably hear the music on the radio. Okay, and I may like the beat, but I damn sure don't know what they're saying. Okay,
oh my
Right.
but
goodness.
when I'm saying about the just keeping it real. I was trying to be in time out, but y'all done brought it out of me because I'm getting sleepy now. But anyways, the thing is, we know once you have a child, that is all about your child. It's no more you. You have to take that responsibility. And some of the ladies that done had kids, like I said, they want the accessory that comes with the kids, as far as the the government assistance. They want all that to happen, but then they don't want to take care of that child. And that's how these children getting elected and being CPS, and they ask me in jail because they don't want to let go. Now, what I do appreciate, the young women that's out there that's having these kids and trying to do everything they can to make sure that them and their kids is, fed, have somewhere to stay, and doing what they're supposed to do. Because it's a lot of young women that's out there, they don't know how to ask for help. They don't know how to get help. And that's what people like us that does podcasts, I do it on my podcast. I tell them, hey, if you're up in domestic violence, or you need, these shelters or just different things where you can go and get help, where you can go and get support, because a lot of these kids don't know. If they don't have the knowledge to get it done, they're not going to get it done. They're going to be lost. And what's going to happen to lost is them doing some things that they don't want to do, and their kids being CPS and they'll be in jail or be somebody's trick, out there, giving up the cookie. And they not much getting paid. They just get enough money to survive for what, a room, somewhere to wash their ass and to get back out on that street. So us ladies, you gotta make sure when you out there, we don't know all, because these guys out here, they got more game than a PlayStation, and we listen to that shit. We feed up into it, but some of us we can see the red flags, but some of us can't, because the YNs, oh, they getting smarter than AI now. You better listen to some of these young cats out here telling you some of the BS they telling you some of the
Man, they
shit
could
that you
barely
need.
articulate themselves. I don't know how they
Girl, we
got
can't even
game.
read.
But that's why I said with the AI, you know why? Because they can talk, but they can't read it. They can speak it, but they can't read it. I'm telling you, they got
You
the
can't
game.
even talk,
They,
child.
They wear pants
yeah,
like
they try.
leggings. I can tell a dude's age by the type of pants he got on.
Oh yes.
If I
Have you
need to
Some
seen the
help
some
him
of
pull
these
your
bedazzled
some
feet on
of
them
jeans?
ankles, it's crazy.
I can't take a
some
man serious if you got bedazzled jeans. Please,
Yeah,
sir.
that's
some of these
crazy.
Please.
old schoolers
So,
is
so
trying to
ladies,
do.
so
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
can we say, because when we're talking about motherhood, and I think Slim said it or somebody said it, like it was the women that were sort of like the village towards the mothers, at the baby shower. The baby showers are now is just a party, right?
Yeah.
It is not
Okay.
teaching, the new mother anything. It's like bring a present and we're gonna get drunk and we're gonna party, we're gonna play games.
Okay.
So
Do they much Christian their kids nowadays anymore?
when
Anybody
when
Christian?
the village, the feminine part of the village dismantled, we can we still blame the men for that, or we as women dismantle that part of the village ourselves? One, I think, is because, again, no accountability. We don't listen to one another. If I try to tell some young, oh, you old fashioned, you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So when it comes to the feminine part of the village, what happened there to make it a go away for the women?
I think everybody just starts. Mhm. Yeah, everybody starts surviving, and so don't have any more energy to give to your sisters, to your cousins, to make them, cost of inflation, cost of living is up. Like everybody's doing their thing. That's what I was saying earlier. So, but with that being said, we still need to be held accountable. Like my sister or my cousin just had a baby. Like, how can I help the village? So yes, there is a factor of accountability for us as women. But there is a lot of not men, but like the powers that be, if that makes sense, whom are men, play into the separation, play into making women have to be in survival mode in the first place, to where it's not so easy to go support our sisters.
The same powers that be
That's
that
part
made WIC and
okay. It's
who's
But
all strategic. That's like a
And stop
whole
living above
different
your means. Stop
conversation.
buying shit that you
I'm
know
not
your
saying that's
kid
better
gonna
than
need.
having WIC is literally women, infants, and children. A lot of these women don't even know to sign up for these programs. The Dolly Parton Foundation gives free books in the mail for children. Like the
no, no,
fact
no, 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 no. You might not
it
know
is
about these gifts and goodies before you go into the hospital, but as soon as you have a baby, they will out those papers to you. They
right.
say, do you have insurance or do you need government assistance? Do you need
Right.
milk? Do you need diapers?
Definitely.
Do you need a voucher for some insurance? Do you need a voucher for a house? Like there are too many gifts and goodies that the government provides because y'all didn't want to listen to the village. See,
Pretty
it
much.
seems like the only time y'all talk about the village is after y'all done got yourselves into some shit. So the village is only necessary when you're in trouble. You don't want to listen to the village to help let the village vet the guy for you. You don't want to listen to that. Oh, grandma, you're too old school. You didn't even wear red lipstick. You didn't even wear red fingernail polish. Now we get to do all of that. So what am I going to listen to you for? That's what that's about. So you don't need the village when you're out there getting bent over on the couch. You don't need the village when you're out there having a baby by the second guy, even though the first guy wasn't shit. You didn't go to your father for the first guy. Now you're on the second guy. You didn't ask the village for anything before you got into trouble. So is the village necessary only when there's a dire need? Like, do we not take into account the village before we get into the trouble? And if we don't take into account what the village thinks or feels before we get into trouble, then why after when we get into trouble do we go back and say we need the village? No, the fuck you don't. You need yourself. You made that
Right.
evidently clear when you decided to do what you wanted to do because that's how you felt. So now you deal with those feelings until perpetuity, forever, because that's the bed that you made. The village wasn't there when you were getting cracked by the YN. The village wasn't there. You didn't go to the village and say, hey, village, should I let this YN crack me? No, you didn't.
Should I go around the corner and buy some condoms?
I cannot.
Right. Like I wish that a lot of people don't have that luxury of even having a village, of having the guidance, the mentorship. A lot of our girls don't have that. To begin
Kiana,
I would say I
Kiana,
had a little
Kiana,
bit where I was kind of
Kiana,
disconnected.
Kiana, can you hear me? You
Yes.
go back out and refresh.
Yes,
You
I
like
can hear you.
breaking up. Go back out and come back in
Oh,
because
is
you
it
like breaking up. Yeah, it's messing up.
Rosa, and you're not wrong by any means necessary, but it's just, it is funny when we're like, okay, we don't have the village. If you don't have the village, there is supplementation now. It's just, it is poor planning, and we have to call that what that is. Women think because, oh, the baby, like I told you, when I was 16, all a baby needs is love. No, a lot of women are stuck in that that idea, and it does become problematic because you have to plan. In our community, for some reason, we lack planning our children. That's why these oops babies, even though we know oops babies don't exist because we know that we're having sex. But because of these oops babies, there was no plan. That's why a lot of these people don't even have a plan for what they're going to do once that baby is here. You don't know what your baby wants to be when he really grows up. That's why all these babies, well, I'm going to be a rapper. I'm going to be a ball player. That's why I told y'all it is important to me. It is very pertinent for me to understand my baby told me I want to be a pilot. I will do my damnedest to make sure that that dream does not get deferred in any kind of way, because I don't want my baby to be out on them streets. I don't want my baby to just kill whatever is inside of him that is wanting him to be something great. And because we don't have these plans as mothers, that is where we fail. Because we don't have this plan of once this baby gets here, I need to have do aligned. A lot of women don't even know what nesting is during their second to third trimester. A lot of women don't even know what that really feels like.
It's a shame.
It is. And that is frustrating because, again, we want to say this is something we were built to do. This is something that we're made to do, but y'all don't know how to do it right. Y'all don't know how to do it right. And until we can actually have that real conversation, that too. But until we have this real conversation, we're going to keep, again, repeating these cycles and being stuck in this mindset of, I need to blame everything else besides the fact that I laid down and got that meat put inside of me, and now it's spit and here's a baby.
Right.
We got to be for real.
Kiana, you froze, darling. You got to go back out. Go ahead. Miss, she said. I think Kiana froze again.
Nurturing was once viewed. Can you hear me? Okay. Nurturing was once viewed as a strength.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, villagers are definitely on the both sides. You definitely need to ask your village and to like seek out your village and have your village help you, kind of responding to Rose, what she was saying. But you also need it when you have the baby. Right? Like it's not like, oh, you didn't ask the village the question, so now you don't have a village when you have a baby. Like, no, how asinine is that? It's still human nature to help, for everybody to help and pitch in and raise babies together. Like that's human nature. So to like have that, like, oh, we're not gonna help you now, like that's the issue.
But how
Y'all
if the
are the
baby
issue
wasn't
saying
planned?
that stuff.
If the baby wasn't planned and we didn't come together as a village to make sure that the baby was going to have everything we need, and now you're putting the village at a deficit because they're not ready for this baby because it wasn't planned. How can the village help?
Well, now you know that you're pregnant. Then the village, if you want the village to help you,
Ready to
you
help
know
out
you
and
pregnant. You got
babysit,
9 months to get it together.
Wait, ready to help out and wait, like this is but that's why I revert back to human nature, planned or not. It doesn't matter. Like now, but now that I have been a mother, I understand how much mental and spiritual and physical like weight that is for a woman. And it's not even
Does your mother
supposed to
still
be as
work?
much weight as it is now in modern times. So like I'm willingly going to like, hey girl, like can I take the baby for a night and help you out? I know probably haven't had sleep. Can I take the baby for a night? Hey, like maybe the kid's older. Hey, like girl, I got her for 3 days. Like bring her over for 3 days. I got 3 days off. Like let me help out where I can. That's
So do
just
these
being a good
people
person. That's just
do these
having
people
human
work?
nature.
Do these people work? Does your mother still work?
Probably like that's what I said. Hey, I have
No, I'm
three
asking.
days off.
But does
I
your
have
mother
three
still work?
days off work. Yes.
So if your
I'm
mother
like
is
I'm
still
playing into what
working,
you're saying.
no, I'm asking. And you don't have to. We don't have to make it personal. I'm just asking. So that
Okay.
person who has been working in the 9 to 5 is now supposed to use their 3 days off. I can understand maybe a day, maybe an afternoon, but they're supposed to take off
Like
their
children
time
go
off.
from I'm sorry to cut you off, bro. But it's like,
Mhm.
this is the issue. This is the issue with men and really
Kiana,
everybody who like start to use these
Kiana,
excuses. Like
Kiana,
children are born at
Kiana,
0 all the
can
way
you
till
hear me?
18 years old. Yes.
Kiana, you're breaking up and
Yes, I
you're
can hear you.
chopping. You're breaking up and chopping. You gotta go back out again and
Why?
come back.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is weird. Is it good now?
I mean, it's
it's
choppy.
it's choppy, but we can still hear you.
Mhm.
Damn.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
maybe I
Go,
just won't talk so fast then. Yeah,
go
maybe
ahead.
I just won't talk so fast then. But yeah, children are start at 0 years old all the way till 18 years old. Are you
Mhm.
saying you don't have 2, 3 days off, 1 day off? I said the first example I made was a couple of hours. Hey, I'll take the baby just for the night. So like
Mhm.
you can have some mental, health time for yourself.
Mhm.
From 0 to 8, you saying in 18 years, people don't have time to do that? And so that is the issue. And then also making excuses for that is the issue. Just
Well,
So the
be a human. Just be a human. Be a part of divine feminine being a nurturer is doing it like overall, not just for your children, not just for your man, but doing it as a loving, compassionate being that you are. Carry this power within you. Operate like that all the time.
but that's why it is
So
a
like we have
hold on,
these we
Rosie.
have this
Hold
culture
on,
of you're a
Rosie.
single mom. So like
She, I think she has
yeah,
a
you just have
delay.
these have this culture of you're a single mom, like like you have to do it on your own. Like that's the issue, you know.
Okay, go ahead, Rosie, because I think she has a delay. So go ahead.
so the problem that I'm having with this is we are asking people with the lack of resources overall. The reason why I'm saying that the planning makes a better deal is because in most case scenarios, again, now that you've met this man's mother, you met this man's sisters, you met this man's aunties, you kind of know, okay, these people might be retired. These people might, in most cases, when you are not a teenager to early 20s, that your parents are also still working. Most of the times, the grandparents were the ones that were retired. And that's why it usually worked out. Because again, if you did it in divine order or in the right timing because you planned it, then usually it kind of fell into those spaces of life where people didn't have to be working. The reason why it's a lot harder now, the grandparents of today, 40, 50 years old, are still working. They're not even at retirement age, and we're having these babies. And now we're looking, Mom, can you
Well, that's
watch
what
the
I
baby?
originally said.
But I'm saying, but that's the
Right.
whole
That's what
point.
I originally said. Like I can't blame. I have to speak with compassion and understanding because I do understand that the forces that be or whatever have created this inflation to where everybody has to work to survive all the way to the freaking 80. Like I started with that so that this wouldn't happen.
But then
So
you
that
even
I
said get a
understand.
nanny. How privileged is that to even say get a nanny?
Well,
That's privilege. So again, are
that
we
is just what
arguing
I.
from the
Mhm.
idea of lack or are we arguing from the idea of privilege? Because again, most people when they can afford a nanny, it's because they planned to have that baby at a time where they are financially stable to have said nanny. And I'm not saying that because I've never had a nanny for mine.
Right. That is just what I recommend. Like
Mhm.
obviously a lot of us are, not to the point yet to where we can't afford a nanny. That was just a statement. I just recommended to women, modern day women in this time. I
Mhm.
wouldn't have a child unless I could have a nanny first. So that means
Mhm.
reaching the point of wealth to where you can afford a nanny first, and then make sure that, you know,
Kiana, you broke up.
I would just
We got
recommend,
Kiana.
you know,
You're frozen. We can hear you, but you're frozen. So you got to go back out and come back in.
meaning that.
She can't hear me.
Okay.
Kiana, you gotta.
Yeah,
We
Candy said
didn't hear nothing you said. You gotta go back out and come back in. Nothing. Oh my goodness, it's like internet's acting up now, y'all.
I
All
think
right.
nowadays, you just got to get yourself together. If you're out there, you're a single woman that have kids, you have to do the best for you and your child. And, you have to rely on you and yourself and God, most definitely. Like I said, you can ask for help or whatever. And some of these little bougie ass helpers out here don't want to ask for help. They don't want to go to the pantry to get, school supplies or help to, get the things they child need because they want their child to have something that they really can't afford. They'll go out here and bust their ass, excuse me, to get a backpack or some shoes that it's not much necessary. I mean, like, come on now. Understand this. If you cannot afford it, you're not going to. My child went out there with what was good. They said you need black shoes. They was Adidas. They was on sale. This is what you're going to get. When I was coming up, we got Payless. Okay? We
Shout out to
made
Payless.
the clothes did not make us. So I'm not going to sit up here and send you out here with all this high price stuff that I know I cannot afford. I'm going to send you what I can afford and that you're going to still look good and you're going to have number one thing is your supplies for school. Not sitting up here trying to keep up with the damn Joneses when I know we living on tuna fish money trying to live on carry-on money. No, hell no. We're going to sit up here. This is what we got. This is what we're going to work with. Okay? I'm not going to do no extra stuff. I'm not going to depend on nobody but except me, myself, and God. If the daddy there, he there. If he's not, don't worry about it. Because you know what? This is for me and my child. We're going to be comfortable. We're going to make it. You got to stop worried about what people can and cannot do for you. F them, F that. Get out here and do for you and your kids. Survive for you and your kids. Get the help you need. Don't, like I said, these little bougie helpers out here. Oh, now because my child need this and my child needs some Jordan. He can't even spell a damn Jordan. What the hell he wearing them damn Jordans for? He don't make those Jordans grades. Or she don't make the Jordan grade. Don't do that. Get your child to know the benefit of life. This is what we got to do. We have to crawl before we walk. You know what I'm saying? You weren't born with a damn silver spoon in your mouth. So I'm not going to put one in your mouth now. We're going to start growing up. That's it.
All right. Let's get my co-host in here. Sis, are mothers lazy and selfish? And what happened to the village?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The village is gone because a lot of people don't even realize they burnt the bridge to get to the village. You burnt the bridge.
That. Yes,
a lot of stuff that you may have did. Your attitude, you don't listen. You didn't even listen to not screw that nigga to have his baby. Yeah. Like sometimes we think we know it all and we're right in all our actions. And when the village tells you you're wrong or give you correction, it feels like shame, but it's actually love. And a lot of women, people burn bridges. Girls burn bridges. Yeah. And some of y'all just go over the bridge and don't even look back and don't care until you're in distress and you need some help. Yeah. And then all the screaming of, we don't have resources. Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. I'm a 77 baby. So I grew up in the 80s where there was no resources. They didn't have ADHD programs for the boys. They didn't have any of that kind of stuff. They barely had the boys club or rec centers. And yeah, we didn't have a lot of those things. The WIC program, yeah, social services was there. They took a lot of advantage of it. But it seems today the privileges are invisible to the privileged. Y'all don't even know how to go look for the resources when need be. So I can see why you would be in distress. We have a hard time compartmentalizing things, especially our life, our purpose, and when you start laying down having sex and having children. Nurturing was once viewed as a strength. I tried to say that before.
Yes.
It was viewed as a strength. Today, it's often treated as a burden. Oh, it's a burden. Society celebrates achievements of all kinds of status, independence, while, minimizing the value of raising children and building a family. That's minimized. Nobody cares about that shit. That's not important. I don't even want that anyway. Who said I wanted to be married? I don't want until you're 40 talking about where my husband. I'm going to manifest this man. Like, look,
exactly. Yeah.
I'm looking for nurture right now. And that's a cat. That's a cat. He said, you've been on this thing for 5 hours, mommy. Where's the plastic? Why you not throwing the ball?
Shout out to Crunchy. Crunchy wants some attention.
And that's a skill we don't have. We're not paying attention to detail. We're not learning the people around us, our children. You don't know who the hell your child is. You send them off 8, 9, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, for at least 180 days a year. That's a lot. And we're not digging and diving, opening questions and conversations with our children. We don't know them. And the girls are coming into womanhood stupid as hell. Y'all have no clue about your body, for one, because when you start to have children, our hormones are amazing. And there's more than just estrogen and progesterone. And if you don't know how that's balancing, you're not eating right, you're not taking care of yourself, you're not thinking positively, we're not journaling anymore. This is why our elders gave us journals as little girls.
Okay.
Huh? Because I can go back to my 10-year-old journal and
Me
look at
too. Me too. You want me to
who
go
I was
get 'em?
obsessed with. I keep all my children's
So did
stuff
y'all
for that
give y'all's kids
particular reason.
journals? So did y'all give y'all's kids journals?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And
They're writing
the crazy thing was my son has autism. He has a journal.
Amazing. Yes, no, I love journaling, by the way. It's definitely a saving.
It's a wonderful thing. You
right. I
start
was just
to
checking to make sure.
it causes
Yeah.
self-reflection. And if people don't go back and read their journals, shame on you. And these are things that at certain ages you can actually give to your children. You can sit and read with them and give them dialogue to say, I know what you're going through. Because guess what? I was a little girl before. Guess what? You're about to be 12. I know exactly the kind of thoughts are going through your head. Share with mommy, because I'm going to be open and transparent. I'm going to tell you the dumb stuff that was going through my head, girl. I was trying to run away. I want to go join the circus or whatever the case may be. But we don't do that. We pawn our kids off, like you say, get a nanny. A nanny? I wish another bitch would be raising my kids. You must be crazy. I didn't even give my baby to my mama till she was like 9 months, the first child.
Nice. Did
So
you,
I don't
Roses, did you tell your kids to journal? Did you like teach them how to journal and stuff?
Yeah, many.
This is my son's journal. He's 15. He has to write in this every day. I don't play about that.
Listen.
I think writing is good for your mental health. So
Reading
I
is
don't know
also.
everything he goes through. I don't know. I don't expect for him to tell me everything. And the things that he doesn't tell me are in here. And when I need to know something, this is where I go. Now, I probably won't access this after he turns 16, so maybe I won't be so, right now I'm
Unless
reading
you have to.
Yeah, right. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's like, I want to see how you're mentally doing. I want to see your handwriting. Being able to write helps you tell stories.
Can have a clear thought.
Right. And it's just not about, you don't write to just give answers in school. You're writing because it helps you think through situations. It helps you slow down to put thought to paper. And so, yeah. And all these other journals, this is from when I was 10 years old. Like, this is from when I was starting out middle school. This is when I first got married. This is a crazy one. This one right here.
I have the journal that I wrote when I met their father. So that's,
you know what I'm saying?
Madison's about
All
to
the
start
stuff
reading
is in
that.
here. Right.
Nothing explicit either.
And then this one is when I became a mom. Like, they're all very pivotal moments in my life where I've had to write things down, figure things out. And yeah, this is what humbles me.
Are we thinking that the tools and things that we're talking about right now, like Ms. She said is saying, the problem is with the mother slipping because those tools and things weren't passed down to them.
Yeah,
so that's why
now these mothers are struggling because these tools are not weren't passed down.
Yeah, because now it's just
that's
a cell
phone.
phone.
Yeah.
It's a cell phone now. It's a
They're
computer.
being more reactive. I would
What
say
tools?
more mothers are more reactive than proactive.
I'm
We're
confused
just,
on what tools, because when I got
Well,
pregnant,
the village doesn't teach. Yeah, we
what are
don't
you talking
teach
about?
our young
Tools. There's a
girls
lot
to
of
do
tools
anything.
being
There's
a
a lot
mother.
of tools when your mother's supposed to tell you, like,
Even if your mama don't tell you, there's books. What to expect when you're expecting. My
Right.
oldest is 30.
Y'all want me to go
Right.
get that one? I got the
But I'm just
Divine
wondering
Feminine. I got
because,
the What to Expect While Expecting. I got all them books. Like
but I'm
exactly
also
this
just,
is she said.
Sure. I've
but I'm
taken the
just wondering
initiative. Like,
what.
oh,
most
hold on,
people
hold
have
on.
initiative.
Y'all, wait a minute. Y'all talking
Let her
at the
get a
same
thought.
time. Go ahead, Roxy, and then Kiana.
I'm just wondering because, yes, of course, wisdom, all this stuff that gets passed down. Again, what tools just makes you know that this is no longer your life? What tools do you really need? Again, the moment that doctor put that baby on my chest, there was no tool. Guess what my baby did? He latched. No matter what I read, that boy just, and I make a joke because he was a little vampire baby. The first time he latched, he drew blood. And I'm looking at the doctors. It's normal. He's like, yeah, he's fine. He's good. What tools? If you're a
So
mother, you're a mother.
when I'm talking about tools, so I know everybody's experience is not the same as mine, okay? Because I had a real village, right? Okay, so when Mr. Caleb was in the womb, aunties, grandmas, ladies at the church was telling me what to eat, what not to eat, what to do, what not to do, all that before he even got here, right? And I didn't have no party for my baby shower. My baby shower was a lesson. You were taught a lesson. You were taught about your body, what your body's going to go through during the birth, after the birth, and beyond. You were taught how to breastfeed. All those things that you're like the latching and all that. I was taught that. The ladies in my family taught me that. And they never left me alone for like almost a month. Someone was always there.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these ladies don't know about binding your stomach after you have a baby.
Unfortunately.
They don't know about how to take care of your body after you have a baby, because these are the things that were passed down, those tools that you were given by the village.
And I'm not arguing that, but when I hear
things
that,
in all kinds of recipes.
You still got to finish my thought. I'm just saying.
Yeah, recipes when the baby is sick and all this, and when you're not feeling well, when you feeling like you have postpartum. My grandmother gave me a tea, and it was gone.
right? But that's the thing.
Those are the tools I'm talking about.
No, and I feel you, and it's a blessing for the women that have that. But I feel like that's still giving a cop out to the women who don't. We got the internet.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, tools, and that's what Roses was saying. Books. That's what Sis was saying. You got the books, so there is no cop out for that.
But again, even the natural thing, it just, I don't know. Like I said, I see motherhood as something so sacred that is a wisdom that passes down just naturally, right? Again, with the doctor, I could have heard all the time, and I need to see it. I need to do it. So reading about latching and all that didn't really help me much. What helped me learn how to be a better milk producer for my baby was when that little boy latched on me. Shout out to the Calebs, because mine is named Caleb too. And it was natural. That's why I'm just like, did the first woman who gave birth have a tool? The first woman who didn't have her mama around?
I see where you're going. I see where you're going, but it should be natural. But something has happened, and I talked about this on that show. There's something has happened to the women where mothering is no longer natural. Nurturing is no longer natural. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Like, I don't know if it's the lack of empathy, sympathy, love, care. Is it selfishness? Is it? I'm trying to figure it out. What it is where the women don't have that naturally in them anymore. So,
okay, and I get what you're saying.
They
With
never
that,
got the education of doing it.
And so it's like it's missing. It's like you're closed off.
Yeah, it's biological.
Right.
It's biological.
It's like no longer a woman anymore.
It's the food. I'm sorry. It's the food, and it's the 20 years of Pepsi, and it's the birth control. It's the cigarettes. It's the alcohol and the beer. All of the overconsumption of shit.
Right.
Okay. So when
Also
your hormones
the
are out of whack,
yes,
it can cause you to be a bitch, bitter and surly and a hateful person.
Like, and it's real. And if you're not aware and you're not taught, because the women before us were not taught, they're not gynecologists, they're not endocrinologists, they're not those things. But it's our responsibility to learn these things. Like you said, you had your first at 23. I had my first at 23. And guess what? I was in the library all the time. I was watching the TLC channel, watching them women have birth. Like, it was a lot of things that I was doing on my own because my family wasn't in my direct vicinity all the time, a phone call away, but everybody wasn't capable of being there. But when need be, they were there. So it was my responsibility to learn all of those things, i.e. getting that book, i.e. getting the book of natural holistic ways to, heal things. So every week I had pamphlets coming in and filling up that book, and I still have that book sitting on the top of my damn refrigerator. So, a lot of these things.
So is that lazy distance?
What?
Because the women, because you went right. Is that just like?
Yeah, I would consider it, right? Because if I wasn't given no tools, ain't nobody held my hand and showed me how to breastfeed. They didn't have lactation consultants on my first 2 children. I only got that the last one, Madison. So shout out to the Adirondack Mountains, where they actually had a lady come in and assist me. But if you don't speak up, you don't say nothing.
Right.
You're not going to get that, because most hospitals have it. Most hospitals, give away breast pumps. Like, it's programs, it's resources.
It's free.
Compared to when our parents were growing up. So that's just foolishness. And if we have young girls coming into womanhood, creating lives, and they lack this information, that's a them problem. Yeah. They should know. We got to stop making excuses for this poor mindset, because it's a mindset. Yes. You don't have to be that way.
It's also programming. It's also
let me tell y'all something.
First off, y'all are right.
Hold on.
I'm still talking.
Everybody's talking over each other.
Yeah.
Let she says finish.
A lot of things are very hormonal. Our first child, wonderful, natural labor, everything went great. 5 years later, get pregnant with the second child. By 4th month, I couldn't stand my first child. My hormones was out of whack. Had nothing to do with me not loving that child, but I noticed it, and I made everybody in my village aware. Okay, I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but the sound of her voice is annoying the shit out of me. You know what I mean? And it passed, but it was absolutely something that arose, and I shared with my village, even my husband, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to take a little more lead with her so you don't get so, irritable. But when we don't pay attention to ourselves, everybody else is the problem. Everybody else is the problem. So we're losing our own self-awareness, self-control, and our rational thinking. So that has a lot to do with it. And if you've seen your mom that way, you're going to adapt that shit. And many women were taught to pursue careers, got to get this money over anything else. So we're not taught to nurture homes. Fathers and mothers are not teaching their daughters to be wives and create families. This is why we don't have it. Nurturing isn't weakness. It's not a weakness. I ain't never been a weak bitch. Let me tell you, okay? It requires patience. It requires sacrifice. It requires emotional maturity. And it absolutely requires consistency. And we have a problem with being consistent, ladies. If you can't be consistent, nothing is going to flow. And then it's going to be everybody's fault, everybody else's problem, because you can't stay consistent. Guess what? Eat right. Drink a lot of water, pay attention to yourself, notice when your period is coming, and do the right things that you need to do so you don't get extremely bloated, so you don't have all these PMS issues, because a lot of that stuff comes from what we do. So we got to be more proactive than reactive. If we're living in a female reactive society, we're going to be fucked up, because the day your hormones get crazy, and women was going to the insane asylum during menopause and shit like that back in the days, right? Because they didn't know. And of course, the patriarchy wasn't giving us the information. But guess what? We have all of that right in front of our fingertips, and it's time for us to learn and be willing to teach each other, especially these young girls.
I was definitely a person. I was definitely a person who was, I'm studying really hard.
I would never want another
really
woman.
Hard about.
I would never want another woman.
Kiana, hold on.
Kiana, you got to pause till I'm done. I would never want another woman to forcefully have a total hysterectomy or do anything drastic like that without getting all the information they possibly can to do something else. Okay? And that's what's very important to me. So it's not about demeaning anybody. It's about, we need the correction now. We ain't got time to wait. We need our daughters to want to be wives when they decide to have children. And if you don't, then by all means, go be a whore, do what you want to do. But the wife focused mindset, it needs to be shined upon. It needs to be praised. It needs to be affirmed. You don't need to have other women on the side talking about, nah, go get your whole face first. Nah, go do this. It ain't worth it. You're going to be a slave. Like, that's wrong. I ain't never been no slave. I love my family, and I'll do everything that I've been doing all the way up until this time and more to keep them functioning in a better manner than what I came up in. So if you didn't even have that kind of great, because I didn't have that. No dad, no, I have all of what y'all see and what we talk about. That's what I grew up in. And I said in my life, I don't want that. I'm not going to be that. And I choose to not move like that intentionally. So we got to make conscious choices of our own behavior and stop trying to check everybody else. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's what I grew up with. And it's still relevant today. I appreciate all y'all's opinions and everything. And, we all think differently.
I was
we need to
definitely
get on a same platform when it comes to girls becoming women.
Go ahead,
Absolutely. And so I'm an Aquarius, so I'm super like progressive. So I'm glad you ended off with that, like getting everybody on a platform, helping the women, because that is what I would recommend or point out. I was a mom, first off to preface it, I was a mom who was definitely really progressive about my own learning. Took the initiative to learn breastfeeding and try to as best as I could and learn mothering. And my son was reading by 10 months, y'all. So I was like very aggressive and hungry for my sons to be amazing. To preface that. And so it is on everybody, each individual woman, to have that drive for their kids. Absolutely. With that being said, I just I guess I do stick up for the girlies, the younger girlies, because they don't have the same programming. It is on y'all. First, accountability first, always. It is on you. Okay. I had to get myself out of the matrix and on this air level thinking on my own. You have to as well. With that being said, I would say that you guys do have different programming, like the older women, not older women, but you know what I mean? Just like, a different generation. The programming wasn't as vicious. Y'all didn't have the Lottos and the Cardi B's and the
I'm 30, by
everybody
the
like
way.
telling you to do less, bringing you like removing the motherhood aspect of life, teaching us not to be nurturers, teaching us how to be bad bitches. It takes a champion. It takes someone like a mental champion, like AKA me, right? To fight through all of that and still have the drive to be a great mother, to be a great person. Right. And a lot of our women just don't have that. We don't have the villages, and we have the vicious programming that's coming at us. Versus you guys, y'all had moms that taught y'all how to journal, right? Apparently, none of that. We didn't have none of that. So I kind of just did want to stick up for the girlies and say that. And before you guys do come down, I understand this is a panel, it's just conversation, but I just want to hold everybody accountable and make sure we're not just coming down on the girlies. Make sure you're doing something about it too, is what I would say. Like smell the roses. And Miss Nikki, make sure you actually are correct. What programs are you guys creating to help the younger girlies train of thought, think higher?
Oh, child,
Are
when
we
you
going
talking to the right
are
one,
we
right?
going on
You
panels?
got
I
to the
got
wrong
quite
lady.
a few
Are we going
programs.
on panels?
I got quite a
Are
few
we going on
programs,
panels just
young
to talk?
lady.
Are we going on panels just to talk down to
she does
women?
No,
not.
I'm a living example of what I preach.
I
So
mean, when you
yeah.
carry a lot of shame yourself, of course, anything I say is going to sound like condemning you. That's not what I was
panels
doing.
and stuff.
If that's what you felt, I apologize. That was not my intent. That's not how I roll.
No,
but
yeah.
my
You
shit
have a great
applies
message.
to
I'm
who it
just saying,
applies
like,
to, and they know because hit dogs holler.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you have a great message. Hold the women accountable.
Let me say this as well.
But just create programs as well.
If you
Like
don't
be
follow
proactive and
her,
progressive.
Kiana, hold on. If you don't follow Miss She Said, she doesn't just talk on panels about this. She has actual things that she's doing in the community, and her page is dedicated just to that. You know what I mean?
I assume so. Like she looks like she seems like she talks about this. She's passionate about it, and that's just what I was like bringing up because I don't know exactly what you do, but I pretty much assume that you're doing something to help these younger women create better mentalities, have a higher level of thinking, eliminate distraction, eliminate like the the bad programming, the toxic programming. Like,
Right.
I pray that you are doing that as well as coming on panels and talking about it. Because I mean, I
Yeah.
just don't know. Smell the roses. I don't
don't
know what she
even.
does
Yeah.
either. But from what I've seen, it just seems like coming on the panels and talking down to the women, and what progressive moves are you making though? What programs are you building to help women versus just being a wife, right? And talking down to the girlies who aren't wives, and like, and that's your validation piece.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the case
From Smells, right?
with me. Again, like if Sif
Mhm.
said, go check out my content.
For
Shit
sure.
like mine's won't blow up because people
Right.
like chaos and dysfunction more. I
Right.
do a lot of
That's-
change.org. I speak directly with our mayor. I create events for young women and elder women to get together and build. I have a kitchen medicine cabinet where I teach nutrition and nourishment of the family, how important it is. I'm a teacher by nature. So that's what I do. Sometimes the truth hurts and it comes off really harsh, but raising 3 girls, they can take it. They got tough skin and they ain't even from the street like me. So when I get on panels, I don't even get on panels. But when I do speak and I speak directly to women, I'm not going to hold no holds bar because that's what my mama did for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it made me correct myself, check myself, because I never want to have to call on my brothers or my husband to beat up nobody. You know what I mean? Like, it's some things that I have to know. I can't put myself in this kind of situation. So I'm going back out. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, thank you. I'm going to say, no, I don't like that environment. And that's what we need to do. We need to have some standards and some boundaries and stand on that shit. And we
So
don't have.
I'm sorry, sis. I need to cut you off because Slim has to go. Shouts out to Slim J for joining us. Final thoughts.
Okay, guys. I love all you women's. Y'all are phenomenal. I appreciate all the strength that you have brought to this panel. I have learned things, and it made my eyes open up to different things as well. But I really appreciate, the interact with every female that was on here, the opinion that every female that had. We all go through trials and tribulations. Now we can all sit there and fall down, but we don't need to make that our address. We got to get back up.
That's right.
So with that said, I hope each and every one of you all have a blessed and safe night, day, whatever, and much love. Peace out.
Nice. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Am I frozen? Hello.
No, you're not frozen.
No, my computer freezes for some reason. I just wanted to ask what constitutes as the younger generation, because when I hear that, I'm 30. I'm kind of point now where I'm like, I'm in the
Baby, you old. No,
I'm old,
30.
but I'm still in the millennial. I'm still in the grouping of women who are having babies. Anyone younger,
that's auntie vibes.
yeah.
When you're 30.
No, I feel you, but I'm
That
also
was
like,
shade. That was shade. Wait, I'm
how
offended.
young?
I'm offended.
I'm just trying to
No
be
more
like,
babies.
how young are we talking? Because at that point, I have to ask, why are you having babies?
Who's that to? To
I mean,
Kiana?
What was the question?
it was to Kiana, because I was wondering, when we're talking about the younger generation, I feel like at that point they're too young to be having babies anyways. So I'm like, because I'm 30, I had my first at 23. So I'm thinking anyone 7 years younger than me at that point,
Is young.
I don't know.
Right.
It's like, what programming did you guys get that I didn't get? Because the women that you're naming, the Lottos and all that, they're either a little bit younger than me. Cardi B, I think, is older than me. Nikki, of course, is older than me. So the same people. I'm trying to figure out what's the programming that I'm not understanding that excuse. That's what I'm kind of getting to.
I guess it's not an excuse. It's just compassion. I'm a divine feminine, so that's what we do. We see we're empathetic. We see everybody's side of it, and just build progressive programs, help members. I don't need to know what are we actually doing to help them. But time wise, I guess I would say, like, I'm 99, so I'm 27 years old. And
96?
by the time, we got to middle school, high school, it's like, I guess that's kind of when it started. So I guess anywhere from, our age and down, 99 and down, that's kind of when the vicious, like, That's when Nicki Minaj was born, right? And like, you know, she's actually a good rapper, but just like the imaging, you know, like it's versus being like naked and shaking ass.
So I learned something
Like,
different at 3 years old that you, because I've read Queen of Fuya. I'm with the divine
what was
feminine and
this?
divine masculine. I'm with the divine feminine. I'm with the divine masculine. Shout out to Queen of Fuya. I read Sacred Woman all the way up and down through. I did the whole program. Amazing program. I was 3 at 99. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference.
The music.
Well,
The music
accordingly,
and
I
the
mean, apparently
influence.
you are a part of it too as well. But like, you know, as far as like when the toxic programming like that are separating women from their natural essence, when that really kicked in, like with the social media, the MySpace was first, right? And Facebook, like that's kind of the timeline I'm trying to give. So I guess like you're kind of lucky. You're 3 years older than me. So it's, you know, you miss kind of like the vicious programming. But I guess from here, from my age and like down, it's pretty bad. You do have to be strong to like actually still hear your own voice, actually still want to be a mother, actually still want to be a good person, want to be a good wife, you know? Everything still stands. You know, I'm not like disagreeing with what anybody's saying as far as taking accountability, learning for yourself. Like everything you're saying is right. You guys are saying is right. I'm just also promoting what are we doing to help. And so I would like to ask Smell the Roses, actually, what are you doing to help, by the way? Because, you know, what's saying
I'm an example. I'm starting
that
in my
she
home.
responded. So I
My
would just wanted to
home
know.
is intact. I lead by example. In order to have a good community, you have to be walking the walk as you're talking the talk. So I'm raising a young man to be an outstanding husband, father one day, making sure that, like we're talking about, that he gets his proper education from his mother and his father at home. I do what I need to do to put my family first. When I'm out in the public, I'm representing my husband, my son, my family, my village. I listen to my village. I don't like to hear everything that my mom likes to complain about or nag on me about, you know what I'm saying? But do I get the lesson in 3 or 4 weeks or 3 or 4 months? Is she always right? Hell yeah, because she's lived longer than me. Does it hurt to hear sometimes that I can be, too naive, or that I have friends check me all the time and call me out on my stuff all the time. So what am I doing? I'm being an example. I'm being an example of what to do. And then I'm nurturing and teaching my son every day. And I do it with his father. And I do it with with his grandfather. Like, you know, it starts with yourself. It's not like I could put together a program and I could sell some fucking classes. I could do that. Right? But if I'm not walking the walk
That's an
and
idea.
talking the talk, then none of that really matters. I mean, if you are all over the place and you're always displacing your accountability, then that is why society is failing, because nobody's accepting the accountability on their own part. Talk about what you did. Don't talk about what your baby daddy or your father or whoever did, because when it came down to it, you made a choice. That choice is yours. That is nobody else's choice. I have tattoos because I decided to go against my mother and tattoo my body. You know, that is what it is. When my mother
Yeah.
says,
I would do both. I would hold
that's
them
No tattoo
accountable and me
slander
accountable.
shall be had. No tattoo slander shall be had.
I mean, listen, you think it's cute now, and then when
Okay.
you're 44
Beautiful.
years old in the gym and you're working out and you see a 76-year-old woman
With the tramp stamp.
in the pool with the tramp stamp that you can't even determine what that tramp stamp used to be, you start to think of how dumb you're going to look when you're 76 years old and nobody can see that used to be a butterfly. It's just a black glob of ink on your back. It doesn't have the same shape anymore.
We
It
don't
don't
care.
even look like a butterfly. So I listen, whatever. I could go on and on and on and on. I'm a living
Yeah,
example of what I
train the
preach.
women not to care. Yeah, train the women not to care so much about judgment. You know, not all of us are in that patriarchy girly mentality where we're trying to
Like
trying
what
to
is
look
this?
the best we can to
What
our
are you talking
fathers.
about? You are in a patriarchy. What are you talking about? You sound
But I don't
foolish.
necessarily
You are in a
support it.
patriarchy. And in that patriarchy, the patriarchy has given your ass all the tools to make the dumb decisions that you make. Your dumb decisions are not the patriarchy's fault.
Clearly you're
You need to get
triggered.
over yourself.
Clearly you're
Okay, if
triggered, and
I'm
I'll
a
let you talk.
patriarchy girly, you're a dumbass girly because you
No,
still
I'm a
don't
divine
understand the
feminine,
writing
and
on the
you're a
wall.
patriarchy girly. Clearly you're triggered, and I'm glad this is recorded. But clearly you're triggered because I can say anything and then you get freaking angry. That's actually hilarious. But no, that's
Yana, your
if you want me
talking
to
points are
explain it,
so
a patriarchy
stupid.
girly,
Another great book, by the way.
a patriarchy girl like
It's a good book.
love it.
Downstairs in the basement.
Patriarchy is basically you. It's basically somebody who we don't live near. We like divine feminine women who are free. We don't live like for the judgment of others. So we don't like live to fit in this box. Oh my God, they're gonna see my tattoos when I'm old. So we don't care about that. We're free, right? And here's the
The point of that,
patriarchal system.
Kiana,
Here's the
the point
patriarchal
of that,
system.
Kiana, was
Don't
not that
interrupt
I'm
me.
going to
Don't
look at
interrupt
somebody
me.
else or worry about
Miss
somebody else
Petty
and how
Rag,
they
can you
look
get
at
her,
me.
please? Because I'm
The
not
point
trying to
is
be,
that I'm not going to like it at 76.
Can you get your
Just
girl
like you
because
don't like
she's
the first baby daddy you picked.
don't say things that you wouldn't say in person, sis. This is what
Oh,
me
I
and you
would
need to talk
definitely
about
say it to
personally.
you in person anytime, anytime, any
But this
place.
energy that you're giving, as far as the interrupting and stuff, stop being ghetto. You're calling me stupid and stuff, but that's what you're doing.
You're stupid.
This is
You're stupid.
you're like
And your
Ali
life
Jr.
Like the name calling, the name calling.
You see what I'm saying?
This was fun. Great discussion.
But it's time to shut it down. We are sleepy. It is time to end the show. But first, let us hear your final thoughts.
Let's shut this down, but first, let's get these final thoughts.
Final thoughts,
Super
ladies.
ghetto,
I'm
super ghetto, super
sleepy.
interruptive. Make sure you DM me Smell the Roses, because that's what I wanted to talk
Why
to you
would I
about, like
ever
just me and
DM
you.
you?
We
What
don't
would
need
I
to
DM
DM
trash
me,
for?
meet me in
I
person.
would never DM trash.
Like I don't know why
would
you're
never.
coming so hard on me and being so disrespectful to
Because you
me.
keep
I don't
trying
know
to come
you
at me,
and you don't
and you
know me.
came at me on Friday or whatever day I was
You
last
are
on the panel.
pathetic.
You've been coming at
You are
me,
a
and I'm going to chop your head
patriarchy
off
girly.
every single time. Yeah.
Just because you talk over me does not mean you're chopping my head off.
Why
Let's
don't you
make that
try to
clear.
get a better
If
internet connection
I
or
speak,
find a man that could get you
every
a better
time I'm
internet
speaking,
connection?
because you're a little girl and because you're so immature, even though you're old,
Right.
you start interrupting me.
Because
That's
I'm
not what
old.
grown women do. That's not what grown women do. I
I'm
let
still
you
waiting on
speak
everybody
like a
slide for
woman.
Jesus. Right? Ain't nobody slid for Jesus yet.
I
I
let
don't
you
know. I
speak like a
disagree with that. I
woman.
disagree with that.
I
I
let
don't
you
know
speak
about
like a
that.
woman, and then when I started talking, you started like interrupting and doing that stuff that you do on Fatty and Eileen's podcast. That makes you stupid, actually. That makes you a man.
All
That
right,
makes
we
you
are not
immature and
going
all
to
that.
have no
So I
Fatty and
remain.
Ali slander on the
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Why not? Fuck
That's
it.
where
Let's
I
go.
know her
Why not?
from.
Why not?
I say that. That's
Yeah,
because
when
that's
you
where I know
saying
her
dumb
from.
shit,
Lying like anybody's like
That's
you
where I
can just
know
keep
her from.
lying and lying and lying and lying and lying like people don't have the tape on you.
Thank you, Fatty.
Put off.
From and that's what they do. All that
Yeah.
toxic stuff. She's
Sometimes
doing it.
the
She's literally
nonsense needs to
doing
be
it.
stopped, and it
So
needs to
that's
be
why I'm
stopped right
like,
away. So
yeah, that's why I'm calling her
I ain't
out on
even
it because
mad
she's
at
like
her.
Ali Jr. You know, she like wants to be a man and she like wants to be she
Oh,
works
My
for them or
brother.
something. So
Absolutely.
either way,
I think more
all
like
the
a
name
man and I act
calling.
like a lady. That's what we should be doing.
You should
You
be
can't
acting
insult
women,
me,
yes,
love.
but
You
that's
can't
not what she's
insult
doing.
me. There's no way.
I'm not talking about you. I don't know you. I'm not talking about you, girl. I was talking
Y'all
about
need to
smell the rose.
stop.
Like we're
Y'all need
still
to
on
stop
that
all the
because
name
like
calling, being
getting
so
away
triggered.
with like calling another woman stupid and all that because it's like we have panels and stuff,
Your
and
talking
I can't
points, your
reach you
talking points are
through the
stupid.
panel.
Your talking points are stupid, and
Well,
your
you call
talking points are the reason why the community is so jacked up. Your talking points are
you
stupid.
call
I just want to put
saying
that
I'm
on the
not doing
record
it.
for everybody. I think her talking points are dumb as hell. Period.
Okay.
And as women, we shouldn't like call each other names. We shouldn't like do that. So it's like you
We
doing
should
saying
that
that as
totally
women,
to,
call
we
because
each
we're
other
on the
human. We
names.
internet.
human.
I guarantee
We
you would
human.
have different energy if we were in person. And that's what I'm
I'm a
saying.
human
I don't
before I'm a
know. I don't know
woman,
why
Keep
you
the
keep
same
saying
and
that,
I'm gonna
that
Kiana.
react
women that you
because
would
that's
if
just
we were
natural.
sitting right in front of each other.
Don't crash out, crash out.
If we were sitting right in front of each other,
Sometimes you
keep the
just
same
gotta
energy.
laugh so you don't gotta post bail. Cause you know you'll take it too far and then you end up in jail. Don't crash out, crash out. Don't crash out, crash out. Yeah!
We not crashing out
Period.
here.
We don't do that.
It's
We
nonsense.
not
You would
going
just
in
get
the
dealt with.
What a
jail.
woman
We wouldn't
is,
crash
what a
out. You would
woman
just
Oh,
get
is,
dealt with. But
what
it's
a
like,
woman can't do.
yeah.
So
Now it comes out.
ladies, I haven't eaten all day today.
I got
And
invited onto this platform,
baby,
and I
so
would appreciate if that was
I
checked.
need you ladies to give me your final thoughts. And so me and my sis can do the super chat. And so then I can get me a plate. Kiana, final thoughts.
Yes, I got invited onto this panel. I thought it was going to be, less of that, more of like more of the womanhood and sisterhood. Like we don't have like the men interrupting us and stuff. But she was just speaking to me. But with that being said, my name is Kiana X, and currently I'm helping women get out of abusive situations and like start to heal their energy after leaving in abusive situations. Look how that's what a hater looks like, by the way. When you're living your life and you're beautiful and you're helping women
Kiana,
and you're serving your
focus,
purpose.
love. Focus.
That is just so you know.
Focus on your final
I'm this is
thought.
my last thought. These are my final thoughts. These are my final thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just letting the ladies know, if you are helping women, you're serving your divine purpose, and then girls are rolling their eyes like that, just know that you're doing something right. And the patriarchy girlies are going to hate you. The girls who want to be accepted by men, aka her, they will hate you for it. Okay. But keep doing what you're doing. If you are doing great, if you do need help, if you're in a situation that is toxic, that is abusive, please reach out to me. Shoot me a DM. I would love to help you out with that. And smell the roses. Come talk to me, because you want to get really disrespectful on the internet. So because you have the internet to protect you. So I would love to like get in person with you. I'd love to DM you, FaceTime you, like directly, just me and you, more so in person.
It
Because
will
your
never
energy,
happen. It will never
you're
happen.
very
But if you're
toxic.
ever
You're
in
very
Atlanta,
toxic.
let me know.
I
Let me
know.
know.
I
I'll come
know.
meet you
Because
anywhere you like.
you use the panel to protect you.
No, we
Because
don't
you
need
use
a
the panel to
panel. We
protect you,
don't
and
need
that's
a
lame,
panel.
sis. You're lame.
You're lame. And
Okay, well
your
let's meet up
life's
in person.
decisions, your life.
I am not lame. I'm not lame. You're a hater.
money in the strip club. Yeah, that bitch to say my name again. Thinking that she cute, she ain't even close to a 10. Bitch, go bust a move, don't make me say that shit again.
All
You're a
right.
hater.
Thank you, Kiana.
Just like
Rosie,
Melanie,
final
y'all are
thoughts.
haters.
Final thoughts, Rosie.
Amazing show. I hope everyone enjoyed. Please make sure to tip your host and hostesses, please. You can find your girl at Lover Gang, Lover Girl Confessions, Roxy, Red, Smell the Roses, Kiana, of course, Mrs. She Said, and of course, Red Lipstick Vibes. Thank you so much for an amazing show, and thank you to all the other ladies from earlier. This was a dope show.
Woo wee. Smell the rose.
We can't forget about
Athena, yes, most definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So my final thoughts are, first of all, thank you for having me here, Red and Mrs. She Said. Loved the panel tonight. Super great. from
You're
beginning
also
to
ghetto
end.
because you like to interrupt.
From beginning to end. I just want to say thank you for all the super chats and all of the cash apps. And the chat was crunk tonight. Y'all showed out for us. Thank you for supporting everybody on the panel. And I just want to leave it with this: like, your bad decisions are yours. They're not the villages, they're not the communities. And as long as young ladies are out here making bad decisions, baby daddy after baby daddy, the community will be the way it is. It's just going to be more degenerate and more destructive, right?
So make a program. To help those women. Make a program to help the women. Make sure you're doing stuff to actually help the community.
Now who's the bitch
I would
acting
typically.
ghetto?
I'm not like that, but
Who's
she.
the bitch acting ghetto now? Would that be you, Kiana? Can you answer that question?
I'm imitating you. I'm only doing this because of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Can I
imitating
finish
you
now?
right now. This is
Can I
what you look
finish
like.
now?
So
Can I
as
finish
Kia,
now?
you're
Since you're
talking, and this is what
clearly
you like to do.
triggered because you have two baby
It's not
daddies.
your fault, Kiana. It's not their fault, girl. This is what you look like.
Hey,
I'm
drop
smelling
us.
roses right now.
Just
Like,
drop us.
and I'm
Just
only
drop
doing
us.
this, by the way.
So
I'm only
mothers
doing
play
this
a
because she was doing
foundational
that to me.
role in our community. When mothers are out here being frivolous with their cudicatas, having babies by men that will not commit to them, they are the ones solely responsible
I will no
for
longer
having
get
a
invited
fucked
on.
up community. So blame Kiana for the community
She's muting me,
being the
but
way the
she's muting me,
community
but
is.
I
Because
won't
she
get
was
invited onto another platform.
stupid to vet two men before she had babies.
Call me names and be disrespectful. So that's why I don't care. That's why I don't care
You
what
do
you're saying.
care.
Like,
That's
Hey,
why
hey,
I'm not gonna hear
Izo,
anybody else
Izo. Hey,
they
hey,
were
be
respecting
quiet,
me.
be quiet.
But because you were disrespectful to me,
Hey, hey, Izo,
I don't care.
Izo. Hey, hey, be quiet, be quiet.
Go ahead, Roses. Finish your thought.
I'm finished. I don't like, I didn't even mean to do that, Red, but it was getting annoying. And like, just like hearing how she talked to Mrs. She Said, and just like, to me, it is what it is. She made her bed. Now she's lying in it. When women get on here talking about healing, 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 and if you've ever been in trauma, listen, ladies, if you pick the trauma, just stop picking the trauma. You know what's bad for you. Stay away from what's bad for you. You don't need Raquel or Smell the Roses or Red Lipstick Vibes or Mrs. She Said or anybody to tell you to stop doing what is destructive to you. If a man is hitting you, if a man is, putting you on the blade, okay? Those are harmful things that you should not be allowing. So nobody should have to tell you to get away from those things. That should just be common sense. We lead in our communities by doing the things that we know need to be done, whether we feel like it or not. That means being committed to our families, our husbands, raising our children, and doing what's right the first time. You cannot make bad decisions and then expect for the community to bail you out. That is not fair. So that is my 2 cents, Red. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ladies, for coming through, and even Kiana, thank you for coming through. Athena, Slim J, who else was up here? Bella, who else was up here? Oh, Cammy and her mom, all the ladies. Thank you guys for coming up and having a conversation. Child, I don't know if I'm gonna do this next one, child.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
It was like 80% good.
Y'all about to cause me to drink. Jeez.
We love that liquor, love that liquor, love that liquor, baby. What they say, Patron make you do wrong. Henny make them spin that penny. Paul make your ass fall. Casamigo have you spinning. Bitch, spinning. Bitch, spinning. Bitch, have your head spinning back.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know.
Yo, that girl remind me of one of my good friends. I swear. Every time I see it, like, that's my friend right there.
Hey, look, y'all. I think we did good until we got to the end. I think we did good too.
I'm sorry, Red.
But shout out to y'all ladies for having the conversation.
Thank you.
You know, but I got more questions, but if I decide to do next Sunday,
You got to do a part 2. You see, you setting yourself up. You asked too many questions.
You didn't even
Asking
finish
all
the
them
last 2
questions.
questions.
I know, but you know. So next Sunday will be a little bit different. We're gonna have 2 hours with the ladies, and then we're gonna let the brethrens come up.
The brethrens
at the end. Yeah, we're gonna let the brethrens come up on hour 3. So ladies, thank you guys for coming through. Thanks
you for having us,
your girl.
Roxy.
Everybody
I'll see you around.
that hit the like button on their sides. Everybody that supported Roxy and Roses on their sides. I thank you. So right now, me and my sis gotta take care of some business.
It's time for the super chats.
Well, alrighty then.
What
you ladies? I see why I don't join any panels. Because if I'm expected as a woman to not, step out of pocket, that's a little bit much for me. Because you're a woman, I'm a woman, and if I don't agree, or if there's some opinions or some pushback or whatever, and all that, invite me to your space, like, it's all gloves off. You can't sit on a panel and be like, if you're a woman, you wouldn't be disrespectful. No, I can be just as disrespectful as anybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Again, reactionary, not being proactive with it. Them two must got some beef that I wasn't aware of.
I didn't know they had some, so apparently something must have happened on the super panel, or was it one of those panels that they were on? Okay. Somebody took a shot at somebody, child. So
I mean, I can see why.
Yeah. So
I hear what I'm hearing too. So
right.
It is what it is.
I think we all hear it.
You put it together. I'm pulling up. I don't frequent panels. Nobody has seen me on anybody's panels since Sir Hale.
Come on, I'm special.
I appreciate you having me. I tried to control myself.
You did good, sis. You did.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The truth hurts.
You gonna help me go through these thingies? Let me see. Yes. So I did these buttons. So let me see if these buttons work, y'all. Lord Jesus. Let me see. I don't know if these buttons work.
Salute to everybody for supporting the stream tonight. Much appreciated. If you went over and subscribed to my page, much appreciated. Please do the respectable thing and watch it from the beginning to the end.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Get some good information. Let me see.
Yeah, I always got resources and suggestions, tips, even specific to your community. So how to get it, how to find it. It shouldn't be an excuse. You don't have to go to the library. We got these smartphones in your hand. Use it for what it's good for, because it's good for a lot of stuff. You can even make some money while you sleep on your phone.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
So shouts out to everybody that supported everybody that was double streaming. Shouts out to y'all, but I ain't reading all y'all super chats. Okay. I'm just so shouts out to y'all that supported your girls on that side. Okay. Because then it would have been 100 and something stuff over here. Nope, not doing it. So we just gonna stick to realistic ones. All right. All right. Shout out to my sis who renewed her membership. She was a member for 25 months. Shouts out to my sis. Shout out to Miss Wanda for gifting 1 membership. Thank you, Miss Wanda. Then shout out to my brother, Mr. Heathad, gifting 1 membership. Thank you, brother. And shout out to Carl Anderson for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, Carl. Then my brother Severe came through on the Smoker Talk on the Harris Tribe side. He gifted 1 membership to sis. And then he came over and said, this is $2 for the paper towel fund. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then brother came out and said Alicia Keys is cooking. Who's Alicia Keys? Talking about you, sis? Oh my goodness. Shout out to Jay Tillman 45 for gifting one membership. Thank you very much. And Miss Wanda came in with a $5 super chat. She says, so if I critique your behavior that isn't becoming or detrimental to your future, I'm jealous. I mean, that's what they said. Mm-hmm. Shout out to you, Miss Wanda. And shout out to TUGs for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to Mrs. T for sending 5, which is super chats. Salute to all the ladies on the panel. Salute, 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 salute. Then brother came in and he gifted himself a Tribe Called Quest membership. Thank you, brother. Let me see. Where we at? Uh-oh. Did that one. Then T. Lee came back in again and gave us another membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Homie came in with another membership. Thank you, Homie. Then he came in with another membership. Thank you, Homie. And then Carl Anderson says, Kimmy, girl, we know exactly what you mean, girl. Leave Kimmy alone, Carl. And
Cammy did good. Cammy did good.
She did very good. Her and her mom did good tonight. Shouts out to Jay Tillman. He says, survival, staying alive through danger and hardship. That's what I thought survival was, but now there's a new version of survival now. Survival mode now they have out here in these streets. So, but shouts out to the Divine Feminines. Shouts out to Lady Zara for gifting one membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Miss Wanda came back with another $5. She says, as a mother, I want to live vicariously through my daughter's successes, not their mini dresses. Amen to that. But these women's child is totally different. Shouts out to GP coming in and gifting 5 jewels. Thank you. Then he came back and gifted another 10 jewels. And then he came back and gifted another 2 jewels. Thank you, GP. We almost done. Where am I? Oh, here we go. Shout out to D Black, gifted 250 jewels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Miss Wanda came in and became a member. Thank you. Uncle Ricky came in and said, ungrateful. Uncle Ricky. A Tribe Called Quest with $2 says, what the are the baby showers for? They are.
That's a fact.
Yeah, exactly. But see, they don't held
3 weeks before the baby come out. Like you should be, all the women there should be giving you all kind of information and tools and tips and strategies on swaddling and
exactly.
Come on, man.
Hey, they partying. That's what they doing. They doing it, getting their drink on, they get their eat on. Shouts out.
They flossing.
Shouts out to Schoolie Better Gifted for sending $5. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Tony Golden for 8 months. He says, you got kids, but no marriage. I think he was talking about Miss Kiana. TDG says, Kiana reeks of trauma. Remember that when you speak to her. Yeah, she does. Miss Doris sent a $5 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and before I forget, shouts out to Tony Golden and Backworks for sending the cash apps. Thank you guys so much. Shouts out to El Nixon with the $10. He says, thank you ladies for getting together. People have to be complimentary to the things that we're that we're asking to receive. Respect the ladies that refuse to get off course and hold the line. Much love. Thank you, El. The Real Black Lexicon came in. He says for the $10, he said, for making this and other things happen. Your talent is appreciated by men too. Shouts out to you. L. Nixon came back again. He says with the $10, he says the lesson and guidance is the first program. Sometimes your ministry is just in creating a house full of people who help contribute something to the community. And that is Absolutely right. Black Lexicon came through with another 10 now says, you bless the panel, be Miss Harris. I think you were going to say Miss Harris. Kudos to your voice of good reason. Shouts out to my sis. And Black Lexicon came in another 10 now says, so much understanding from such a young voice with much more to come. Shouts out to Shadow Dragon. He says the patriarchy has great internet upgrades. Cannot, Shadow. Shouts out to you. Shouts out to brother Neves. He sent 100 jewels. Thank you. And then L Nixon came through with a 2 that said somebody take controls for Ray. It's out of control. And shouts out to the for sending the last $2 of the night. Shouts out to everybody that came through tonight. This was fun. I don't think Freddie was like it's gonna be a shit show. I think we did good.
He probably wanted a little more fight, and if I would have chimed in every time I wanted it, it would have probably made a great show.
All the shade, right?
Yeah,
we do that on the second one. The first one we gotta be, we gotta be nice.
Yeah, and it's not being mean, but
yeah,
in real life, that's how it would be. And honestly, in real life, if we were trying to build in a conversation and you started spearing off on some narrative, some shit that sound like you done read over and over again, that's been punched in your fucking head. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to wait. What? We're not gonna do that. So that's kind of hard for me to not do that. So salute to you.